Hello, dear friends. I hope you've all enjoyed the beauty of this spring day. As the gentle night wraps around us, it's the perfect time to unwind and embrace the soothing promise of bedtime dreams. We truly appreciate you choosing to spend your evening here with us. Wishing you a wonderful start to your upcoming day, filled with peace and joy. Thank you for sharing this tranquil moment with us. Story 1. In the quaint village nestled among the rolling hills, life unfolded in a rhythmic dance of tradition and tranquility. Each morning the sun would cast a golden glow over the cobblestone paths, illuminating the thatched roof cottages that dotted the landscape. The air was often filled with the scent of fresh bread wafting from the baker's oven and the cheerful chatter of villagers beginning their day. Willow, with her raven-black hair and bright, inquisitive eyes, was a familiar presence in this vibrant tableau, her kindness a balm to those around her. Yet an undercurrent of restlessness ran beneath her serene facade, a longing for something beyond the horizon that she could not quite name. Her days were filled with the comforting routines of village life, yet her heart yearned for adventure. She often found solace in the quiet corners of the village, listening to the whispers of the wind as it rustled through the fields, dreaming of lands unseen. It was in these moments of solitude that Willow's imagination took flight, painting vivid pictures of far-off realms and magical creatures. Despite the warmth and acceptance of her fellow villagers, she felt as though she were a puzzle piece that didn't quite fit, her edges seeking a shape that would complete her. One crisp autumn morning, as the village stirred to life under a sky painted with the hues of dawn, Willow set out for her customary walk. The air was alive with the scent of wood smoke and the rich aroma of fallen leaves, each breath invigorating her spirit. Her footsteps crunched softly on the path strewn with leaves, their colors a tapestry of gold and crimson. She wandered through the vibrant foliage, her senses attuned to the symphony of rustling branches and the distant call of a lone raven, an echo of her own yearning. It was on this day, beneath the twisted branches of an ancient oak, that destiny revealed itself in the form of an old weathered book. The tome lay nestled against the roots, its cover adorned with moss and etched with symbols of a long-forgotten language. It was as if the book had been waiting for her, its mysterious allure weaving a spell that drew her in. With her heart pounding in anticipation, Willow knelt beside it, her fingers trembling as she opened the cover. The pages were filled with intricate illustrations of fantastical creatures and ethereal landscapes, each stroke of the artist's hand a testament to a world brimming with magic. Her fingertips danced over the delicate lines, feeling a burgeoning connection to the vibrant imagery. As if in response to her touch, a soft hum resonated from the book, and the illustrations began to shimmer and glow. In an instant, the world around her dissolved into a cascade of light, and Willow was transported to a realm beyond her wildest dreams. She stood in a lush, enchanted forest, where towering trees whispered secrets to a sky swirling with colors, and crystalline streams meandered through the underbrush. The air was thick with the fragrance of blooming flowers and the earthy scent of moss-covered stones, a sensory tapestry that wove itself into her very being. Willow gasped in awe, the beauty of the realm both exhilarating and overwhelming. As she ventured deeper into the forest, she encountered a wise old oak tree spirit named Oakenheart. His bark was etched with the wisdom of centuries, each line a story waiting to be told. With a warm, weathered smile, he welcomed her to the realm of transformation, a place where one's inner growth and personal journey manifested in the most magical ways. His voice, like rustling leaves, resonated with a serenity that put her at ease, and she found herself drawn to his gentle guidance. Oakenheart sensed Willow's uncertainty and extended a gnarled branch, offering to guide her through this wondrous realm. He explained that each challenge she faced would mirror the struggles and doubts she carried within, and overcoming them would allow her to blossom into her truest self. His words were a balm to her restless spirit, a promise of understanding and growth. Her first challenge appeared as a dense, tangled thicket, its thorny vines an impenetrable barrier. The vines seemed to whisper her fears, echoing the self-doubt that had long shadowed her heart. She wrestled with them in vain, frustration mounting as they refused to yield. Just as despair threatened to take hold, a gentle breeze carried the voice of a kindly fairy named Zephyr. With a twinkle in her eye and laughter in her voice, Zephyr reminded Willow that sometimes the path forward requires patience, perseverance, and a willingness to let go of preconceived notions. Heeding Zephyr's words, Willow took a deep breath, allowing the cool air to fill her lungs and calm her racing heart. She surrendered to the thicket, trusting that the vines would reveal an opening if she followed their natural flow. The thicket parted, revealing a sun-dappled clearing where vibrant wildflowers danced in the breeze, their colors a vivid contrast to the dark vines that had held her back. As Willow continued her journey, she encountered numerous challenges, each one reflecting an aspect of herself she had yet to fully embrace. A raging river mirrored her tendency to resist change, its turbulent waters a testament to the chaos she feared within. At its banks, she met the river's guardian, a serene water nymph named Naiad. With eyes like the depths of the ocean, Naiad taught Willow the art of surrender, guiding her to trust the river's flow and find peace amidst the currents. In the heart of the realm, Willow stumbled upon a glen where the air shimmered with an ethereal glow. Here, she met the celestial being known as Luminara, whose presence radiated warmth and wisdom. Luminara spoke of the interconnectedness of all things, revealing to Willow the threads of destiny that wove through the fabric of existence. Under her guidance, Willow learned to see beyond the surface, to understand the delicate balance of light and shadow within herself. A labyrinth of shifting pathways symbolized her indecisiveness, and it was here that she met a playful sprite named Puck, who thrived on mischief and unpredictability. He challenged her to navigate the labyrinth with intuition over logic, teaching her to trust her instincts and embrace the unknown with courage. With each step she took, the paths revealed themselves, leading her to the heart of the maze where a stunning vista awaited, the landscape unfolding like a promise of endless possibilities. Through it all, Oakenheart, Zephyr, Naiad, Luminara, Puck, and a host of other magical beings offered gentle guidance and unwavering support. Together they formed a tapestry of wisdom and friendship, encouraging Willow to trust her instincts, face her fears with courage, and embrace the beauty of personal growth. Their presence was a constant reminder that she was never alone on this journey of self-discovery. With each obstacle overcome, Willow felt herself blossoming in ways she had never imagined. Her self-doubt transformed into quiet confidence. Her restlessness gave way to a newfound sense of purpose, and her heart opened to the endless possibilities that lay before her. She realized that her journey was not just about finding her place in the world, but about finding herself within it. Finally, Willow found herself standing before a magnificent, shimmering waterfall, its cascading waters a symphony of light and sound. As she stepped beneath its rushing embrace, she felt a warmth envelop her, and a brilliant light illuminated her entire being. It was a moment of profound transformation, the culmination of her journey and the beginning of a new chapter. When the light faded, Willow emerged transformed, her eyes shining with a wisdom and inner strength she had never known before. In that moment, she understood that the true magic had been within her all along, waiting to be nurtured and embraced. She felt a deep connection to the realm and its inhabitants, a bond forged through shared experiences and mutual growth. As she prepared to return to her ordinary life, Oakenheart and Zephyr bestowed upon her a parting gift, a glowing pendant that would serve as a reminder of the lessons she had learned and the journey she had taken. The pendant pulsed with a soft, reassuring light, a symbol of the magic she now carried within her. With a heart full of gratitude, Willow bid farewell to the realm of transformation, carrying with her the knowledge that personal growth is an ongoing, magical adventure, and that the path to self-discovery is paved with courage, resilience, and the unwavering support of those who believe in us. As she stepped back into the familiar embrace of her village, she knew that her journey was far from over. The world was vast and full of wonder, and she was ready to embrace it all, one step at a time. Upon her return, Willow noticed subtle changes in her village. The familiar cobblestone paths seemed more vibrant, the chatter of her neighbors more harmonious, as if the world had shifted to match her newfound perspective. She walked through the village square, her eyes catching the glint of sunlight reflecting off the pendant that hung around her neck. The villagers greeted her with warm smiles, unaware of the transformation she had undergone, yet sensing a quiet strength in her demeanor that had not been there before. Time passed, and Willow found herself sharing her experiences with those around her. She spoke of the enchanted forest, the wise spirits, and the challenges that mirrored her inner struggles. Her stories captivated the villagers, inspiring them to look within and seek their forms of transformation. The village, once a place of simple, rhythmic life, began to pulse with a new energy, as if touched by the magic Willow had brought back with her. Willow's home, a quaint cottage nestled at the edge of the village, became a haven for those seeking guidance. Her wisdom, tempered by her journey, became a beacon of hope and understanding. She listened to the tales of others with empathy, offering insights that resonated with the truth she had discovered within herself. Her longing for adventure had not diminished, but now it was tempered by a sense of belonging, a knowledge that her place was not defined by a single location, but by the connections she forged with the world and its inhabitants. One breezy afternoon, as Willow sat on her porch, an unexpected visitor arrived. It was an old friend, Lara, who had left the village years ago to explore the wider world. Her return was marked by tales of distant lands and adventures that mirrored Willow's own dreams. They spoke for hours, exchanging stories and laughter, their friendship rekindled by shared experiences and the desire for exploration. Inspired by Alara's stories, Willow decided to organize a gathering for the villagers, a festival of stories, where everyone could share their dreams and journeys. Under the starlit sky, the village square transformed into a tapestry of voices, each thread weaving a tale of hope, challenge, and triumph. The festival became an annual tradition, a celebration of dreams and the paths they led. As the seasons turned, Willow continued to explore the lands beyond her village, each journey a new chapter in her ever-evolving story. She carried with her the lessons of the realm of transformation, the whispers of the wind, and the promise of endless possibilities. Her world, once confined to the boundaries of her village, had expanded into a tapestry of experiences, woven with the threads of courage, resilience, and the magic of self-discovery. And so, in the quaint village nestled among the rolling hills, life continued to unfold in a rhythmic dance of tradition and transformation. The sun still cast its golden glow over the cobblestone paths, illuminating the thatched-roof cottages and the vibrant lives within. And at the heart of it all was Willow, a testament to the power of dreams, the beauty of growth, and the enduring magic that lies within each of us. Yet the story did not end there. One moonlit night, as Willow gazed at the stars from her favorite hilltop, she heard a soft rustling nearby. Emerging from the shadows was a small creature, a fox with fur as silver as moonlight and eyes that glistened like dew. The fox approached her with a cautious curiosity, its presence both unexpected and enchanting. Willow felt an instant connection with the fox, a silent understanding that transcended words. She reached out gently, and to her surprise, the fox nuzzled against her hand before bounding away into the night. Intrigued, Willow followed, her heart racing with the thrill of a new adventure. The fox led her through the forest, weaving between trees until they reached a hidden glade, bathed in the soft glow of the moon. In the center of the glade stood a circle of ancient stones, their surfaces etched with symbols that pulsed with a gentle light. The fox sat at the edge of the circle, watching her with an expectant gaze. As Willow stepped into the circle, a sense of peace enveloped her. The stones seemed to hum with an energy that resonated with her very soul. Suddenly the fox spoke, its voice a soft whisper in the night. "Welcome, Willow, to the Circle of Renewal," it said. "This place is a bridge between worlds, a sanctuary where journeys begin anew. You have grown much, but there is always more to learn, more to explore." Willow listened, her heart open to the possibilities that lay ahead. The fox continued, "This circle is a gift to those who seek it, a reminder that transformation is an eternal journey. Each step you take will lead to new horizons, and with each horizon, new wisdom." As the night wore on, Willow sat with the fox in the glade, sharing stories of her village and the realm she had visited. In return, the fox shared tales of the forest and the creatures that dwelled within. The bond they formed was a testament to the magic of connection, the shared understanding that transcended the boundaries of species. When dawn broke, the fox stood and nodded towards the path leading back to the village. "Remember, Willow," it said, "the path of transformation is never-ending, but it is also filled with beauty and wonder. Embrace it." Willow nodded, gratitude swelling within her. As she made her way back to the village, she felt a renewed sense of purpose, her heart light with the knowledge that her journey was far from over. The village, her home, was just the beginning, a place to return to, a foundation upon which she could build the endless chapters of her life's story. And so, Willow continued to walk the path of transformation, ever eager to embrace the magic and wonder that lay beyond the horizon. Her story, like the stars in the sky, was a tapestry of light and possibility, forever unfolding in the vast universe that awaited her. Story 2? In the far reaches of the cosmos, where stars twinkled like a million tiny lanterns in the velvet night, there existed a quaint little planet known as Luminara. Luminara was renowned for its rolling fields of luminescent flora that glowed softly under the moonlight, creating a landscape that seemed to shimmer with an ethereal light. The air was often filled with the sweet scent of blooming starflowers, their petals as delicate as gossamer. It was here that our story begins, with a gentle soul named Mira, who hailed from a species known as the Lyrians, beings with skin that glowed faintly in hues of blue and voices as melodious as a gentle brook. Mira was an accomplished botanist, spending her days tending to the glowing gardens of Luminara, her heart in harmony with the soothing rhythms of nature. The whisper of the wind through the shimmering leaves was like a lullaby to her, and the soft hum of the plants resonated with her very being. Her life was peaceful, yet she often gazed up at the night sky, her mind filled with dreams of exploring the stars, curious about the vast universe beyond her tranquil home. These dreams were not simply idle fantasies. They were driven by a deep-seated longing to understand her place in the cosmos and to witness the wonders that lay beyond the horizon. As a child, Mira had often sat with her grandmother under the violet canopy of dusk, listening to tales of celestial wanderers and their journeys through star-filled seas. Her grandmother, with eyes resembling the core of a distant nebula, had instilled in Mira a sense of wonder and curiosity that had only grown with time. These stories were her earliest companions, whispering promises of adventures and hidden truths waiting to be discovered. Mira's grandmother had once shared an ancient Lyrian legend about the Star Weaver, a mystical entity believed to weave the destinies of all beings, connecting their lives through invisible threads. This tale had left a lasting impression on Mira, leading her to see the universe as a vast tapestry, each star a node in a cosmic web. It was this belief that fueled her desire to explore, to find the connections that bound her to the stars. One day, as the twin suns of Luminara set, painting the skies in shades of pink and gold, a distant rumble disturbed the evening's quiet. From the heavens, a small spacecraft descended, its descent marked by a trail of silvery comet dust that caught the waning sunlight, creating a dazzling display. It landed with a gentle thud in one of the luminous fields, its exterior shimmering like a polished seashell under the moon's gentle gaze. The door of the spacecraft opened with a soft hiss, and out stepped an intriguing figure. He was a Goric, a species known for their robust build and deep, earthy tones. His name was Kale, and he hailed from a planet of rugged deserts and towering canyons, far removed from the gentle beauty of Luminara. Kale's eyes, however, held a warmth that belied his imposing stature, and his heart was as vast as the canyon lands he called home. His journey had been one of discovery, driven by a thirst for knowledge and the thrill of adventure. Despite his rugged exterior, Kale harbored a deep appreciation for the beauty in the world, a trait that often surprised those who misjudged him based on appearances alone. Kale had embarked on a journey across the stars, seeking knowledge and adventure. Yet, due to an unforeseen navigational error, he found himself unexpectedly upon Luminara. As he surveyed the glowing landscape, a blend of awe and bewilderment painted his features. The air was cooler here, carrying a faint melody that seemed to emanate from the very ground beneath his feet, a stark contrast to the arid silence of his homeland. Mira, drawn by the sight of the unfamiliar craft, approached cautiously, her curiosity piqued. Her steps were light upon the grass, which glowed a little brighter with each touch. As their eyes met, a moment of mutual wonder passed between them. However, communication was not instant, for the Lyrian language was a lilting song, while the Goric tongue was a deep, resonant rumble. Initially, their interactions were a dance of misunderstanding. Mira's attempts to welcome Kale were met with his puzzled expressions, and his earnest gestures of friendship were sometimes misconstrued as overbearing. Yet, underneath these initial missteps, both felt a burgeoning kinship, a sense that they were kindred spirits despite their differences. Determined to bridge the gap, Mira brought Kale to her garden, where she showed him the wonders of Luminara's flora. The garden was a symphony of colors and scents, each plant contributing to an overall harmony that was both soothing and invigorating. She taught him the gentle art of tending to the plants, where actions spoke louder than words. In return, Kale shared stories of his home, using drawings in the soil and gestures to convey the vastness of his world. His tales of epic sandstorms and the majestic beauty of his canyon's sunrise painted vivid pictures in Mira's mind, enriching her understanding of life beyond her world. As the days turned into weeks, their bond deepened. They faced challenges together, such as a sudden storm that threatened to uproot the delicate flora of Luminara. The storm's arrival was announced by a low, ominous rumble, and dark clouds gathered swiftly, cloaking the sky. Kale's strength was invaluable in reinforcing the garden's barriers, his hands moving with practiced precision as they secured the fragile structures. Meanwhile, Mira's knowledge guided them through the tempest, her intuitive understanding of the plant's needs ensuring their survival. In these shared trials, they found a rhythm, a harmony that transcended words. One afternoon, as the storm clouds began to recede, Mira decided to introduce Kale to the Star Fountain, a hidden gem of Luminara. It was a secluded pool nestled within a grove, where water bubbled up in luminous streams, casting fleeting rainbows in the air. The sound of the water was a gentle murmur, a soothing counterpoint to the earlier chaos. Mira explained that the fountain was believed to be a gift from the stars themselves, a symbol of eternal peace and unity. As Kale took in the beauty of the fountain, he shared a glimpse of his own culture's reverence for natural wonders. In the heart of his home planet, there lay a vast canyon that, during rare rains, would fill with vibrant blossoms, transforming the barren landscape into a living tapestry. It was a sacred event for his people, a reminder of life's resilience and beauty. Hearing this, Mira felt a profound connection, as if their worlds, despite their differences, were bound by similar threads of reverence for nature's marvels. One evening, as they sat beneath the canopy of stars, Mira sang a melody of her people, a song of gratitude and friendship. The notes floated on the night air, weaving a tapestry of sound that spoke of hope and kinship. Kale listened, his heart swelling with a warmth he had seldom known. In response, he drummed a soft beat upon the earth, a Goric tradition for honoring companions. The rhythm was steady and strong, echoing the heartbeat of the land he loved. In that moment, they understood one another perfectly, their souls speaking a universal language of connection and care. Through their journey, Mira and Kale learned the true essence of friendship, that it was not defined by words or appearances, but by the willingness to understand, to support, and to cherish each other's presence. Their adventures together became tales of unity, celebrated across both Luminara and Kale's home planet. The story of Mira and Kale became a beacon of hope, a reminder that even among the stars, connections could be forged and cherished. As Kale prepared to continue his journey across the stars, there was no sadness in their parting, only a profound sense of fulfillment. They knew that their friendship had woven a lasting bond between their worlds, a testament to the strength found in embracing the unknown with an open heart. Kale promised to return one day, to share more stories and perhaps bring Mira to visit his homeland, allowing her to experience the wonders he had described. Before his departure, Mira handed Kale a small, luminescent flower from her garden, a token of their friendship. "May this guide you back to Luminara," she said with a gentle smile. Kale, deeply touched, promised to keep it safe. And so, with a promise to meet again under the same starlit skies, Mira watched as Kale's spacecraft ascended, leaving a trail of shimmering dust in its wake. The The stars above twinkled in approval, as if acknowledging the beautiful connection that had blossomed between two unlikely companions from worlds apart. In the gentle glow of Luminara's night, Mira wandered back to her garden, her heart alight with the warmth of newfound friendship. She knew that no matter how vast the universe, she and Kale would always share a corner of it, bound by their shared journey and the lessons they had learned together. And in that knowledge, she found peace. Her dreams of the stars now intertwined with the reality of a friendship that spanned the cosmos. Meanwhile, Kale journeyed back to his home planet, where the vibrant blossoms awaited their rare rains. In his heart, he carried the memories of Luminara, the gentle glow of its flora, and the melody of Mira's voice. As he navigated the starry paths, he felt an unbreakable bond, a bridge between two worlds that once seemed light years apart. His adventures continued, but now they were enriched by the promise of a future reunion, a testament to the enduring power of understanding and friendship. As time passed, Mira found herself standing beneath the starlit sky, recalling the tales of the Star Weaver her grandmother had once shared. She realized that she had become a part of that cosmic tapestry, her life now intertwined with Kale's and countless others she had yet to meet. Her understanding of the universe had deepened, not just through exploration, but through the connections she had forged, each one a luminous thread in the vast weave of existence. In the months following Kale's departure, Mira continued her work as a botanist, yet her approach had subtly transformed. She began experimenting with cross-pollinating Luminara's native flora, with seeds Kale had given her from his home planet. The result was a new species of flower, which she named Starglow, a hybrid that combined the luminescence of Luminara's plants with the resilience of Kale's desert flora. These blossoms, with petals that shimmered in a spectrum of colors, became a symbol of unity for the Lyrians, a reminder of the beauty that could be achieved through collaboration and understanding. On her walks through the glowing fields, Mira often encountered other Lyrians who had heard of her friendship with the Goric traveler. They would ask her about Kale, eager to learn of the world beyond their own. Mira's stories inspired a newfound curiosity among her people, sparking discussions about exploring the cosmos and the potential for meeting other beings. It was as if the invisible threads of the Star Weaver's tapestry were slowly drawing the Lyrians into a broader cosmic community. One evening, as Mira sat under a canopy of stars, she received a transmission from Kale. His message was filled with excitement, describing a discovery he had made, a hidden valley on his planet that mirrored the beauty of Luminara's fields. The valley, nestled between two towering cliffs, was a haven of vibrant flowers and fragrant breezes, untouched by time. Kale invited Mira to visit, to witness the wonders of his world firsthand. The prospect of journeying to Kale's planet filled Mira with both excitement and apprehension. She had never traveled beyond Luminara. The thought of leaving her familiar world was daunting. Yet the pull of adventure, the chance to see the universe through Kale's eyes, was irresistible. Her dreams of exploring the stars, once intangible, were now within reach. With the support of her fellow Lyrians, Mira began preparations for her journey. Her people, inspired by her courage, gifted her with a small spaceship, crafted with the same luminescent materials that characterize Luminara's flora. Its hull glowed softly, a beacon of hope and exploration. As she embarked on her voyage, Mira felt a profound sense of purpose. She was not just journeying to another world. She was carrying the legacy of her grandmother's stories, the dreams of her people, and the promise of friendship with Kale. Each star she passed was a reminder of the connections she had forged, the invisible threads that bound her to the cosmos. Upon her arrival on Kale's planet, Mira was greeted by a landscape vastly different from her own. The air was dry and warm, filled with the earthy scent of desert blooms. As Kale guided her through the hidden valley, Mira marveled at the vibrant blossoms that painted the canyon floor. It was a living tapestry, much like the one her grandmother had described in the tales of the Star Weaver. In the heart of the valley, Kale showed Mira a small grove where he had planted seeds from Luminara. The plants had taken root, their glow a gentle light in the desert dusk. Together, they tended to the garden, their hands working in unison, a testament to the enduring bond they shared. In the evenings, they would sit beneath the stars, exchanging stories and dreams. Mira sang songs of the Lyrians, while Kale shared the rhythms of his people, their voices blending in harmony. The once vast distance between their worlds had vanished, replaced by a shared understanding and a deep connection. Through their journey, Mira and Kale discovered that the universe was not just a collection of stars and planets, but a tapestry of lives, each thread a story waiting to be told. Their friendship had become a new legend, a tale of unity that transcended the boundaries of space and time. As Mira prepared to return to Luminara, she felt a sense of fulfillment, knowing that her journey had only just begun. The stars above twinkled in approval, a reminder that the cosmos was vast and full of possibilities. With Kale by her side, she knew that no matter where her path led, she would always have a friend in the stars, a beacon of hope and understanding in the vast universe. Story 3. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the air was sweet with the scent of honeysuckle and the ground was a soft carpet of emerald moss, there lived a peculiar assortment of creatures, each with their own whimsical wonders. The forest was a place where light danced joyfully through the leaves, and every creature, from the tiniest ant to the tallest tree, had a story to tell. Among these enchanting beings was a rabbit named Pippin, whose ears were so long and floppy that he often tripped over them. Pippin had a coat of the softest gray, with a patch of white around his left eye that resembled a tiny cloud. He was known for his boundless curiosity and his knack for getting into the most delightful kinds of trouble. One sunny morning, as the dew sparkled like tiny diamonds on the grass, Pippin hopped out of his burrow with a spring in his step. Today was the day of the Great Feather Festival, a celebration held once a year when the magical birds of the forest shed their most beautiful feathers in a riot of colors. These feathers were used to weave the most splendid tapestries that adorned the forest's grandest trees. Pippin's best friend, a wise old turtle named Grumble, was waiting for him by the babbling brook. Grumble was not your average turtle. His shell shimmered with an iridescent sheen that changed colors with his mood, and today it glowed a cheerful shade of turquoise. "Good morning, Pippin," rumbled Grumble, his voice as deep and soothing as the brook itself. "Are you ready for the festival?" "Oh, I can't wait, Grumble," Pippin exclaimed, his eyes wide with excitement. "I want to find the most extraordinary feather this year." With a twinkle in his eye, Grumble nodded, and together they set off on the winding path through the woods. As they walked, birds chirped overhead, and the leaves whispered secrets only the forest knew. The path meandered through ancient oaks, whose bark was etched with the stories of countless seasons. The sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor that seemed to dance along with Pippin's eager steps. Pippin paused occasionally to admire the sapphire-blue dragonflies that flitted around the wildflowers, their wings a blur of iridescent color. As they approached the clearing where the festival was to be held, a curious sight met their eyes. The clearing was filled with creatures of all kinds: foxes, deer, squirrels, and hedgehogs, all gathered in a circle, murmuring in confusion. In the center of the circle stood a peculiar figure, a tiny sprightly gnome named Whimsy, whose beard was braided with wildflowers and whose hat was topped with a spinning weather vane. Whimsy was a renowned magician known for his playful tricks and cheerful demeanor, but today he seemed rather flustered. "What's the matter, Whimsy?" Pippin asked, hopping closer. Whimsy looked up, his eyes twinkling despite his dilemma. "Ah, Pippin, it's a bit of a conundrum," he said, scratching his head under his whimsical hat. "You see, I was preparing a surprise for the festival, a spell that would make the feathers glow with light. But I've lost my enchanted feather, the one that anchors the spell." The crowd gasped in unison. Without the enchanted feather, the festival would lose its luminous magic. Pippin's heart swelled with determination. "Don't worry, Whimsy. We'll find it," he declared, his floppy ears bouncing with resolve. Grumble nodded sagely beside him. "Indeed, a problem shared is a problem halved. Let us think creatively." With Pippin leading the charge, the creatures of the forest began their search. They peeked under mushrooms, rustled through bushes, and even asked the trees if they had seen the missing feather. But as the sun began its slow descent, there was still no sign of it. Just as hope seemed to be fading, Pippin had an idea. "What if we ask the wind?" he suggested, his eyes bright with inspiration. The wind, gentle and playful, had been a long-time friend of the forest. Pippin scampered to the top of a hill where the breeze was strongest and called out, "Oh, mighty wind, have you seen Whimsy's enchanted feather?" The wind swirled around him, rustling his fur and dancing through the trees. And then, in a voice like a soft sigh, it whispered, "Follow the rainbow." "A rainbow! How delightful!" Pippin and Grumble hurried back to the clearing, where they found that a soft rain had begun to fall, and with it, a glorious rainbow arched across the sky. With newfound hope, they followed the rainbow's arc, leading them deeper into the forest. The path became a tapestry of vibrant hues, each color more radiant than the last. As they neared the end of the rainbow, the air was filled with the sweet scent of clover and the gentle hum of bees. There, nestled in a patch of sun-dappled clover, was the enchanted feather, glistening like a shard of sunlight. It was a vivid deep blue, shimmering with an inner light that seemed to pulse with the rhythm of the forest. As Pippin picked up the feather carefully, he noticed a faint trail of golden dust leading away from the clover patch. Curious, Pippin and Grumble decided to follow it, wondering if it might lead them to more wonders hidden within the forest. The trail led them to a secluded grove, where the air was filled with the soft, melodious hum of 1,000 tiny voices. In the center of the grove stood a tree unlike any other, its bark a deep, rich mahogany, and its leaves glowing with a gentle, silvery light. This was the Tree of Whispers, a sacred tree known to house the secrets of the forest. Pippin approached cautiously and laid the enchanted feather at the base of the tree. As he did, the whispers grew louder, and the tree's leaves began to shimmer with an ethereal glow. A gentle breeze swirled around them, carrying with it a message that seemed to speak directly to Pippin's heart. "Remember, young Pippin," the whispers seemed to say, "the magic of the forest lies not in its wonders, but in the bonds we share and the courage we find within ourselves." With this newfound wisdom, Pippin felt a sense of peace wash over him. He realized that the journey they had embarked upon was more than just a quest for a feather. It was a journey of self-discovery and friendship. They returned to the festival, where Whimsy gratefully accepted the feather, his eyes twinkling with gratitude. With a flourish, Whimsy completed his spell, and the feathers began to glow, casting a warm, radiant light that filled the clearing with colors more vibrant than anyone had ever seen. As the festival carried on into the night, laughter and music filled the air, and Pippin and Grumble sat side by side, watching the magical display with contentment. "You see, Pippin," Grumble said softly, "sometimes the answers we seek are found in the most unexpected places, and with a little help from our friends." Pippin nodded, his heart full of happiness and the warmth of friendship. The forest, once again, was alive with the joyous magic of togetherness. As the stars twinkled above, everyone knew that this would be a festival to remember. As the evening deepened, Pippin noticed an elder fox named Rundle, who was known for his wisdom and stories of old. Rundle approached Pippin and Grumble, his amber eyes gleaming in the flickering light of the festival. "Ah, young Pippin," Rundle began, his voice carrying the weight of many seasons, "I see you've had quite the adventure today." Pippin nodded eagerly. "Yes, Mr. Rundle, we followed a rainbow and found the enchanted feather." Rundle chuckled softly. "The forest has a way of guiding those who listen. But tell me, what did the Tree of Whispers reveal to you?" Pippin thought for a moment, recalling the gentle words that had touched his heart. "It taught me that the true magic lies in our friendships and the bravery we find within ourselves." Rundle nodded approvingly. "Wise words indeed. Remember, young one, that every creature in this forest, every leaf, every brook, has a part to play in the tapestry of life. And it is the bonds we forge that make our journey worthwhile." Pippin felt a warmth spread through him, as if he were wrapped in a blanket of understanding. "Thank you, Mr. Rundle. I'll remember that." Rundle then shared a tale of another festival long ago, when the forest faced a great drought. It was the unity of the creatures, pooling their resources and wisdom, that brought the rains back. His story painted a vivid picture of the forest's resilience and the power of community, further deepening Pippin's appreciation for his woodland home. As the night wore on, the festival continued with stories, dances, and songs that echoed through the woods. The creatures of Whispering Woods, united in celebration, knew that the magic they shared was not just in the glowing feathers or the enchanting spells, but in the connections they fostered. And so, under the canopy of the moonlit sky, they danced and sang, their hearts light and their spirits high, until the first light of dawn kissed the treetops and the world was at peace. As the first rays of sunlight broke through the trees, casting a golden glow on the clearing, Pippin felt a gentle nudge against his side. It was Grumble, who had noticed the glimmer of something unusual caught in the dewdrops on a nearby leaf. "Look, Pippin," Grumble murmured, gesturing with his head. Pippin hopped over, curious. There, nestled among the leaves, was a small, intricately carved amulet of jade, shimmering with an otherworldly light. It was adorned with symbols that seemed to shift and change, telling stories of ancient times and forgotten lore. Where did this come from? Pippin wondered aloud, his voice filled with awe. Grumble studied the amulet closely, his eyes reflecting the wisdom of the ages. "This, my dear friend, is a relic from the forest's past. It has chosen to reveal itself to you, perhaps as a token of gratitude for your bravery and kindness." Pippin felt a profound sense of connection to the forest, as if he were a part of its living tapestry. He carefully picked up the amulet, feeling its warmth seep into his paw. As the festival wound down and the creatures began to disperse, Pippin and Grumble lingered by the brook, the amulet between them. Pippin knew that this was more than just a relic. It was a reminder of the day's adventures and the bonds that had been strengthened. With a heart full of gratitude, Pippin looked at Grumble, who was now gazing thoughtfully at the amulet. "Thank you for being with me, Grumble," he said softly. "I couldn't have done it without you." Grumble's shell shimmered with a contented golden hue. "And thank you, Pippin, for reminding me of the joys of discovery and the strength of friendship." As they sat by the brook, the world around them seemed to hum with life, each sound and sight a testament to the forest's enduring magic. The Whispering Woods, with its secrets and wonders, had given Pippin and Grumble a day to cherish, a story to tell, and a friendship that would forever light their paths. And so, with the dawn's gentle glow embracing them, they whispered their own thanks to the forest, knowing that the journey was only just beginning. Story 4. In the quaint village of Elderglen, where the cobblestone streets wound like a forgotten melody through cottages draped in ivy, and the air was thick with the scent of lilacs and fresh-baked bread, life seemed to move at a gentler pace. Each market day was a festival of colors and sounds, with stalls overflowing with ripe fruits and handcrafted delights, and the laughter of children echoing like a playful song. The sun would rise gently, casting a golden hue over the village, and as the day wore on, the sky often took on a soft lavender tint, mingling with the scent of the lilacs to create a backdrop of serene beauty. At the heart of this village, standing resolute between whispering woods and rolling hills, was the beloved bookstore known as the Whispering Pages. Its wooden sign, though weathered and creaky, was a beacon for those seeking stories and solace. The windows, frosted with the dust of ages, held a mysterious allure that drew passers-by like moths to a flame. Inside, the scent of lavender and old parchment blended with the comforting aroma of pine, creating a sanctuary for dreamers and seekers alike. The shelves, lined with books of all sizes and ages, seemed to lean inwards as if listening to the secrets and stories shared within their pages. The store was tended by Mrs. Wren, an elder whose very presence seemed to embody the essence of the stories she safeguarded. Her eyes sparkled with the knowledge of countless tales, and her hands, though delicate, held the strength of one who had turned many a page. Her shawl, smelling faintly of lavender, draped around her shoulders like a beloved heirloom, and her silver hair was always impeccably pinned, as though she were a character from one of her cherished novels. Mrs. Wren had a way of knowing just what story each visitor needed, and her gentle guidance often led them to unexpected discoveries. Among the villagers, Clara was a figure of fascination. Known for her boundless curiosity and the way she found the extraordinary in the mundane, she was often seen with her auburn hair tied back with a ribbon, her cheeks rosy from the adventures that took her to the edge of the village. There, she collected vibrant leaves and curious stones, each one a token of her small, cherished journeys. Clara's room was a treasure trove of these collected wonders, each one with a story she eagerly shared with anyone who would listen. Her heart was open, and her spirit seemed to dance with the potential of the unknown. One blustery autumn afternoon, as leaves danced in the wind like nature's confetti, Clara found herself drawn to the whispering pages. The bell above the door chimed a soft, welcoming note as she entered, the warmth of the bookstore enveloping her like a familiar embrace. Her fingers traced the spines of well-loved books, each one a promise of adventure. It was here, amid the aisles of stories, that she discovered a peculiar book, a small, faded green leather tome, nearly hidden by larger volumes. Intrigued, Clara pulled it from the shelf. Its pages were blank, yet as she prepared to close it, a soft rustle, like the whisper of autumn leaves, filled the air. Words began to appear, swirling into a delicate script. To the one who seeks with an open heart, this book shall reveal its part. Clara's eyes widened with wonder as she hurried to find Mrs. Wren, who was arranging a display of bookmarks, each hand-painted with scenes of distant lands. The elder looked over her glasses, a smile spreading across her face as she recognized the book. "Ah, you found the Book of Whispers," she said, her voice a soothing melody. "It appears only to those with the heart to see beyond the ordinary." "What does it do?" Clara asked, her voice a blend of curiosity and awe. Mrs. Wren chuckled softly, her eyes twinkling. "It reveals secrets of the world, dear Clara, but only if you listen carefully and use them for good." Clara nodded, her heart alight with a thrill of discovery. She thanked Mrs. Wren, tucking the book under her arm as she left, eager to uncover its secrets. As she stepped into the crisp autumn air, the village seemed to hum with possibilities, each moment ripe with potential. In the days that followed, Clara devoted every spare moment to the Book of Whispers. Its pages began to fill with stories and maps, tales of hidden places and forgotten treasures. Among these stories was one of particular intrigue, a tale of an ancient forest that held the heart of the village in its roots. The forest, once vibrant and filled with magic, had fallen into a deep slumber. Only a true friend of nature, the book hinted, could awaken it. Determined to help, Clara resolved to venture into the forest. She packed a small satchel with essentials, a flask of water, a few apples, and of course the Book of Whispers. As she stepped into the woods, the air seemed to hum with an ancient melody, and the trees swayed as if in gentle greeting. The earthy scent of moss and fallen leaves enveloped her, each step a whisper of the stories yet to be written. The path was winding and overgrown, yet Clara felt no fear. She was joined by two unexpected companions, Sage, a wise old owl whose feathers were as soft as down and whose eyes gleamed like amber, and Nutmeg, a sprightly squirrel whose bushy tail twitched with excitement. Sage, a guardian of the forest, carried the weight of years in his gaze, while Nutmeg's playful spirit was a beacon of joy and loyalty. "Clara, we've been waiting for you," Sage hooted softly, his voice as gentle as the rustling leaves. "The forest has long awaited a friend like you." Nutmeg chattered in agreement, holding a small acorn in his tiny paws. "We'll guide you to the heart of the forest," he promised, his eyes bright with mischief and kindness. Together, they delved deeper into the woods. Sage shared tales of the forest's history, stories of ancient creatures and forgotten magic that once thrived beneath the canopy. Clara marveled at Nutmeg's acrobatic leaps from branch to branch, his laughter a joyful melody that filled the air. The forest was alive with the songs of birds and the rustle of unseen creatures, each adding their voice to nature's symphony. As they neared the forest's heart, the trees grew taller and their trunks wider, their roots weaving intricate patterns beneath the earth. They arrived at a clearing where an ancient oak stood, its bark etched with symbols and its branches heavy with golden leaves. "This is the heart tree," Sage explained. "It holds the spirit of the forest, but it has been asleep for many years." Clara approached the tree, her heart filled with awe and purpose. She placed her hand on the rough bark, listening to the whispers of the forest. The Book of Whispers fluttered open in her satchel, revealing a single line of text. "Speak with kindness, listen with care, awaken the heart with love to share." Understanding the message, Clara spoke softly to the tree, her words infused with friendship and hope. "Dear Heart Tree, we seek to awaken your spirit and restore the forest's magic. Let us be your friends, and we shall care for you with all our hearts." As her voice faded, a gentle breeze stirred the leaves, and a warm glow spread from the heart tree. The ground trembled slightly, and a soft, harmonious hum filled the air. The forest began to awaken, its colors deepening, its energy returning. Sage and Nutmeg watched with delight, their eyes shining with gratitude. "You've done it, Clara," Sage said, his voice filled with admiration. "The forest is alive once more, thanks to your kindness and courage." Clara beamed, her heart swelling with joy. She knew this was only the beginning of her adventures with the forest and its magical inhabitants. Together, they would care for the woods, ensuring its enchantment endured for generations. Before they left, Sage guided Clara to a hidden grove where vibrant flowers bloomed, their petals shimmering in the twilight. "This is a gift from the forest," Sage said, presenting Clara with a small glowing seed. "Plant this in your village, and let it be a reminder of the bond between our worlds." As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of orange and purple, Clara, Sage, and Nutmeg returned to the village, their hearts light and spirits high. The Book of Whispers rested in Clara's satchel, its pages now filled with stories of friendship, wisdom, and the gentle power of nature. Back in the village, Clara planted the glowing seed in the center square. Within days, it grew into a magnificent tree, its leaves a vibrant tapestry of colors that changed with the seasons, a living testament to the bond she had forged. In the heart of Elderglen, the stories of the enchanted forest were told and retold, a testament to the magic within the ordinary and the extraordinary power of a kind heart. As the village lights twinkled in the night, Clara knew her journey was just beginning. She had found a home in the Whispering Woods, a place that would forever be a part of her story. In the months that followed, Clara's relationship with the forest deepened. She often returned, guided by Sage and accompanied by Nutmeg, exploring hidden groves and discovering forgotten pathways. Each visit revealed new wonders, glades where wildflowers danced in the breeze, streams that sang their own gentle songs, and ancient stones that hummed with the energy of bygone days. One afternoon, as Clara sat beneath the heart tree, she was visited by a dreamlike vision. She saw the village of Elderglen not as it was, but as it could be, a place where the harmony between humanity and nature was celebrated, where stories of old mingled with new tales of unity and growth. The vision was so vivid, so full of promise, that Clara knew it was no mere dream but a calling. Determined to bring this vision to life, Clara confided in Mrs. Wren, seeking her wisdom. Together, they devised a plan to create a festival that would honor the bond between the village and the forest. It would be a day of storytelling and song, of art and dance, where villagers and creatures of the woods could come together to celebrate their shared world. As word of the festival spread, excitement filled Elderglen. Villagers began preparing costumes inspired by the forest's inhabitants, and musicians practiced tunes that echoed the sounds of the woods. Clara, with the help of Sage and Nutmeg, created a map of the forest's most enchanting spots, inviting all to explore and discover its beauty. The day of the festival dawned bright and clear, the air alive with anticipation. As villagers and forest creatures gathered in the square, the newly sprouted tree Clara had planted stood at the center, its branches adorned with ribbons and lanterns. The Book of Whispers, now a cherished relic, was placed at the base of the tree, a symbol of the stories that had brought them all together. Throughout the day, laughter and music filled the air, and as night fell, the village square was aglow with the gentle light of lanterns and fireflies. Clara watched as humans and creatures alike danced and celebrated, their joy a tangible thread that wove through the hearts of all present. In that moment, Clara realized that the true magic of the Book of Whispers was not just in revealing hidden secrets, but in teaching her the power of connection and community. She had found her place in the world, a bridge between the ordinary and the extraordinary, and she knew that as long as she listened with an open heart, her story, and the stories of those around her, would continue to grow and flourish. As the festival drew to a close and the villagers returned to their homes, Clara stood beneath the heart tree, her heart full. The forest had awakened to her call, and she had awakened to its endless possibilities. Together they had forged a bond that would stand the test of time, a living testament to the beauty of a world united in harmony and love. And so, in the quiet moments as the village settled into slumber, Clara whispered her gratitude to the stars above and the earth beneath her feet, knowing that her adventure was far from over. With the Book of Whispers as her guide and the forest as her muse, she was ready to embrace whatever wonders the future held. As the seasons turned, the festival became an annual tradition, each year bringing new stories and deeper connections between the villagers and the forest. Clara's vision of Elderglen as a place of harmony blossomed, with the village and the forest thriving together. The Book of Whispers continued to guide her and others, revealing secrets and fostering understanding between the world of people and the world of nature. One evening, as Clara sat by the flickering firelight, she noticed a new entry forming in the Book of Whispers. It was an invitation, beckoning her to explore beyond the borders of Elderglen, to share the stories and lessons she had learned with other villages and forests. It was a call to spread the harmony she had found, to inspire others to forge their own bonds with the natural world. Clara felt a thrill of excitement, mixed with a pang of longing for the familiar comfort of Elderglen. Yet, she knew that this was the next step in her journey, a chance to weave new stories and create new connections. She resolved to embark on this adventure, with Sage and Nutmeg at her side, each step a new chapter in the unfolding tale of her life. As she packed her satchel once more, this time with the Book of Whispers and the memories of Elderglen, Clara felt a deep sense of peace. She understood that the true magic of stories lay in their ability to bring people together, to bridge gaps and create understanding. With this knowledge, she set out into the world, ready to share the whispers of the forest and the heart of Elderglen with all who would listen. And so Clara's story continued, a living testament to the power of kindness, courage, and the enduring magic of a whispering heart. Story 5. In the heart of the ancient whispering woods, where the sunlight filtered through a canopy of emerald leaves and the air was imbued with the earthy scent of moss and damp soil, a hidden world thrived. Here, beneath the watchful eyes of towering oak and whispering willow, lived creatures whose lives intertwined with the rhythms of nature, creating a delicate balance that sustained the forest's magic. The forest was not merely a collection of trees and creatures, but a living entity with a soul as old as time itself. Each rustle of leaves, each drop of dew shimmering on a spider's web, whispered secrets of ages past. The forest floor, a rich tapestry of moss and fallen leaves, cushioned the steps of its inhabitants, while the gentle babbling of streams provided a soothing melody that echoed through the woods. At the center of this world was a wise old tortoise named Alden, whose shell was etched with the stories of the forest's past. Alden's eyes, deep as the forest pools, held the wisdom of centuries. His slow, deliberate movements mirrored the steady passage of time, and with each step he carried the knowledge passed down from his ancestors. Alden was the keeper of tales, and in his presence the creatures of the forest found comfort and guidance. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned fiery shades of amber and gold, Alden gathered the forest creatures for their seasonal meeting. The air was cool and carried the faint scent of wood smoke, hinting at the coming winter. Squirrels perched on branches, their bushy tails twitching with anticipation, while rabbits nestled among the fallen leaves, their ears attentive. Even the birds, with their vibrant plumage, joined the assembly, their melodies filling the air with a gentle chorus. Alden began to speak in a voice as smooth as the river's flow. "My dear friends, as the seasons change, so too must we adapt and prepare. The forest thrives on balance, and each of us plays a part in preserving this harmony." From among the crowd, a young fox named Leora stepped forward. Her fur was as red as the autumn leaves, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Elder Alden," she asked, her voice soft yet eager, "how do we ensure the balance remains, especially as the winds grow colder and food becomes scarce?" Alden smiled, his expression warm and reassuring. "The balance is maintained through understanding and cooperation. Each of us has a role to play, and by working together, we can ensure that the forest continues to flourish." The creatures listened intently as Alden recounted stories of past winters, of times when the forest creatures had banded together to share resources, ensuring that none went hungry. He spoke of how the trees shed their leaves to blanket the earth, protecting seeds and roots until the warmth of spring returned. He told of the streams that carried life-giving water, even in the coldest months, and of the snow that blanketed the forest, providing insulation for the creatures who burrowed beneath. As Alden's tale unfolded, the forest seemed to listen as well. The wind whispered through the branches, and the leaves rustled in agreement. The sun began its descent, casting a golden glow over the gathering, and the creatures felt a profound sense of connection to the world around them. In the days that followed, Leora, inspired by Alden's words, took it upon herself to help prepare for the coming winter. She gathered nuts and berries, storing them in hidden caches, and shared her findings with those in need. Her kindness and resourcefulness did not go unnoticed, and soon other creatures followed her example. The forest buzzed with activity as animals worked together, guided by the lessons of the past. Birds flew far and wide, scouting for food and sharing their discoveries. The squirrels, with their nimble paws, gathered acorns and seeds, while the rabbits dug warm burrows beneath the earth. Even the trees seemed to lean closer, their branches entwining to offer shelter. As the first snowflakes began to fall, dusting the forest in a soft white blanket, Alden watched with quiet pride. The creatures had embraced the wisdom of the forest, and in doing so, they had ensured their survival. The forest, in turn, responded with a gentle hum of contentment, its magic woven into every leaf, every stream, and every breath of air. Winter settled over the whispering woods, and with it came a serene stillness. The forest, now cloaked in snow, was a world transformed, a testament to the resilience and harmony of its inhabitants. Beneath the frosty canopy, the creatures rested, their hearts warm with the knowledge that they were never alone. As the first light of dawn kissed the snow-covered branches, an unexpected visitor arrived. It was a young lynx, her fur thick and spotted, her eyes reflecting the forest's quiet strength. A stranger to these woods, she had wandered far, driven by an instinctive pull towards something greater than herself. The lynx, whose name was Seraphine, was both cautious and curious. She had heard tales of the Whispering Woods, a sanctuary where harmony reigned, and where every creature had a voice. Her journey had been long and arduous, through valleys shrouded in mist and across rivers with treacherous currents. But something in her heart had guided her here, to this place where the very air seemed to hum with ancient magic. Seraphine approached Alden with a respectful nod, her movements graceful and deliberate. "Elder Alden," she began, her voice rich and melodious, "I seek a place where I can belong, where my skills as a hunter can contribute to the balance of the forest." Alden's gaze met hers, and in that moment an unspoken understanding passed between them. He saw in her the strength of the wild and the gentle spirit that resonated with the forest's own soul. "You are welcome here, Seraphine," Alden replied, his voice carrying the weight of acceptance and hope. "In these woods, every creature has a part to play. Your presence is a gift, and your instincts will guide you." With the inclusion of Seraphine, the forest's dynamic shifted subtly. Her keen eyes and swift reflexes helped the smaller creatures feel safer, knowing a guardian prowled the perimeters. Her wisdom, gleaned from her travels, became a valuable asset to the community, and her stories of distant lands enriched the tapestry of tales that Alden wove. The Whispering Woods once again demonstrated its remarkable ability to adapt and grow, embracing new life while honoring the old ways. And as the cycle of the seasons continued, this ancient sanctuary remained a beacon of balance and beauty, a living testament to the enduring magic of nature and the strength found in unity. As winter deepened, the forest's magic continued to weave its tale, and the creatures found themselves drawn closer together by the warmth of shared purpose. One evening, as twilight draped the woods in shades of indigo and silver, Leora invited Seraphine to join her on a patrol along the forest's edge. The snow crunched softly under their paws, and their breath formed misty clouds in the crisp air. "Tell me, Seraphine," Leora began, her voice curious and kind, "what is it that you seek in these woods? What dreams carry you forward?" Seraphine paused, her gaze drifting to the horizon where the first stars twinkled against the darkening sky. "I have always sought a place where I belong," she replied, her tone thoughtful. a place where my instincts and skills can be more than just survival tools, where they can be part of something greater. In my travels, I've seen many worlds, but none as harmonious as this. Leora nodded, understanding the yearning in Seraphine's words. You're not alone in that desire, she said, offering a reassuring smile. We all seek connection and purpose. Here, amidst the whispering trees and flowing streams, I believe we find it by being part of this living tapestry. As they walked, the forest seemed to respond to their conversation, the branches swaying gently as if acknowledging their shared dreams. The two friends continued their patrol, weaving through the shadows and light, their bond growing stronger with each step. The whispering woods, under the watchful gaze of the moon, embraced its inhabitants with a quiet, enduring grace. It was a place where every creature, whether native or newcomer, found a role to play, a song to sing in the chorus of life. And as the forest slept, wrapped in the tranquility of winter, it dreamt of spring and the endless cycle of renewal that awaited them all. One day, amidst the soft whispers of falling snow, a new scene unfolded. A group of young deer, led by a doe named Alara, approached Alden. Her eyes, wide and sincere, reflected the innocence and eagerness of youth. Elder Alden, she implored, her voice a gentle lilt, we wish to learn the stories of the forest, to carry them forward to the next generation. Alden, his heart warmed by the request, nodded with a knowing smile. Gather round, and I shall tell you of the great migration, he said, his voice a soft, flowing river of words. As the creatures settled in a circle, Alden began weaving a tale of ancient times when the forest was young and the world was full of wonder. He spoke of the first creatures to inhabit the woods, of their journeys across vast landscapes, and of the bonds they formed with the land and each other. As the story unfolded, the young deer listened with rapt attention, their imaginations painting vivid pictures of the past. Alden's words were not just tales of history, but lessons of unity and perseverance. The tale of the Great Migration became a bridge connecting them to the forest's rich legacy, a legacy they would one day pass on. The forest listened too, its branches swaying gently as though echoing the rhythm of the story. The sun dipped lower, casting long shadows across the snow, and as Alden concluded his tale, a profound silence enveloped the gathering, a silence filled with the promise of continuity and the strength of shared memories. In that moment, the whispering woods transcended the boundaries of time, its stories and wisdom echoing through the ages, binding its inhabitants in a tapestry of life that was as enduring as the forest itself. Days turned into weeks, and the forest seemed to hold its breath in the silent embrace of winter. The creatures, nestled in their warm shelters, found moments of reflection and introspection. The stories shared around the fires, the songs sung under the moonlit sky, all became threads in the intricate fabric of their community. One quiet evening, as snowflakes danced playfully in the air, Seraphine found herself drawn to a secluded glade deep within the forest. It was a place where the trees stood tall, their branches forming a majestic canopy that seemed to touch the sky. Here in the heart of the forest, she felt the pulse of life, a rhythmic heartbeat that resonated with her own. As she stood there, she sensed a presence, intangible yet familiar. It was the spirit of the forest, an ancient consciousness that whispered in the rustle of leaves and the sigh of the wind. In this sacred space, Seraphine felt a connection that transcended the physical, a bond that spoke to her soul. In that moment, she understood her role in the forest's eternal cycle. She was not just a hunter or a protector, she was a guardian of stories, a keeper of dreams. Her journey had brought her to this place, not by chance, but by destiny, a destiny intertwined with the whispering woods. As she returned to the heart of the forest, her mind was filled with a new sense of purpose. The stories of the forest, the wisdom of the elders, all became a part of her, guiding her steps and shaping her path. The forest, with its ancient magic and timeless beauty, continued to weave its tale, a story of harmony and unity, of resilience and renewal. And as the winter nights gave way to the promise of spring, the creatures of the whispering woods knew that they were part of something greater, a living tapestry that spanned the ages, a legacy of life and love that would endure for all time. As the forest began to stir from its winter slumber, a new chapter unfolded. The first hints of spring were visible in the tight buds on branches, ready to burst forth with vibrant life. The air, still crisp, carried the promise of warmer days, and the creatures began to emerge from their winter retreats, eager to welcome the new season. One bright morning, as the sun ascended higher in the sky, casting its warm light upon the forest, Leora and Seraphine embarked on a journey to the northern glade, a place of rare beauty, where wildflowers bloomed in a riot of colors each spring. It was a tradition among the forest's inhabitants to visit the glade as the first blooms appeared, a celebration of life's renewal and the enduring cycle of nature. As they made their way through the forest, the sound of a distant waterfall grew louder, its roar mingling with the chirping of birds and the rustling of leaves. The path was lined with ferns, their fronds unfurling to greet the sun, and the air was alive with the scent of fresh earth and burgeoning greenery. Upon reaching the glade, Leora and Seraphine were greeted by a breathtaking sight. A carpet of wildflowers stretched before them, a sea of blues, purples, and golds swaying gently in the breeze. The sunlight played upon the petals, creating a dance of colors that seemed to pulse with the forest's magic. As they stood amidst the flowers, a sense of peace enveloped them. Here in this sacred space, the forest's beauty was laid bare, a reminder of the strength and resilience of life. Leora, with her innate curiosity, knelt to examine a particularly vibrant bloom, her eyes wide with wonder. "It's as if the forest is painting its own masterpiece," she mused, her voice filled with awe. Seraphine, her heart full of gratitude, nodded in agreement. "Indeed, this is the forest's gift to us, a reminder of the beauty that surrounds us and the magic that resides within." Their time in the glade was a moment of reflection, a chance to appreciate the journey they had undertaken and the bonds they had forged. As they made their way back, their minds were filled with the promise of the season and the knowledge that the forest, in its infinite wisdom, would continue to guide and nurture them. The whispering woods, with its rich tapestry of life, had once again revealed its secrets, offering hope and renewal to all who called it home. As spring unfolded, the creatures of the forest embraced the new season with open hearts, ready to write the next chapter in their timeless story. 6. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the towering trees whispered secrets to the wind and the streams sang lullabies to the stones, there lay a hidden world brimming with life and enchantment. This was a place where the rustle of leaves was a language unto itself, and the creatures of the forest lived in harmony, guided by the wisdom of the ages. As dawn brushed the sky with strokes of soft pink and gold, a gentle mist curled around the roots of the great oaks and pines. In a cozy burrow beneath the roots of the oldest oak, a family of rabbits stirred awake. The air was cool and fresh, carrying the earthy scent of moss and the sweet promise of wildflowers. The youngest rabbit, a curious little one named Brindle, twitched his nose eagerly. Today felt special, as if the very forest was waiting to reveal a secret. Brindle bounded out into the dappled sunlight, where the air was alive with the calls of birds and the gentle hum of bees. The forest floor, carpeted with crisp leaves and soft ferns, felt cool under his paws. His mother, a wise and gentle soul named Willow, watched him with a smile, her eyes as warm as the sunlit earth. "Remember, Brindle," Willow advised softly, "the forest has its own ways. Listen and watch, for there is much to learn from those who have walked these paths before us." Brindle nodded, his eyes wide with excitement as he set off on his morning adventure. The forest, with its tapestry of sounds and scents, seemed to embrace him as he wandered deeper into its heart. He paused by a babbling brook, its clear water glistening like liquid crystals in the morning light. Tiny fish darted beneath its surface, their scales flashing silver and gold. Nearby, an ancient tortoise named Elder Moss was sunning himself on a smooth, warm rock. His shell was covered in patterns that told stories of many seasons past. Brindle approached respectfully, knowing that Elder Moss was one of the wisest inhabitants of the forest. "Good morning, Elder Moss," Brindle chirped politely. The tortoise opened one eye, his gaze as deep and steady as the forest itself. "Ah, young Brindle," he rumbled in his slow, thoughtful voice. "What brings you to the brook so early?" "I'm trying to learn the secrets of the forest," Brindle replied earnestly. "Mother says there's wisdom here, passed down through generations." Elder Moss chuckled, a sound like pebbles rolling gently in the stream. Indeed, there is much wisdom in this forest, he said. Everything in nature has its place and purpose. We are all connected, and it is in this balance that harmony is found. As the sun climbed higher, warming the earth and coaxing the flowers to open their colorful faces, Brindle continued on his journey. He marveled at the dance of the butterflies, their wings like stained glass windows fluttering in the breeze, and watched as a family of deer grazed quietly in a sun-dappled glade. It was then that he noticed something unusual, a shimmering light glancing through the trees, like 1,000 tiny stars caught in the branches. Drawn by its beauty, Brindle followed the light to a small clearing where the forest seemed to hold its breath. In the center of the clearing stood a majestic tree, its bark silvered with age and its branches heavy with delicate blossoms that glimmered with an ethereal light. This was the heart tree, revered by all creatures as the source of the forest's magic and vitality. Brindle gazed in awe as the blossoms released a gentle, sparkling mist into the air. It swirled around him, filling the clearing with a fragrance that was sweet and comforting, like honey and fresh rain. As he breathed in, he felt a deep sense of peace and belonging, as if the forest was whispering its secrets directly to his heart. At that moment, a soft voice filled the air, gentle as a summer breeze. It was the voice of the heart tree, ancient and wise. "Young Brindle, you seek to understand the harmony of our world," it spoke. "Remember, we are all but threads in the tapestry of nature. Each creature, each plant, and even the weather itself plays a role in the balance. Cherish and protect this balance, and you will preserve the magic of the forest for generations to come." Brindle nodded, his heart swelling with gratitude and understanding. He realized now that the beauty of the forest was not just in its sights and sounds, but in the harmony and balance that sustained it. He returned to his burrow that evening, the stars twinkling through the canopy above, feeling the warmth of their ancient light. As he nestled close to his family, the gentle rhythm of the forest lulled him into a peaceful sleep. Brindle's dreams were filled with the enchanting dance of the blossoms, the murmur of the brook, and the wise, comforting voice of the heart tree. And so the forest continued its timeless dance, a living symphony of life and magic, where each creature, from the smallest ant to the grandest tree, played its part in the wondrous cycle of nature. And in this harmony, the forest thrived, a testament to the wisdom passed down through generations and the gentle balance that held all things together. Story 7. Once upon a time, nestled deep within the heart of an ancient forest, there thrived a realm where the boundaries between reality and magic intertwined seamlessly. This verdant sanctuary, untouched by the encroaching grasp of civilization, was a tapestry woven from the threads of nature's harmonious symphony. Beneath the canopy of towering evergreens, whose emerald boughs filtered the golden rays of sunlight, dwelled a myriad of creatures, each playing their part in the intricate dance of life. The gentle rustling of leaves whispered secrets shared by the ancient oaks, while the gurgling stream sang a soothing melody, lulling the forest's inhabitants into a tranquil rhythm. Among the denizens of this enchanted realm were the wise old oak trees, their gnarled bark etched with the stories of countless seasons. Their roots stretched deep into the earth, intertwining with the very essence of the forest, allowing them to commune with the spirits that dwelled within. It was these ancient guardians who maintained the delicate balance, ensuring that every creature, from the smallest insect to the mightiest stag, had a place in the harmonious tapestry. Flitting through the dappled sunlight were the fairies, their gossamer wings trailing stardust as they tended to the needs of the forest. With gentle caresses, they coaxed the wildflowers into bloom, their vibrant petals unfurling like a kaleidoscope of colors. It was said that the fairies possessed the power to manipulate the very elements themselves, their whimsical dances conjuring rainfall to nourish the thirsty earth, or summoning gentle breezes to carry the seeds of new life. Nestled within the hollows of ancient oaks resided the wise old owls, their piercing amber eyes holding the wisdom of ages past. It was they who imparted the ancient lore to the young, ensuring that the knowledge of the forest's rhythms and rituals was never lost. With hushed hoots, they recounted tales of the changing seasons, teaching the fledglings to heed the signs that foretold the arrival of winter's slumber or the joyous rebirth of spring. As the seasons ebbed and flowed, the forest underwent a miraculous transformation, a cyclical dance that celebrated the magic of nature's renewal. In the depths of winter, when the world seemed to slumber beneath a blanket of pristine snow, the forest was alive with the whispers of ancient spirits. It was during these frosty nights that the will-o'-the-wisps emerged, their ethereal lights flickering like tiny beacons, guiding lost souls back to the warmth and safety of their homes. With the arrival of spring, the forest burst into a vibrant symphony of colors and life. The melodious trills of songbirds heralded the awakening of nature, their joyous melodies echoing through the budding branches. It was during this season of rebirth that the forest nymphs emerged from their slumber, their lithe forms adorned with garlands of wildflowers as they danced among the new growth, blessing the land with fertility and abundance. As summer's warmth enveloped the forest, the air grew thick with the heady scents of blooming jasmine and honeysuckle. It was a time of plenty, when the forest creatures feasted on the bounty of ripe berries and nuts. Yet even in this season of abundance, the forest's denizens remained mindful of the delicate balance, taking only what they needed and leaving the rest for their kin. Autumn brought with it a tapestry of fiery hues, as the leaves surrendered their vibrant greens to the rich tones of crimson and gold. It was during this season of transition that the forest prepared for the long slumber ahead, gathering provisions and fortifying their homes against the coming chill. The wise old oak trees shed their leaves, whispering ancient lullabies to the slumbering seeds, ensuring that the cycle of life would continue anew when spring's gentle warmth returned. In this verdant sanctuary, where the veil between the natural and the mystical was gossamer thin, the creatures of the forest lived in harmony, guided by the ancient wisdom that had been passed down through countless generations. Each season brought with it its own magic, a reminder of the delicate balance that sustained this enchanted realm, and a testament to the enduring beauty of nature's eternal dance. Story 8. Once upon a time, in the serene village of Willowbrook, nestled between emerald hills and whispering woods, there lived a gentle soul named Arya. Arya was a young woman with twinkling brown eyes, the color of warm chestnuts, and hair that flowed like a stream of midnight silk. She possessed a heart as tender as the morning dew, yet she often felt like a bird trapped in a cage of doubt and uncertainty. Change was something Arya feared, for she found solace in the familiar rhythm of her life. She spent her days tending to her quaint garden, where violets and marigolds danced in the breeze, and her nights curled up with tales of faraway lands and daring adventures. But deep within her, a yearning thrummed, a desire for something more, something beautiful and unknown. One crisp morning, when the world was painted in hues of amber and gold, Arya wandered into the woods, where the air was filled with the earthy scent of pine and moss. The leaves crunched underfoot, a symphony of nature's whispers, as she followed a path less traveled. It was here, amidst the ancient trees and gentle murmurs of the forest, that she stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a shimmering pool of water unlike any she had seen before. The pool glistened with an ethereal glow, reflecting the sky's azure embrace. Curiosity piqued, Arya knelt beside it, her reflection rippling softly. As she gazed into the depths, she noticed something extraordinary. The water seemed to come alive, swirling with colors that mirrored her thoughts and emotions. A gentle breeze caressed her cheek, carrying with it the faintest of songs, a melody that spoke of dreams and transformations. In that moment, the forest seemed to lean in closer, as if holding its breath. And then, from the heart of the pool, emerged a creature of otherworldly grace, a silver-hued stag with antlers that sparkled like frost-kissed branches. Its eyes were deep pools of wisdom, and as it met Arya's gaze, she felt a warmth spread through her, a whisper of courage. The stag spoke, its voice a soft rumble like distant thunder. Change is but a river, Arya, flowing through the valleys of time. To resist is to stand still, but to embrace it is to grow wings and soar. Arya listened, her heart beating in harmony with the stag's words. She realized that the magic of the pool was not just in its beauty, but in its ability to mirror one's innermost self, to reveal what lay beneath the surface. With newfound resolve, she decided to embrace the changes she had feared, to step beyond the boundaries of her comfort. Her journey of transformation began with small steps. Arya sought the counsel of wise elders in the village, like Mistress Evelyn, a kind old woman with eyes that twinkled like stars. Evelyn shared stories of her own adventures, of how each challenge had been a stepping stone to a greater understanding of herself. Arya also befriended Rowan, a gentle musician whose songs were like a balm to the soul. Rowan, with his sunlit curls and laughter that rang like chimes, taught her the beauty of expressing oneself, of letting the heart's melody guide one through the dance of life. With each passing day, Arya felt the layers of doubt peel away, revealing a spirit that was bold and unafraid. She ventured beyond the village, exploring the world with an open heart and mind. She climbed hills that kissed the sky and walked through fields of wildflowers that swayed like a sea of colors. In her travels, she discovered the magic within herself, the power to change, to adapt, and to find joy in the unexpected. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with strokes of lavender and rose, Arya returned to the magical pool in the woods. The silver stag awaited her, a silent guardian of her journey. She knelt by the water's edge, her reflection now clear and bright, and thanked the stag for its wisdom. The stag nodded, a serene smile in its eyes. "You have found your wings, Arya, and with them, the courage to follow the winds of change." Arya smiled, her heart full of gratitude and peace. She understood now that life's true magic lay not in avoiding change, but in embracing it with an open heart. She had learned to dance with the river of life, to find beauty in every twist and turn. And so, with the gentle glow of the stars guiding her, Arya returned to Willowbrook, a soul transformed, ready to weave new stories and share the magic of her journey. Her heart was a garden of newfound dreams, where the seeds of wisdom and friendship blossomed into a tapestry of vibrant colors. In the quiet of the night, as the village slumbered under a blanket of moonlight, the forest sang a lullaby, a song of change, of courage, and of the endless beauty found in the dance of life's transformations. And Arya, with a heart as light as the whispers of the wind, knew that she had found her place amongst the stars. Story 9. Once upon a time, nestled in the embrace of a lush, whispering forest, there was a quaint little village called Willowbrook. The village was known for its friendly folk, vivid wildflowers, and gentle streams that sang lullabies as they wound through the emerald landscape. But even in such a harmonious place, there lived a young woman named Mira, who found herself caught in the turmoil of change. Mira was a weaver, known for her tapestries that seemed to hold the colors of the sunrise and the softness of evening shadows. Yet, despite her talent, Mira felt adrift. Change was coming. She could feel it in her bones like the first chill of autumn creeping through the air. But instead of embracing it, she found herself resisting, clinging to the familiar patterns of her life with the same tenacity she used to weave her threads. One crisp morning, when the air was filled with the scent of pine and the ground was blanketed by a delicate layer of mist, Mira decided to take a walk to clear her mind. She wandered through the forest, her feet crunching softly on the carpet of fallen leaves, until she stumbled upon an ancient oak tree. Its branches stretched high into the sky, and its trunk was so wide that it seemed to whisper stories of centuries past. As she stood there, a curious thing happened. The wind danced around her, carrying with it the sound of laughter, like the tinkling of silver bells. Startled, Mira looked around and her eyes fell upon a small clearing. There, in the heart of the forest, was an enchanted spring, its waters shimmering with 1,000 hues. Intrigued, Mira approached the spring, and as she gazed into its depths, she saw her reflection ripple back at her. But there was something different about it. Her reflection seemed to extend a hand, inviting her to touch the water. Hesitant but curious, Mira reached out. As her fingers brushed the surface, she was enveloped in a warm, golden light, and she felt a gentle tug at her heart. From the depths of the spring emerged a tiny creature no larger than a newborn sparrow. It was a fae, with wings that glowed like moonlight and eyes as deep as the ocean. The fae fluttered around Mira, its laughter like the softest music. "Hello, Mira," the fae chimed, its voice as soothing as a lullaby. "I am Lirel, guardian of this spring. I felt your heart's unease, the reluctance to embrace the changes ahead." Mira blinked, astonished that the fae knew of her inner turmoil. "I don't understand," she confessed, her voice barely above a whisper. Change is frightening, and I fear losing myself in it. Lirel hovered closer, her wings creating a gentle breeze that ruffled Mira's hair. Change is a part of life, she explained kindly. It is through change that we grow and discover new facets of ourselves. Just as the seasons turn and the forest renews, so must we. Mira listened, her heart slowly opening to the wisdom the Fae offered. "But how do I know who I will become?" she asked, uncertainty still lingering in her voice. The Fae smiled, a gentle, knowing smile. "That is the beauty of it, dear Mira. You are not meant to know everything all at once. The journey of discovery is what shapes us. Trust in your heart and in the friendships that guide you." With these words, Lirael fluttered over to a nearby wildflower, touching it with her tiny hand. As if by magic, the flower began to bloom, its petals unfurling in a brilliant display of colors. See how the flower does not fear the change of seasons? It blooms when the time is right, trusting in the sun and the rain. Mira watched in awe, the lesson resonating within her. She realized that, like the flower, she could embrace the unknown, trusting in the process and in herself. Encouraged by Lirael's wisdom, Mira returned to the village, her heart lighter than it had been in months. As days turned into weeks, Mira found herself leaning into the changes around her. She sought out the guidance of her friends in Willowbrook, each offering their own insights and support. There was old Tobias, the village storyteller, who reminded her of the tales of transformation and courage, and sweet Anya, the baker, whose warm pastries and even warmer heart provided comfort and encouragement. With each passing day, Mira learned to weave new patterns into her life, just as she did with her tapestries. She discovered a newfound strength within herself, a resilience that had been waiting to blossom. She realized that change was not something to be feared, but rather a gift, an opportunity to grow and become more than she had ever imagined. One evening, as the sun set in a blaze of orange and pink, Mira returned to the enchanted spring. There she found Lirael waiting, her wings shimmering in the twilight. "Thank you," Mira said, her voice filled with gratitude. "You've helped me see that change is a part of who I am." Lirael nodded, a twinkle in her eye. "Remember, dear one, the magic of transformation lies within you. Embrace it with an open heart, and you will always find your way." With those parting words, the Fae disappeared into the glow of the evening, leaving Mira alone with her thoughts. As she turned to leave, she felt a deep sense of peace, knowing that she was ready to face whatever came her way. And so, in the heart of Willowbrook, under the watchful eyes of the ancient oak and the enchanted spring, Mira's story of personal growth unfolded. It was a tale of transformation, woven with the threads of friendship, wisdom, and the gentle magic of self-discovery. And as the stars blinked into existence overhead, Mira knew that she had found her place in the ever-changing tapestry of life. Story 10. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling emerald hills and a forest that whispered secrets to the wind, lived a gentle-hearted child named Lila. With hair the color of ripe chestnuts and eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed morning leaves, Lila was known for her curious spirit and a heart as warm as a summer afternoon. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Lila would sit by her window, dreaming of adventures beyond the familiar fields and meadows. One particular evening, as the soft glow of the moon bathed the village in silvery light, Lila noticed something peculiar. A faint, shimmering path winding its way into the heart of the forest, glowing like a ribbon of starlight. Drawn by its mysterious allure, Lila decided to follow the path. She tiptoed past the snoring figures of her family, donned her favorite woolen cloak, and slipped quietly out the door. The night air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and earth, mingled with the sweet aroma of blooming night flowers. With each step she took, the path seemed to twinkle beneath her feet, guiding her deeper into the forest. The trees arched overhead, their branches draped in luminescent moss that glowed softly like fireflies at dusk. The air was filled with the gentle rustle of leaves and the distant crooning of an owl, creating a symphony of nature that soothed her heart. As Lila ventured further, she encountered a group of whimsical creatures unlike any she had ever seen. Tiny, shimmering beings with wings like rainbow-tinted glass flitted around, their laughter like the tinkling of bells. They danced in spirals, painting the air with trails of light. "Welcome, Lila," they chimed in unison, their voices as soft as a lullaby. "We are the Lumina, guardians of the forest's heart." Lila smiled, her curiosity piqued. "I've never seen anything like you before," she said, wonder lacing her voice. The Lumina giggled and beckoned her to follow. "There is much to discover if only one dares to explore," they said, twirling through the air like petals caught in a gentle breeze. With a nod, Lila continued along the path, feeling a growing sense of excitement and courage. She soon arrived at a glistening lake, its waters as clear as crystal and reflecting the moon's luminous glow. In the center of the lake stood an island, and on it grew a single, magnificent tree with leaves that shimmered like silver. As she gazed in awe, a soft ripple disturbed the lake's surface, and a creature emerged, a gentle water sprite with hair flowing like streams of liquid moonlight. "Greetings, brave traveler," the sprite said, her voice soothing as the waves lapping at the shore. "You have shown great courage to venture here. What is it you seek?" Lila pondered the question, her heart swelling with the thrill of discovery. "I seek adventure and to learn from the world around me," she replied earnestly. The sprite smiled, the water shimmering around her. "Then you have found what you seek. For true adventure lies not just in the places you visit, but in the courage to step into the unknown and the wisdom gained from new experiences." With that, the sprite raised her delicate hand, and the tree on the island shimmered brightly, its leaves releasing a cascade of twinkling lights that danced across the water, creating a bridge of stars. Lila took a deep breath and stepped onto the bridge, feeling a sense of peace and belonging wash over her with each step. On the island, she sat beneath the radiant tree, feeling its warmth envelop her like a loving embrace. She closed her eyes, listening to the gentle whispers of the forest and the soft lullaby of the lake. In that moment, Lila understood that courage and exploration were not just about seeking new places, but about embracing the journey and the friendships formed along the way. As dawn's first light began to peek through the trees, Lila knew it was time to return home. She bid farewell to the Lumina and the water sprite, her heart full of gratitude and newfound wisdom. The shimmering path led her back through the forest, where the morning sun painted the world in shades of pink and gold. When Lila stepped through her front door, the familiar scent of her mother's freshly baked bread greeted her. She settled into her warm bed, her heart content and her spirit renewed. From that day on, the village of Willowbrook felt a little more magical, and Lila carried the lessons of the forest within her, always remembering that adventure begins with a single step, and true courage lies in embracing the unknown with an open heart. And as she drifted into a peaceful sleep, she dreamed of the shimmering path and the wondrous journey it had led her on, knowing that the world was full of endless possibilities just waiting to be discovered. And so, dear listener, as you close your eyes tonight, remember that beyond every familiar horizon lies a path of starlight, waiting for those brave enough to follow. Sweet dreams. Story 11. Title: The Lantern of Luminara. In a quaint little village nestled among the rolling hills and whispering woods, there lay a small cottage draped in ivy. This was the home of young Kai, a gentle soul known throughout the village for his boundless curiosity and kind heart. Each morning, the sun would peek over the horizon, casting a golden glow across the dew-kissed cobblestones, and Kai would rise with the dawn, eager to explore the wonders of the world around him. Kai's favorite place was the edge of the wispwood forest, where ancient trees stood sentinel, their branches weaving a canopy that shimmered like emeralds in the sunlight. Beneath this verdant roof, secrets lay hidden, and whispers of magic floated on the breeze. It was said that the forest was alive, breathing and watching, and that those with pure hearts could communicate with its spirit. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in hues of amber and crimson, Kai set off on his usual wanderings with a spring in his step and a sense of anticipation fluttering in his chest. He carried with him a small satchel filled with treasures, a smooth pebble from the riverbank, a feather from a passing jay, and a slice of honeyed bread packed by his grandmother. These were his talismans, tokens of the world's beauty, and reminders of the love that surrounded him. As Kai meandered deeper into the forest, he stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a lantern of exquisite craftsmanship hanging from a low-hanging branch. It was fashioned from a metal as dark as night, yet it glimmered with a light all its own. Intricate filigree adorned its surface, depicting scenes of stars and moons in a delicate dance. Mesmerized, Kai reached out, his fingers brushing against the cool metal. To his astonishment, a soft glow emanated from within the lantern, casting a warm, welcoming light. It pulsed gently, as if in time with his heartbeat. Intrigued, Kai lifted the lantern from its perch, feeling a connection to the object that he couldn't quite explain. As he held it aloft, the forest around him seemed to lean in, listening, as if eager to share its secrets. With the lantern in hand, Kai ventured further into the forest than he had ever dared before. The path twisted and turned, leading him to places unknown. The air grew thick with magic, and Kai's senses tingled with the promise of discovery. He paused to rest by the side of a crystal-clear brook, the gentle babble of water soothing his soul. As he sat, Kai noticed something remarkable. The lantern's light shimmered and shifted, projecting images onto the water's surface. A scene unfolded, a hidden realm, vibrant and alive, inhabited by creatures of legend. Kai watched, entranced, as fairies flitted among the flowers and unicorns grazed in sunlit meadows. It was a world he had only dreamed of, a place of wonder and enchantment. Determined to find this hidden realm, Kai rose, his resolve renewed. He followed the lantern's guiding light, trusting in its wisdom. The forest embraced him, its leaves whispering encouragement, its branches parting to make way. As twilight descended, Kai found himself at the edge of a vast, shimmering lake, its surface reflecting the twilight sky in hues of lavender and silver. On the far shore stood a figure, cloaked in the same luminescent light as the lantern. It was a woman, ethereal and serene, her presence commanding yet gentle. She beckoned to Kai, her voice a melody that resonated in his heart. "Welcome, young traveler," she said, her eyes twinkling like stars. "I am Lysandra, guardian of Luminara. You have found the lantern of Luminara, a beacon of hope and truth. It has chosen you, for your heart is pure and your spirit kind." Kai felt a sense of awe and gratitude wash over him. "What is this place?" he asked, his voice tinged with wonder. "This is Luminara, a realm hidden within the folds of the natural world," Lysandra explained, her words weaving a tapestry of history and lore. "It is a sanctuary for those who seek wisdom and harmony, a place where the bonds of friendship and love are cherished above all." Guided by Lysandra, Kai crossed the lake, the water parting beneath their feet as if welcoming them to its embrace. On the other side lay a village unlike any Kai had ever seen, its homes nestled among the trees, their walls woven from vines and blossoms. The air was alive with laughter and song, and the people of Luminara greeted Kai with warmth and kindness, their eyes alight with the same gentle glow as the lantern. As the days passed, Kai found himself immersed in the magic of Luminara. He learned to speak the language of the forest, to understand the songs of the birds and the whispers of the wind. He forged friendships with the inhabitants, their hearts open and accepting. Together, they explored the wonders of their world, from the shimmering caves of crystal to the fields of eternal bloom. Kai discovered that the lantern held a power beyond its light. It could reveal truths hidden beneath the surface, illuminate paths obscured by doubt. It taught him to see with his heart, to trust in the goodness of others, and to believe in the beauty of the world. It was a gift, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, there is always a light to guide the way. One evening, as the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Kai gathered with his friends by the village fire. The flames crackled and danced, casting shadows that flickered like memories. As they shared stories and dreams, a question lingered in Kai's mind. "Why did the lantern choose me?" he asked, his voice soft and contemplative. Lysandra, seated beside him, smiled gently. "Because you possess the qualities that the world needs most: kindness, curiosity, and courage. The lantern sensed your potential to bring light to others, to inspire change and nurture hope." Kai considered her words, understanding dawning within him. He realized that his journey was not just about discovering Luminara, but about discovering himself. He had grown, his heart expanding to embrace the wonders of the world and the people within it. As the fire burned low, Kai knew that his time in Luminara was drawing to a close. He felt a bittersweet tug at his heart, torn between the magic of this hidden realm and the life he had left behind. But he also knew that the lessons he had learned and the friendships he had forged would stay with him, lighting his path wherever he went. With the dawn, Kai bid farewell to Luminara, the lantern guiding him back through the forest. The path seemed shorter now, familiar and welcoming, as if the forest itself was cheering him on. When he emerged from the trees, the village lay before him, bathed in the soft glow of morning light. Kai returned home, his heart full and his spirit bright. The lantern he placed upon his windowsill, its light a beacon of hope and wisdom. And as the days turned to weeks and the weeks to months, Kai shared the magic of Luminara with those around him, spreading kindness and joy like seeds in the wind. In time, the village blossomed with happiness, its people united by the spirit of friendship and love. And though the lantern's light flickered and faded with the passing years, its legacy endured, carried in the hearts of those who had been touched by its glow. Kai's journey had come full circle, his life a tapestry woven with the threads of adventure and discovery. And as he sat by the fire each evening, surrounded by friends and family, he knew that the true magic of Luminara lay not in the lantern, but in the love that illuminated his world. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, Kai's story came to rest, its pages filled with the warmth of a life well lived, the light of a heart forever open to wonder. And in the quiet of the night, the village slept, cradled in the gentle embrace of dreams, where the magic of Luminara shone eternal. Story 12. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between whispering woods and golden fields, stood a curious little shop named Whimsy and Wonders. Its wooden sign creaked gently in the breeze, and the scent of lavender and old books wafted into the cobblestone street. Inside, shelves brimmed with peculiar trinkets and artifacts, each with a tale whispered only to those who listened closely enough. One crisp autumn afternoon, a young girl named Clara pushed open the door, her cheeks flushed from the chill outside. Clara was known in Willowbrook for her insatiable curiosity, often seen with a book in hand or exploring the nooks and crannies of the village. Today, she felt drawn to the shop by an inexplicable tug, as if something inside called her name. The shopkeeper, a kindly old man with twinkling eyes named Mr. Pendergast, greeted her with a nod. "Ah, Clara," he said, his voice as warm as the amber light spilling from the fireplace. "I believe you might find something special today." His words piqued her interest, and she wandered deeper into the shop, her fingers brushing over a kaleidoscope of textures, velvet, wood, and glass. In the far corner, partially hidden beneath a patchwork quilt, she found a small, unassuming mirror. Its frame was intricately carved with vines and tiny creatures that seemed to dance in the flickering light. As Clara picked up the mirror, a soft hum filled the air, like a melody just out of reach. She gazed into its surface and gasped, for the reflection wasn't her own. Instead, she saw a lush, verdant forest, dappled with sunlight and brimming with life. Birds flitted between branches, and a gentle stream wound its way through the trees, its waters sparkling with hidden magic. "Quite the find, isn't it?" Mr. Pendergast's voice startled her from the reverie. "That mirror is no ordinary glass. It's a window to another place, a realm where wonders abound." Clara's heart fluttered with excitement and a touch of trepidation. "Can I go there?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The shopkeeper nodded. "But remember, it's not the journey that changes us, but what we learn along the way. You must tread with an open heart and a mind ready to see beyond the surface." With those words, Clara felt a gentle pull, and before she knew it, she was standing in the forest from the mirror. The air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, and the soft murmur of the stream was like a lullaby. She took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the world lift from her shoulders. As she ventured deeper into the woodland, Clara encountered a peculiar creature, a fox with fur as white as snow and eyes that gleamed with intelligence. "Welcome, traveler," the fox said, its voice melodic and wise. "I am Fion, a guide for those who seek the magic of this realm." Clara bowed her head in greeting, feeling a sense of kinship with the creature. "I seek to understand the wonders of this place and what it might teach me." Fion nodded, a twinkle in his eye. "Then we shall journey together. But beware, the path is not without its challenges." As they walked, Fionn shared stories of the forest, of ancient trees that whispered secrets and stones that sang with forgotten songs. Clara listened intently, her heart swelling with wonder. Their path soon led them to a clearing where a majestic tree stood, its branches reaching towards the sky like arms in prayer. At its base lay a riddle carved into the bark, a challenge that required not strength but wisdom to solve. The riddle speaks of time, Fionn explained, his gaze thoughtful. It asks what can be seen in a moment, yet escapes the grasp of even the swiftest. Clara pondered the words, her mind tracing the paths of time and memory. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon her. "Is it a dream?" she ventured, her voice filled with quiet certainty. "For a dream is seen in an instant, yet slips away as we wake." The tree shivered in response, its leaves rustling with approval. From its branches, a single blossom unfurled, glowing with an ethereal light. Clara reached out to touch it, feeling a warmth spread through her fingertips, as if the tree itself bestowed a blessing. "You have chosen wisely," Fionn said, his voice a soft echo in the air. "The forest has shared its gift with you, a reminder that true understanding lies not in what we see, but how we perceive." Clara smiled, her heart light with the knowledge she had gained. As she and Fionn retraced their steps, the forest seemed to hum with a quiet peace, and Clara knew she would carry this journey with her always. Back in the shop, Clara found herself once more, the mirror cool in her hands. Mr. Pendergast watched her with a knowing smile. "Welcome back, my dear," he said gently. "I trust the forest shared its wonders?" Clara nodded, her eyes shining with gratitude. "It did, and so much more." As she left Whimsy and Wonders, the village of Willowbrook seemed a little brighter, the air a touch more magical. And though Clara returned to her everyday life, she carried with her the wisdom of the forest, a quiet reminder that the world is full of unseen wonders, waiting just beyond the surface. And every night, as she lay beneath the stars, she would close her eyes, imagining the whisper of the trees and the song of the stream, comforted by the knowledge that magic was never far away. And so, with a heart full of new dreams and the gentle glow of moonlight guiding her, Clara drifted into a peaceful sleep, knowing that the journey was only just beginning. Story 13. In the far reaches of the Milky Way, beyond the shimmering veil of the nebulae of Lyria, lay the quaint little planet of Floria, known for its endless fields of luminescent flora that danced in the gentle breezes of its lavender skies. Not far from Floria, in the neighboring star system, orbited the robust and rugged planet of Pharos, a world of iron and stone, where the inhabitants thrived amidst towering metallic formations and rivers of molten metals. One starry evening, as the twin moons of Floria cast their silver glow over the land, a peculiar event unfolded. A small spacecraft, worn but sturdy, made its descent onto the soft, blooming fields. Emerging from the craft was Zinn, a Florian by birth, whose very essence reflected the gentle beauty of his home. His skin shimmered with hues of blue and green, and his eyes mirrored the vibrant blossoms that surrounded him. Zinn had embarked on a journey to explore the stars, yearning to witness the wonders that lay beyond his peaceful world. Yet as fate would have it, Zinn was not alone for long. From the depths of the craft's shadows, another figure emerged. This was Korr, a Pharaon, his form a testament to the strength and resilience of his people. His skin was a deep burnished bronze, and his eyes glinted like polished steel. Korr had been a stowaway, driven by a desire to escape the harshness of pharaohs and seek the tranquility he had only heard of in tales. Their first meeting was fraught with misunderstanding. Zinn, startled by the unexpected presence, feared that Korr was a threat. Meanwhile, Korr, wary of the unfamiliar Florian, prepared for rejection. Yet as they stood amidst the glowing fields, the gentle scent of the blossoms and the soft rustle of the wind seemed to whisper a different truth. "Why have you come?" Zinn asked, his voice as gentle as the breeze. "I seek peace," Korr replied, his words heavy with the weight of his journey. Though their worlds were as different as night and day, there was a shared longing in their hearts, a yearning for connection and understanding. And so they set aside their initial apprehensions and embarked on a shared journey across Floria's enchanting landscapes. Their path was not without challenges. On one occasion, they encountered a vast chasm, a rift in the earth that seemed impassable. Zinn, with his ethereal grace, suggested they find a way around. But Korr, ever the problem solver, proposed they build a bridge using the sturdy vines and fallen branches that lay scattered about. Together, they worked side by side, Zinn weaving the materials with delicate precision, while Korr used his strength to anchor the structure. As they labored, the sun began to set, painting the sky in brilliant shades of orange and pink. In that moment, they paused to admire the view, their differences forgotten in the shared beauty of the world around them. "Your world is truly beautiful," Korr said softly, his voice filled with awe. "As is yours, I am sure," Zinn replied with a warm smile. With the bridge complete, they continued their journey, their bond strengthened by the challenge they had overcome together. Along the way, they encountered other Florian creatures, gentle beings who marveled at the unlikely duo. Zinn and Korr shared stories of their respective worlds, learning from one another and growing closer with each passing day. In time, they reached the heart of Floria, a place where the land seemed to pulse with life and energy. Here they found a grove of ancient trees, their branches entwined in a harmonious dance. It was a place of peace, where the air was filled with the sweet song of the wind through the leaves. As they rested beneath the canopy, Korr spoke of his home, of the endless toil and the unyielding landscape. Zinn listened, offering understanding and compassion. In turn, Zinn shared his dreams of exploration in the stars he longed to visit, and Korr, with newfound wisdom, encouraged him to pursue those dreams. Their journey, though born of chance, had forged a friendship that transcended their differences. They had learned that true companionship was not bound by appearances or origins, but by the heart and the shared experiences that brought them together. As the days turned into weeks, it came time for Zinn to continue his exploration of the stars. Korr, now a cherished friend, chose to remain on Floria, finding the peace he had sought in its tranquil beauty. They parted with the promise of reunion, knowing that the bond they had formed would endure across the vastness of space. And so, beneath the gentle glow of Floria's twin moons, Zinn's spacecraft once more took to the skies, leaving behind a world forever changed by the unity of two unlikely companions. And as the stars welcomed him back into their embrace, Zinn carried with him the true meaning of friendship, a treasure beyond the wonders of the universe. Story 14. Title: The Whispering Locket. In the quiet village of Eldergrove, nestled between rolling hills and lush, whispering forests, there lived a young girl named Lila. Eldergrove was a place where the air always seemed to carry a hint of magic, especially at dusk when the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with shades of lavender and gold. The villagers were kind-hearted and welcoming, their lives intertwined with the rhythms of nature, and they often shared tales of enchantment and mystery around their hearths. Lila, with her unruly chestnut curls and bright, curious eyes, had always felt a deep connection to the world around her. She spent her days exploring the meadows and forests, often accompanied by her loyal companion, a gentle fox named Rusty. Rusty had been Lila's friend for as long as she could remember, ever since she found him as a kit, tangled in a bramble bush. His fur was a rich russet hue, and his eyes sparkled with intelligence and warmth. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the leaves turned to shades of amber and crimson, Lila stumbled upon something extraordinary. She and Rusty were wandering through a part of the forest they had seldom explored, guided by a path of crunchy leaves and the soft murmur of a hidden brook. The air was filled with the earthy scent of damp soil and pine, and the sky above was a vast dome of brilliant blue. As they ventured deeper into the woods, Lila's attention was drawn to a peculiar glint beneath a canopy of twisting vines. Curious, she knelt down and gently parted the foliage to reveal a small, ornate locket, half buried in the mossy ground. The locket was made of a silvery metal that gleamed in the dappled sunlight, and its surface was intricately engraved with swirling patterns that seemed to dance with a life of their own. Lila picked up the locket, feeling its cool weight in her palm. It was beautiful and mysterious, and as she held it, she felt a strange, comforting warmth spread through her fingers. Rusty tilted his head, his nose twitching as he examined the locket with equal curiosity. "Look, Rusty," Lila said softly, her voice barely above a whisper. "It's like it was meant to be found." As she spoke, the locket opened of its own accord, revealing a tiny, shimmering mirror inside. Lila gasped softly, her breath misting in the cool air. The mirror was unlike anything she had ever seen. Its surface rippled like water, and as she gazed into it, an image began to form, a vision of a hidden world, vibrant and full of life. In the mirror, Lila saw a forest much like her own, but more wondrous. The trees were taller, their leaves shimmering with an ethereal glow. Sunlight danced through the branches, creating patterns of light and shadow on the forest floor. And there, amidst the beauty, were creatures she had only heard of in bedtime stories. Unicorns with coats like moonlight, fairies with iridescent wings, and talking animals of every kind. Lila's heart leapt with excitement and wonder. She knew, in that moment, that the locket was magical, and it had chosen her for a reason. But what was that reason? And what lay beyond the vision in the mirror? As if in response to her unspoken questions, the forest around her seemed to shift and change. The air shimmered with a soft, golden light, and the path beneath her feet began to pulse with a gentle rhythm, inviting her to follow it deeper into the woods. "Come on, Rusty," Lila said, determination in her voice. "Let's see where this leads." With the locket clutched tightly in her hand, Lila and Rusty set off on a journey into the heart of the forest. The path wound through groves of ancient trees, their trunks thick and gnarled with age. The leaves rustled softly overhead, whispering secrets in a language only the trees knew. The deeper they went, the more the forest seemed to come alive, its magic humming in the air like a distant melody. As they walked, Lila noticed subtle changes in her surroundings. The colors of the leaves grew more vibrant, the air seemed to sparkle with tiny motes of light, and the very ground beneath her feet felt softer, more welcoming. It was as if the forest itself was welcoming her, guiding her toward something important. After what felt like hours, the path led Lila and Rusty to a clearing, bathed in golden sunlight. At the center of the clearing stood a magnificent oak tree, its branches stretching high into the sky, its leaves shimmering with a silvery sheen. The tree was ancient, its bark etched with runes that glowed faintly with a soft white light. Lila approached the tree, her heart pounding with anticipation. The air was filled with a sense of peace and serenity, and she felt a deep connection to this place, as if it had been waiting for her all along. As she stood before the great oak, the locket in her hand began to glow, its light mingling with the light of the runes. The mirror inside the locket shimmered, and Lila saw her own reflection, along with the reflection of the world beyond, a world of magic and wonder waiting to be discovered. In that moment, Lila understood the purpose of her journey. The locket was a key, a bridge between her world and the hidden world she had glimpsed in the mirror. It was a gift, a symbol of the connection between the two realms, and it had chosen her to be its guardian. With this realization came a sense of clarity and purpose. Lila knew that her journey was just beginning, and that there would be challenges and adventures ahead. But she also knew that she was not alone. She had Rusty by her side, and she had the magic of the forest to guide her. Buoyed by this newfound sense of hope and wonder, Lila turned to Rusty, her eyes shining with determination. "Let's go, Rusty," she said, her voice filled with a quiet strength. "There's a whole world out there waiting for us." Together they stepped forward, crossing the threshold into the hidden world beyond. The air shimmered with magic, and the forest sang with a joyful melody. It was a world of endless possibilities, where dreams could come true and friendships could defy all expectations. As they ventured deeper into the hidden world, Lila and Rusty encountered creatures of all kinds, creatures who welcomed them with open hearts and shared stories of wonder and magic. They learned the language of the trees and the songs of the stars, and they discovered the power of friendship and love. Through their adventures, Lila grew and changed, becoming not just a guardian of the locket, but a guardian of the world itself. She learned the importance of kindness and courage, of listening to the whispers of the heart and following the path of the soul. And in the end, when their journey was complete, Lila and Rusty returned to Eldergrove, their hearts full of the magic and wonder they had discovered. They carried with them the knowledge that the world was much larger and more beautiful than they had ever imagined, and that the bonds of friendship could overcome any obstacle. As they settled back into the rhythm of village life, Lila often thought of the hidden world and the locket that had opened the door to it. She kept the locket close, a reminder of the journey they had taken and the magic that lay within her reach. And every night as she drifted off to sleep beside the crackling fire, Lila would listen to the whispers of the forest and the gentle rustle of the leaves, knowing that the magic of the hidden world was always with her, a part of her heart and soul. Their tale became a story shared by the villagers of Eldergrove, a story of wonder and friendship, of courage and love. It was a story that inspired others to look beyond the ordinary and seek the extraordinary, to find the magic in their own lives, and to cherish the bonds that connected them to the world around them. In the end, Lila's journey was not just a journey into a hidden world, but a journey into her own heart, a journey that changed her forever and left a legacy of hope and magic for all who heard her tale. And as the stars twinkled overhead, casting their light over the village, Lila knew that the magic of the hidden world would always be with her, a guiding light in the darkness, a beacon of friendship and love. And so, with the locket safely tucked away and Rusty curled up beside her, Lila fell into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the wonders of the hidden world and the magic of the forest. And in the quiet of the night, the locket whispered its secrets to the stars, a timeless reminder of the journey they had taken and the magic they had found. Story 15. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there was a young girl named Marin. The village was a place where time seemed to amble at its own pace, where the cobblestone paths wove around cozy cottages like old friends joining hands. Marin lived with her grandmother, a wise woman who knew the secrets of the earth and sky, and who often spoke in hushed tones about the wonders hidden beyond the veil of the everyday. Marin's favorite spot was at the edge of the village, where the forest began its quiet watch over the land. There, beneath the boughs of an ancient oak, she would sit and listen to the stories the wind carried in its gentle whispers. The villagers often spoke of the forest with reverence and a hint of fear, for it was said to be a place where magic lingered like dew on a spider's web at dawn. One crisp autumn afternoon, as Marin wandered closer to the heart of the forest than ever before, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight. Nestled among the roots of a gnarled tree, she discovered a small, intricately carved box. It was adorned with strange symbols that seemed to dance when caught in the flickering sunlight. Her fingers traced the delicate carvings, and she felt a warmth emanating from the box, as if it had been waiting just for her. Curiosity piqued, Marin carefully opened the box to find a shimmering stone resting inside. It was unlike anything she had ever seen, a perfect sphere that glowed with a soft, ethereal light, casting gentle rainbows on the ground around her. As she held it, a wave of calm washed over her, and she heard a voice, soft and inviting, echo within her mind. "Welcome, seeker of the unseen," the voice said, as melodic as a lullaby. "I am the heart of the forest, and I have chosen you." Marin's heart fluttered with excitement and wonder, yet a question lingered in her mind. "Chosen for what?" she whispered, unsure if the voice could hear her thoughts. "To embark on a journey of discovery," the voice replied, "one that will reveal the hidden world within our own, and teach you the strength found in friendship and understanding." And so, with the heart of the forest as her guide, Marin set off deeper into the woods, where the trees seemed to lean in closer, their leaves murmuring secrets only the brave dared to uncover. The path was soft beneath her feet, cushioned by fallen leaves that crunched gently with each step. The air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, and the light filtered through the canopy in golden streams, creating a tapestry of shadows and light. As Marin journeyed further, she encountered creatures of the forest she had only heard of in her grandmother's tales. There was a fox with eyes like amber who walked beside her, sharing stories of the stars and the moon. There were birds with feathers that shimmered like jewels, singing songs that filled the air with joy. And there were deer whose antlers were crowned with blossoms, who nodded in greeting as she passed. Each encounter taught Marin something new, about the balance of nature, the importance of kindness, and the wisdom that comes from listening to the world around her. She learned that every creature, no matter how small, had a role to play, and that true strength lay in unity and understanding. One day, as the sun dipped low on the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, Marin arrived at a clearing where a great tree stood alone. Its branches stretched wide, and its bark was etched with symbols similar to those on the box she had found. Beneath the tree sat an old woman with eyes that twinkled like stars, her hair a cascade of silver. "Welcome, Marin," the woman said, her voice as gentle as a summer breeze. "I am the guardian of the forest, and it is time for you to learn the final lesson." Marin sat beside the guardian, feeling the warmth of the earth beneath her and the comforting presence of the heart of the forest in her hand. The guardian spoke of the interconnectedness of all things, of how the strength of one could lift many, and how love and compassion were the greatest magics of all. "You must return to your village," the guardian said, "and share what you have learned. The world outside is in need of the wisdom and kindness you carry within you." Marin nodded, understanding the truth in the guardian's words. With a heart full of gratitude and a mind brimming with newfound knowledge, she bid farewell to her friends of the forest and began the journey home. As she walked, the heart of the forest glowed warmly in her hand, a reminder of the magic that existed in the world and within herself. The path back seemed shorter, yet her heart felt fuller, enriched by the friendships she had formed and the lessons she had learned. When Marin returned to her village, she shared her story with her grandmother, who listened with a knowing smile. Together, they spoke to the villagers, teaching them to see the beauty and magic in the world around them, to cherish the bonds of friendship, and to nurture the earth that sustained them. And so the village flourished under the gentle guidance of Marin and her grandmother. The forest, no longer a place of mystery and fear, became a haven of peace and wonder, where the villagers could go to find solace and inspiration. Marin continued to visit the forest, always welcomed by her friends, and the heart of the forest remained a treasured companion, a symbol of her journey and the magic of the world she had come to love. In the quiet of the night, as the village slept under a blanket of stars, Marin would sit by her window, the soft glow of the heart of the forest illuminating her dreams. She knew that her story was but one of many, woven into the tapestry of life, each thread a testament to the power of love, friendship, and the endless possibilities that awaited those who dared to seek them. And so, in the gentle embrace of night, with the world at peace and her heart at rest, Marin drifted into slumber, her spirit cradled by the warmth of the forest and the whispering wind that carried her dreams to the stars. The end. Story 16. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees swayed gently with the whispers of ancient secrets, there lay a little village named Eldergrove. This village was known for its peculiar charm, where cobblestone paths wound through mossy groves, and the air was always filled with the sweet scent of blooming moonflowers. The villagers were kind-hearted folk, living in harmony with the magical creatures that called the woods home. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in shades of lavender and gold, a strange occurrence began to unfold. The village's beloved lanterns, which hung from every tree branch and lined each path with a soft golden glow, began to flicker and dim, casting eerie shadows across the cobblestones. The villagers, puzzled by this unusual dimming, gathered in the village square. Among them was a young girl named Leora, known for her keen observation and gentle spirit. With her was her loyal companion, a small, wise owl named Peregrine, whose feathers shimmered like stardust in the moonlight. As the village elders pondered the mystery, Leora stepped forward, her eyes bright with curiosity. "Perhaps we should speak to the willow spirits," she suggested softly, her voice carrying a comforting warmth. "They have watched over these woods for generations and might know the cause of our lantern's fading light." The villagers nodded in agreement, and so Leora and Peregrine set off towards the heart of the whispering woods, where the ancient willows stood tall and wise. The path was illuminated by the soft glow of the moon, and the crisp leaves crunched gently underfoot, creating a melodic rhythm as they walked. Upon reaching the grove of willows, Leora paused, listening to the soft rustle of leaves that seemed to speak in hushed tones. "Great willows," she called softly, "we seek your wisdom. The lanterns of Eldergrove have begun to dim without reason, and we hope you might know why. The willows, with their gnarled branches stretching towards the sky, responded with a gentle rustling, as if considering her words. From the shadows, a small figure appeared, a willow spirit, glowing with an ethereal light. Its voice was as soft as a breeze, yet filled with ancient wisdom. "Dear child," it began, "the light of the lanterns is intertwined with the joy and goodwill of the village. A shadow has passed over your hearts, causing the light to fade." Leora pondered this, her brow furrowing in thought. "A shadow over our hearts. But what could cause such a thing?" she wondered aloud. Peregrine, perched on her shoulder, hooted softly, a sound that echoed like a question. "Perhaps something has unsettled the harmony of the village," he suggested, his eyes gleaming with quiet intelligence. With a grateful nod to the willow spirit, Leora and Peregrine returned to Eldergrove, determined to uncover the source of the shadow. They walked through the village, observing the daily lives of their neighbors. It wasn't long before Leora noticed something peculiar. An unusual silence had settled over the village, and the laughter that usually filled the air was notably absent. "Look, Leora," Peregrine whispered, nodding towards the village square where a group of children sat quietly, their usual games forgotten. "It seems the children are worried." Approaching them, Leora knelt down, her gentle presence inviting trust. "What troubles you, dear ones?" she asked, her voice as soothing as the rustle of leaves. One of the children, a boy with tousled hair and bright eyes, spoke up. "We found something strange in the forest," he confessed, holding up a small, glittering shard that shimmered with an otherworldly light. "We were afraid it might be dangerous." Leora took the shard carefully, examining it under the soft glow of a nearby lantern. "This is a shard of a star crystal," she realized, her tone thoughtful. "It's not dangerous, but it must have fallen from the sky. Perhaps it's what disturbed the balance." Peregrine hooted softly, his feathers ruffling as he considered their next move. "We should return it to where it belongs," he suggested wisely. With the children leading the way, they ventured back into the forest, following the path to a clearing where the stars seemed to shine brighter than anywhere else. There, in the center, stood an ancient stone pedestal, an altar that shimmered with a celestial glow. Together they placed the shard upon the altar, and as they did, a gentle hum filled the air, resonating with the harmony of the forest. The stars above twinkled brighter, and a sense of peace washed over them all. Returning to the village, they found the lanterns glowing brightly once more, casting their warm golden light over Eldergrove. The villagers gathered once again, their hearts lightened and their laughter ringing through the night. As Leora and Peregrine watched the joyful scene, the willow spirit appeared beside them, its glow soft and reassuring. "You have restored the harmony, dear Leora," it said, its voice filled with gratitude. "Remember, the light within your hearts is the true magic of this world." And so, under the twinkling stars and the gentle glow of the lanterns, the village of Eldergrove settled into a peaceful slumber, their dreams filled with warmth and the comforting knowledge that even the smallest acts of kindness could light the way through the darkest night. Story 17. Once upon a time, there lived a young girl named Lily, who loved nothing more than exploring the winding trails that snaked through the forest near her home. With each adventure, she discovered new wonders hidden beneath twisted roots and behind mossy rocks. A kaleidoscope of wildflowers, a family of rabbits darting through the underbrush, a secret hollow where sunbeams danced through the canopy above. One crisp autumn day, as Lily meandered along a path edged with crimson leaves, something glinted in the distance, catching her eye. Curiosity piqued. She veered off the trail and brushed aside a tangle of brambles to reveal a tarnished brass teapot lying half buried in the loamy soil. Lily's fingers traced the intricate etchings adorning its surface as she gently extracted it from the earth. No sooner had she lifted the teapot than a tiny whirlwind burst forth from its spout, swirling the fallen leaves into a frenzy around her. Lily gasped, shielding her face with one arm as the miniature storm intensified. Just when she feared the winds might sweep her away, they suddenly dissipated, leaving in their wake two peculiar creatures hovering at eye level. The first, a wizened gnome with a bushy silver beard, regarded Lily with bright, inquisitive eyes. "Why, "Hello there," he piped in a reedy voice. "Thank you kindly for releasing us from that dreadful teapot prison." His companion, a plump pixie with iridescent wings that shimmered like a soap bubble, clapped her tiny hands in delight. "Oh, it's been simply ages since we've been out and about. I can scarcely recall the last time I felt a gentle breeze or caught a whiff of pine needles." Lily blinked owlishly, rendered momentarily speechless by the strange apparitions before her. The gnome chuckled at her dumbfounded expression. "Forgive our startling entrance, young one. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Cedric, a wayfarer and teller of tales. This is my dear friend, Zinnia." The pixie curtsied with a tinkling laugh. "We've traveled far and wide across this wondrous realm," Cedric continued, "but I'm afraid we became dreadfully lost and were trapped inside that forsaken teapot by a rather ill-tempered ogre. A terrible pickle indeed." Zinnia bobbed up and down, her wings aflutter. "Simply dreadful. Why, if you hadn't happened upon us, we may have been trapped for another century or two." I'm so glad I could help," Lily stammered, still trying to make sense of the extraordinary scene unfolding before her eyes. She rose to her feet, cradling the teapot carefully in her hands. "But if you don't mind me asking, what exactly are you? I've never seen anything like you in these woods. What keen eyes you have!" Cedric praised with an approving nod. "We are among the last of the ancient folk who once dwelled throughout this land. Alas, as humans multiplied and the wild places dwindled, our people retreated into hiding. Few mortals have glimpsed us in many centuries." Lily furrowed her brow. "You mean, you're magical creatures?" Zinnia giggled, her laughter like a wind chime. "In a manner of speaking, though really we're no more wondrous than the trees that blossom each spring, or the stars that wink down from the night sky." Her delicate features turned pensive. Humans simply stopped believing in the magic that surrounds them. A melancholy seemed to settle over the unlikely trio at the pixie's words. Cedric stroked his beard contemplatively. "We may be among the last, but perhaps—" He fixed Lily with an intense gaze. "Perhaps you could rekindle that lost sense of awe and reignite the spark of enchantment in this world." Lily's breath caught in her throat, a shiver of anticipation prickling her skin despite the warm afternoon air. A quest to rediscover magic? It sounded too fantastic to be true, yet gazing upon the mystical beings hovering before her, she felt a sudden yearning to chase the tantalizing possibility. "Oh, but I couldn't," she protested. "I'm just an ordinary girl. How could I possibly?" "Ordinary?" Zinnia interrupted with a peal of laughter that danced like sunlight on a stream. "Why, didn't you realize that only one who carries magic in her heart could have perceived us at all? You are extraordinary, my dear." Cedric nodded sagely. "The pixie speaks true. You need only open your eyes and embrace the wonders around you. Will you undertake this journey with us, Lily? Will you help awaken the magic that slumbers all around if we serve as your guides?" Lily gnawed her lower lip, 100 doubts and hesitations flitting through her mind. Yet she could not deny the profound pull she felt, an inexplicable longing to unravel the mysteries Cedric and Zinnia dangled so tantalizingly before her. At last, she nodded, a broad smile blossoming across her face. "Yes," she declared, her voice ringing with newfound conviction. "Let's go wake the magic." And so it was that Lily's life of quiet wanderings was irrevocably transformed into an enchanting odyssey. With her whimsical companions perched upon her shoulders, she ventured beyond the forest's borders, her path winding through sun-dappled meadows and misty glades, where wonders lay in wait behind every bend. Cedric, a boundless repository of ancient lore, taught her the secret languages of bird and beast, and how to decipher the wisdom woven into a spider's dazzling spiral, or the craggy whorls of a venerable oak's bark. Zinnia, ever the clever trickster, delighted in revealing the hidden magic that lay within seemingly ordinary objects. "Just because something appears plain does not mean it lacks marvel," she declared one afternoon, flitting around a patch of vibrant dandelions until their fuzzy seeds materialized into a tiny fleet of sailboats adrift on an ephemeral golden sea. Under her friend's tutelage, Lily came to view the world through new eyes, awestruck by sights she had overlooked her entire life. A dazzling kaleidoscope of color burst forth wherever rainbows fractured through morning mist. Garden sprites performed acrobatic feats amidst twinkling fireflies on summer evenings, The very air seemed electrified with possibility. Still, their journey was not without peril. One chilly dawn found them lost within the eerie depths of the tanglewood, a forest enshrouded in such dense shadow that even Zinnia's luminescent glow could scarcely pierce the gloom. Gnarled roots garbed in carpets of emerald moss formed treacherous snares, while hollow trunks wheezed with the whistling groans of unseen entities. Lily's heart hammered against her ribs as the ominous creaks and whispers seemed to multiply until the entire wood felt haunted. "'Tisn't safe to linger," Cedric cautioned in a hushed tone, his wizened face etched with concern. "These are the domains of the ancient tree guardians, wild and unpredictable beings whose wrath is terrible to behold." No sooner had the words left his lips than a towering shape materialized amidst the shadowy boles, its hulking form composed of bark and tangled branches. Lichen-spotted limbs thrashed as the massive creature reared toward them, unleashing a deafening bellow that sent a torrent of dead leaves and decayed matter raining down. "Run, Lily!" Zinnia cried, propelling herself aloft while yanking on the girl's hair in frantic urgency. Lily careened away, the world tilting sickeningly as she scrambled in blind panic through the labyrinth of snaking roots and grasping brambles. Her foot snagged on an upraised knot in the earth, and she pitched forward, bracing herself for a bruising impact that never came. Gentle yet unyielding tendrils of living wood had coiled around her body, suspending her midair as the tree guardian's thunderous footfalls shook the earth. Seemingly oblivious to Lily's plight, the lumbering monstrosity lurched forward, rage contorting its mossy features as it aimed its ponderous bulk towards Cedric! Lily screamed in horror. The aged gnome stood his ground resolutely, gazing upward without a shred of fear, as ribbons of pearlescent light unfurled like banners from his raised palms. A hush fell over the forest, every leaf and creature holding its breath in rapt anticipation. Then, in a resonant voice that could have emanated from the earth itself, Cedric unleashed a sonorous chant echoing with primordial majesty. With each potent utterance, his form seemed to expand as though he had been ensorcelled by giants. The fallen detritus took on a life of its own, coalescing into sinuous vines that streamed toward the frozen tree giant and encircled its bulk in ever-tightening coils. Spellbound, Lily watched the epic struggle unfold as the colossal beings locked in otherworldly combat, roots and branches shuddering with the sheer magnitude of their celestial duel. One moment, it seemed the colossus of bark and bough would break free of its verdant bonds. The next, Cedric's mystic utterances regained the upper hand, suffusing the glades in incandescent luminance. At last, with one final earth-shattering roar that seemed to reverberate across all of existence, the tree guardian collapsed inward and disintegrated into a sere blizzard of foliage. Cedric slumped to his knees, his venerable frame suddenly diminished and frail. The wooden filaments cradling Lily aloft unraveled, depositing her onto a plush carpet of moss and shed leaves. She scrambled toward her fallen friend, relief coursing through her as Zinnia alighted on the gnome's shoulder and patted his weathered cheek tenderly. Though he looked utterly spent and drawn, Cedric managed a weary smile for Lily. "You saved us," she stammered, overcome with awe and gratitude. How did you do that?" Cedric's eyes danced with mischief despite his exhaustion. "My dear, there are forces far older and more profound than you or I can conceive. To gaze upon their wonders with humility and awe is the path to true enlightenment and unfathomable power." He patted Lily's hand with a twinkle in his eye. "You have only glimpsed the merest fraction of the magic that surrounds us. Much lies ahead if you maintain an open heart and inquisitive spirit." And so their quest resumed, ever winding through new realms of breathtaking revelation and grandeur. Lily bore witness as Zinnia communed with the whispering voices of the summer zephyrs, discerning messages meant only for those pure of heart. Deep underground, Cedric unveiled the primordial tongue shared by boulders and crystals in hushed tones that set the air aquiver. Wherever they roamed, miracles bloomed around them. Showers of incandescent sprites spiraling up from woodland brooks, gigantic sunflowers whose radiant faces beamed with beaming smiles, clouds sculpted into ethereal whale shapes by friendly nature spirits. The world brimmed with undiscovered splendor, revealing ever deeper strata of marvels to those who embraced its magic. On the eve of the winter solstice, their odyssey finally drew them to the pinnacle of a towering crag that pierced the swirling amethyst heavens like a cyclone of shimmering adamant. There, nestled amongst the cradle of shooting stars, the craggy summit revealed a miraculous assemblage that stole Lily's breath away. All around them, arrayed atop hazy banks of cloud, glimmered the coalesced council of the last elders, stately dryads, whispering willows draped in mossy vestments, aged gnomes with twisting Ebernian staves, luminous sprites that whirled in sparkling eddies, a living cathedral of nature's ancient mysteries. The last surviving custodians of magic rendered flesh and foliage. In a whirlwind of resplendent ceremony, Lily and her steadfast companions were ushered forth with pomp and revelry. Echoing hymns rolled across the celestial precipice, their haunting melodies woven from the primordial tongues of sky and star, cairn and quasar. At the pinnacle of the rites, Lily stood trembling with wonder as each revered elder imparted a portion of their timeless essence into her outstretched palms. Torrents of incalculable power, eldritch yet exquisite, cascaded through her being, searing her eyes with visions of resplendent splendor beyond mortal comprehending. For an eternity suspended betwixt heartbeats, she knew with perfect clarity the song that symphonized all of creation, spanning from the whorls of distant nebulae to the whimsical kaleidoscopes of forest motes adrift on the morning's golden breezes. Lily's perception ripped asunder the gossamer veils shielding reality's deepest strata of awe, ancient mysteries, transcendent truths, and vistas of unfathomable loveliness resonating in breathtaking unison. And yet, through that boundless cosmic ecstasy, a single crystalline truth shone with piercing brilliance, a grace note rippling backward and forward through the cosmic score like a lover's sigh. That beauty and enchantment endure wherever they are nurtured by open eyes, enlightened minds, and receptive hearts. And as the final chords of that sublime epiphany faded to reverent silence, the elders bestowed upon Lily a simple yet singular gift, a seamless shimmering seed that blazed with the distilled quintessence of magic itself. Guard it well, they intoned in hushed unison, for within its flowering lies the boundless propagation of undying wonder for all generations to come. When Lily finally awoke from that numinous trance, she found herself reclining beneath the sheltering boughs of the forest's edge, as winter's first snowflakes dusted the evergreens with confectioner glaze. Cedric, Zinnia, and the once majestic convocation of elders were nowhere to be seen. Had it all been a dream? Then her fingers brushed against something hard and smooth nestled in the pocket of her woolen cloak, the seed, aglow with azure luminance and thrumming with undiminished power. A slow smile curved Lily's lips as certainty blossomed within her. No, it had been no mere reverie, but a transformative journey that had opened her eyes to the inexhaustible marvels woven through reality's every fiber. And now, armed with the concentrated essence of magic, she would nurture an endless cycle of awe and enchantment to grace the world anew. Clutching the radiant seed tightly, Lily rose and cast her gaze outward with renewed vision. All around her, the forest's autumnal havens fairly sparkled with the revelations and secrets awaiting those who would only open their senses. As the first delicate snowflakes caressed her cheeks like ephemeral kisses, she glimpsed for the first time how each faceted crystal blazed with the intricate geometry of eternity made manifest in fleeting form. A new world of beauty and transcendence had been unveiled, and Lily's journey was only just beginning. Story 18. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a gentle soul named Aaron. The village was a place where the days were painted with the golden hues of sunshine filtering through willow trees, and nights were serenaded by the gentle crooning of crickets. The air always carried a hint of lavender and honey, weaving through cobblestone streets lined with cottages that seemed to have grown from the earth itself. Aaron was a tender-hearted individual, known to everyone as the keeper of the village garden. The garden was a lush tapestry of colors and fragrances, with roses blushing in their beds and lilies that bowed gracefully under the weight of morning dew. Yet, despite the garden's vibrant growth, Aaron felt a quiet discontent. There was a restlessness within, a yearning for something undefined but deeply felt, a change that both beckoned and frightened. Aaron's days were rich with the simple joys of tending to the garden, But as the seasons turned, an unsettling feeling crept in. The once comforting routine began to feel like a gentle cage. Perhaps, Aaron pondered one twilight, as fireflies began their nightly dance, it's time for something new. But the thought of change was daunting, like stepping from the warm glow of the hearth into the unknown night. In the heart of the forest that bordered the village, there was an ancient oak known as the Whispering Tree. The villagers spoke of its magic, saying it held the secrets of the earth and the wisdom of the ages. It was said that those who listened closely could hear the tree share its insights, guiding them in times of uncertainty. One crisp autumn evening, with leaves swirling like golden confetti, Aaron decided to seek the Whispering Tree's counsel. The path through the woods was a mosaic of amber and rust, the air crisp with the scent of pine and earth. As Aaron approached the ancient oak, the branches seemed to reach out in welcome, their leaves trembling with anticipation. Sitting beneath the tree's vast embrace, Aaron closed their eyes and listened. At first, there was only the sound of the wind, whispering secrets to the leaves. But gradually, a gentle voice emerged, as soft as the rustle of silk. "Change, dear one," it murmured, "is the nature of all things. Like the seasons that transform the world, so too must you embrace your own transformation." "But how?" Aaron whispered, feeling both hopeful and hesitant. "I am afraid of what I do not know. Just as a seed must break and grow to see the sun, so too must you open yourself to the possibilities," the tree replied. "Trust in the magic within you and the wisdom of those who care for you." Encouraged yet uncertain, Aaron returned to the village. The following days were filled with quiet introspection, and as if sensing Aaron's need, the villagers gently offered their support. There was Mira, the baker, whose warm bread was as comforting as her kind words. "Growth is a journey, Aaron," she said with a knowing smile, "and every step is part of the dance." Then there was Rowan, the village storyteller, whose tales were woven with threads of courage and wonder. "Remember," Rowan said one starlit night as they gathered by the hearth, "even the smallest changes can begin great adventures." Inspired, Aaron began to embrace small changes. The garden, once a sanctuary of predictability, became a canvas for new ideas. With each new plant and color, Aaron felt the stirrings of joy and discovery. The villagers noticed the changes, not only in the garden but in Aaron's demeanor, a lightness in their step, a new spark in their eyes. One evening, as Aaron tended to a patch of moonflowers, something extraordinary happened. The flowers, which only bloomed under the silver gaze of the moon, began to glow with an ethereal light. Aaron watched in awe as the garden transformed into a sea of luminous blossoms, each petal shimmering like stars fallen to earth. In that magical moment, Aaron understood the Whispering Tree's wisdom. The garden had mirrored their own journey, an unfurling of potential, a blossoming of self. The fear of change had been replaced by the beauty of transformation, a dance of light and life. As the seasons continued their eternal cycle, Aaron found peace in the ebb and flow of change. The village garden thrived, becoming a sanctuary not only of plants, but of dreams and possibilities. And whenever doubt crept in, Aaron would visit the Whispering Tree, whose branches swayed in constant reminder of the magic within and around them. And so, in a village embraced by hills and woods, where the air was always sweet and time seemed to move with the rhythm of a gentle lullaby, Aaron discovered the beauty of personal growth and magical transformation. Through the wisdom of nature and the warmth of friendship, they learned that change, while daunting, was the gateway to a world of wonder. The villagers continued to gather in the garden, sharing stories and laughter under the starlit sky, their hearts warmed by the glow of moonflowers and the ever-present magic of life. And Aaron, now a beacon of quiet strength and joy, knew that the journey of growth was, and would always be, the greatest adventure of all. And so, with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft hum of the night as their lullaby, Aaron, and all who shared in their journey, found comfort in the story of transformation, knowing that they, like the garden, would continue to bloom with every passing season. Story 19. In the gentle embrace of the Andromeda Nebula, two planets spun in harmonious solitude, each cradling life forms that were as diverse as the stars themselves. On the verdant planet of Nalmira, where the air was sweet with the scent of ever-blooming flora, lived a species known as the Florians. These beings were as delicate as the petals of the flowers they tended, their skin a mosaic of vibrant colors that shifted with their emotions. The Florians valued community and harmony above all else, their days spent nurturing the lush gardens of their world. Across the cosmic sea, on the rocky, mineral-rich planet of Glinthar, resided the Craigites. In stark contrast to the Florians, they were robust and sturdy, their forms carved from the very stone of their environment. The Craigites were renowned for their craftsmanship, their hands deftly shaping the precious metals and stones of Glinthar into intricate works of art. Though their exterior was tough, their hearts were warm, beating with a rhythm of camaraderie and resilience. The tale begins on a day when the universe seemed to conspire for the improbable. A Florian named Nissa, whose curiosity was as boundless as the nebula itself, felt a stirring within her. Her colors shimmered with hues of lavender and gold, a sign of her adventurous spirit. Meanwhile, on Glinthar, a young Craigite named Korr, whose passion for exploration was matched only by his skill with a chisel, found himself yearning for new horizons. His granite-like skin glistened with a determination that mirrored the sparkle of his homeland's gemstones. It was during the Festival of Stars, a celestial celebration observed across the cosmos, that Nissa and Korr's paths were destined to entwine. The Florians and Craigites had long exchanged messages through the stellar network, a series of beacons that transmitted light and sound across the galaxies. This year, both species had agreed to send emissaries to each other's planets to share their cultures and joys. Nissa was chosen to represent Nalmira, her heart fluttering with anticipation as she boarded the sleek starship that would carry her to Glinthar. As she gazed out at the twinkling expanse, she felt a sense of wonder and trepidation. Would the Craigites understand her gentle nature, or would they find her too fragile and ephemeral? Simultaneously, Korr embarked on his journey to Nalmira, his sturdy frame filling the cabin of his vessel. He pondered over the Florians, whose tender ways seemed so alien to his pragmatic mind. Would they see him as a brute, a creature of stone among petals? Their meeting was set against the backdrop of a lush valley on Glinthar, where the first rays of a blue sun kissed the rugged cliffs. As Nissa stepped onto the rocky soil, the unfamiliar texture beneath her feet sent a shiver of excitement through her. Korr approached, his gait confident yet gentle, careful not to disturb the delicate flowers that had been planted to welcome the Florian guests. Their initial exchange was cautious, each wary of misunderstanding. Nissa offered a bouquet of Nalmira's finest blooms, their fragrance an invitation to friendship. Korr accepted the gift, his granite hands surprisingly tender as he examined the vibrant colors. In return, he presented Nissa with a pendant crafted from the finest glinthite, its surface catching the light in a dance of reflections. Despite their gifts, their first conversations were punctuated by silences, each unsure of what to say or how to bridge the vast gulf between their worlds. Misunderstandings were inevitable. Nissa's gentle laughter, a sound of pure joy, was initially interpreted by Korr as mockery, causing a momentary rift. Similarly, Korr's straightforward manner was perceived by Nissa as brusque and unfeeling. Yet, beneath the surface of these misunderstandings lay the seeds of growth. As they spent more time together, exploring the valleys and sharing stories of their homes, they began to see beyond their differences. Nissa learned that Korr's directness was not lack of warmth but an expression of sincerity, a trait she came to admire. Korr, in turn, discovered that Nissa's laughter was a melody of kindness, a sound that soothed the very stones of his heart. Their bond was tested during a shared challenge that arose unexpectedly. A sudden meteor shower, rare and unpredictable, threatened the valley where they had grown comfortable. The sky was ablaze with fiery trails, each one a potential disaster for the fragile flora and the sturdy rock alike. In the face of this cosmic tempest, Nissa and Korr found their true strength in each other. Nissa's keen understanding of plant life allowed her to quickly gather and protect the most vulnerable species, while Korr used his strength to construct shelters from the surrounding rocks, his hands moving with the precision of a master sculptor. Amidst the chaos, a moment of mutual support cemented their friendship. As a particularly large meteor descended, its trajectory menacing, Korr shielded Nissa with his body, his granite form absorbing the impact. In that instant, Nissa's colors shifted to a brilliant white, a Florian sign of gratitude and deep connection. She reached out, her fingers brushing Korr's cheek, the touch a silent promise of enduring friendship. When the skies finally cleared, the valley bore scars of the meteor's fury, but it also held the indelible mark of a new alliance. Together, Nissa and Korr worked to heal the land, their efforts a testament to the harmony they had found. In the gentle glow of the setting sun, as the evening breeze carried the scent of renewed blooms and the warmth of freshly hewn stone, Nissa and Korr sat side by side. They shared a comfortable silence, the kind that only true friends can enjoy, their differences now a tapestry of shared experiences and mutual respect. As the Festival of Stars drew to a close, both knew they would soon return to their respective worlds. Yet they carried within them the gifts of understanding and companionship, treasures that transcended the vast distances of space. Their story spread across the galaxies, a tale of unlikely companions who discovered the true meaning of friendship. And so, beneath the endless canopy of stars, two planets spun a little closer, bound not by proximity but by the enduring bonds of heart and spirit. Story 20. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of a lush green valley, lay the quaint village of Pumpernickel Whimsy. This village was unlike any other, for every morning it woke up to the soft tinkling of bells hanging from the branches of the rainbow maple trees. These trees stood tall and proud, with leaves shimmering in every color imaginable, casting a kaleidoscope of hues upon the cobblestone streets below. In this vibrant place lived the most curious assortment of characters. There was Pippa Potts, a sprightly little woman with hair like spun silver and eyes as bright as polished marbles. Pippa had a peculiar knack for crafting hats that never blew off in the wind, a talent quite handy in a village where gusts of laughter frequently ruffled skirts and tickled noses. Then there was Barnaby Bumble, the beekeeper, whose bees produced honey that glowed softly in the dark. Barnaby himself had a beard so bushy and alive it seemed to buzz with its own secret life, much like his beloved bees. He was known for his gentle heart and a laugh that could warm the chilliest of days. Every week, the villagers gathered at the center square to share stories and solve the little magical mysteries that popped up like mushrooms after a rain. One sunny afternoon, as the villagers were sipping cider and nibbling on cloudberry tarts, an unusual event occurred. The sky above began to swirl and shimmer, and suddenly a shower of giggling, glowing bubbles began to fall. The bubbles were magnificent, each one capturing a tiny scene within: a dancing cat, a juggling squirrel, a sleepy dragon snoring softly. The villagers were utterly enchanted, but soon they realized there was a small problem. The bubbles were sticking to everything: trees, houses, even Barnaby's beard. And, while they provided delightful entertainment, the bubbles blocked doorways and paths, creating a whimsical, albeit inconvenient, maze throughout the village. Pippa, with her twinkling eyes and a hat shaped like a blooming sunflower, was the first to speak up. "We need to find a way to gently guide these bubbles back to where they belong," she said, her voice as bright as her smile. Barnaby, scratching his beard thoughtfully, which caused a few bubbles to pop and release sweet scents of honey and sunshine, nodded in agreement. "Perhaps my bees can help," he suggested. "They're quite adept at guiding things through the air." And so, a plan was hatched. With Pippa's clever ideas and Barnaby's buzzing assistance, the villagers set about crafting a solution. They gathered around the square, where Pippa had spread out a collection of her hats, each one equipped with tiny, delicate fans powered by the gentle hum of Barnaby's bees. As the villagers donned the hats, the air around them began to shimmer with a soft, harmonious hum. The bees, guided by Barnaby's steady hand and gentle words, fluttered around the bubbles, nudging them upwards. Slowly, the bubbles lifted, rising like a swarm of luminescent lanterns into the sky. The villagers watched in awe as the bubbles ascended, swirling together in a dazzling dance before vanishing into the clouds with a final, tinkling laugh. With the paths now clear, the villagers cheered and clapped, grateful for the return of their cozy, bubble-free village. As the sun set, casting long shadows and a warm glow over Pumpernickel Whimsy, Barnaby and Pippa stood side by side, watching the colors of the evening sky. "That was quite the adventure," Barnaby chuckled, his beard twitching with mirth. "Indeed it was," Pippa agreed, adjusting her sunflower hat. "But it just goes to show that when friends come together, even the most whimsical of problems can be solved with a touch of creativity and a lot of heart." And so, with hearts full of joy and laughter lingering in the air, the villagers of Pumpernickel Whimsy returned to their cozy homes. That night, they drifted into dreams filled with dancing bubbles and buzzing bees, knowing that in their village, every day held the promise of a new, delightful whimsy. Story 21. Once upon a time in the heart of an ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets to the wind and the streams sang lullabies to the stones, there lived a young woman named Seraphina. She resided in a quaint cottage that seemed to have grown out of the earth itself, covered in moss with ivy-laden walls and a roof thatched with golden straw. The cottage sat at the edge of a glimmering emerald meadow, where wildflowers danced in the gentle breeze, painting the air with the sweet scents of lavender and chamomile. Seraphina was known throughout the land for her kindness and gentle spirit, yet she harbored a deep fear of change. Her life had been a tapestry of routines, each thread woven with predictability and safety. She spent her days tending to her flourishing garden, her nights under the blanket of stars, her heart quietly yearning for a sense of belonging and purpose that eluded her. One evening, as dusk painted the sky with shades of periwinkle and rose, Seraphina discovered a peculiar seed nestled beneath the roots of an ancient oak tree. It was unlike any seed she had seen before, shimmering with a soft, iridescent glow. Intrigued, she decided to plant it in her garden, hoping it would flourish under her care. As the days passed, the seed sprouted into a delicate sapling, its leaves glinting like silver in the sunlight. This enchanted plant seemed to mirror Seraphina's own journey, growing slowly yet steadily, its roots delving deep into the soil, seeking nourishment and stability. However, as the sapling grew, so did Seraphina's anxiety about the changes it heralded. The plant's magical nature was undeniable, and with it came an air of mystery that unsettled her. She found herself questioning her ability to nurture such a unique being, and often worried about what transformations it might bring. One moonlit night, as she sat by the fire, a gentle knock resonated at her door. Opening it, she found a wizened old man clothed in robes of forest green, his eyes twinkling like the stars above. He introduced himself as Alaric, a wandering sage and guardian of the forest. "Fear not the changes that life brings, dear Seraphina," Alaric said warmly, sensing the conflict in her heart. "For within you lies a strength that can guide you through the unknown." Alaric became a frequent visitor, regaling Seraphina with tales of distant lands and creatures of magic. With his guidance, she began to see her fear of change in a new light. She learned that transformation was not something to be dreaded but embraced, for it was through change that life revealed its true colors. Encouraged by Alaric's wisdom, Seraphina started to explore beyond the familiar confines of her garden. She ventured into the forest, where she discovered a realm teeming with life and wonder. There she met creatures of all kinds: the playful sprites who wove moonbeams into gossamer threads, the wise old owl who imparted secrets of the stars, and the gentle deer who guided her along hidden paths. With each new encounter, Seraphina's confidence grew, and she found herself embracing the ebb and flow of life's changes. Her heart, once a cocoon of doubt, began to unfurl like the delicate petals of a morning glory, reaching toward the sun in a dance of renewal. As the seasons turned, the enchanted sapling blossomed into a magnificent tree, its branches stretching skyward, adorned with ethereal blossoms that seemed to capture the essence of twilight. This magical transformation became a mirror of Seraphina's own journey, a testament to the beauty of personal discovery. One serene evening, as the last hues of sunset faded into twilight, Seraphina sat beneath the tree, her heart brimming with gratitude. She realized that the tree had not only changed her garden, but had also transformed her. The fear of the unknown had given way to a deep appreciation for the magic of growth and change. With Alaric by her side, Seraphina had learned that life's journey was not about reaching a destination, but about embracing the moments that lead us there. She discovered that true strength lies in the courage to face the unknown, and that every challenge is an opportunity for growth. As the stars twinkled above like scattered diamonds, Seraphina whispered a silent thank you to the universe. Her fears had been replaced by a gentle acceptance, and she knew that, like the enchanted tree, she would continue to grow and flourish, guided by the wisdom of the forest and the friendships she had nurtured along the way. And so, in the heart of the ancient forest, Seraphina found her place, a soul at peace with the ever-changing rhythm of life, her spirit forever intertwined with the magic of transformation. And in that quiet corner of the world, where the trees still whispered and the streams sang, Seraphina's journey of growth and discovery continued, a tale as timeless as the stars themselves. Story 22. Once upon a time, in the cozy village of Willowbrook, nestled at the edge of the whispering woods, there lived a gentle soul named Leora. Leora was known for her curiosity, a trait that shone as brightly as the fireflies that danced around her window each night. Her days were spent tending to her garden, her hands rich with the scent of rosemary and thyme, but her nights were filled with dreams of far-off places and the mysteries they held. One golden afternoon, as the sun began to dip toward the horizon, Leora decided to venture deeper into the whispering woods than she ever had before. The woods had always whispered tales to her in the rustle of leaves and the babble of the brook, but today its whispers seemed louder, more inviting. As she stepped into the heart of the forest, the air was thick with the fragrance of pine and earth, a comforting embrace of nature. The trees stood tall and proud, their branches weaving a tapestry against the azure sky. Leora noticed that the light here was different, filtering through the leaves in soft, dappled patterns that danced around her feet. It wasn't long before Leora came upon a clearing, unlike any she had seen. In its center was a small pond, its surface mirror-like, reflecting the clouds above as though they were floating within its depths. Around the pond grew flowers of every hue, vivid blues and purples that seemed to hum with their own gentle music. Leora knelt by the water's edge, entranced by the scene before her. As she gazed into the pond, a ripple broke the surface, and from its depths emerged a creature unlike any Leora had ever imagined. It was a small, delicate being, with wings like gossamer spun from the first light of dawn. Its eyes shimmered with a mischievous kindness, and as it hovered above the water, it spoke in a voice that was both the rustle of leaves and the song of the stream. "Welcome, Leora," it chimed, "to the glimmering glade. Few have ventured here, even fewer have seen me." The creature introduced itself as Pippin, a guardian of this enchanted corner of the forest. Leora, though surprised, felt a warmth spread through her heart. "Thank you for your welcome, Pippin. I have always dreamt of finding such a place." Pippin twirled in the air, its wings catching the sunlight in 1,000 tiny rainbows. "There is much to see and many friends to meet, but first," it said, a twinkle in its eye, "you must solve a riddle. Only then can you truly explore the wonders of the glade." Leora nodded, her curiosity piqued. "I am ready." Pippin fluttered closer, its voice soft and melodic. "I speak without a mouth and hear without ears. I have no body, but I come alive with the wind. What am I?" Leora pondered the riddle, feeling the breeze play through her hair, the whisper of the forest in her ears. Then, with a smile, she answered, "An echo." Pippin clapped its tiny hands in delight, a sound like raindrops on leaves. "Correct. You are indeed wise, Leora." With the riddle solved, Pippin led her deeper into the glade, where wonders unfolded at every turn. Leora met playful sprites who danced upon the flowers, their laughter a gentle breeze. She watched as a family of luminescent fireflies painted the dusk with their glowing trails, creating constellations in the air above her. As the sun dipped further, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, Leora and Pippin sat by the pond, watching the stars begin their nightly dance. Leora felt a profound peace, a sense of belonging she hadn't known she was missing. "Thank you, Pippin," Leora said softly, "for showing me such beauty." Pippin smiled, its wings shimmering in the starlight. "It is courage and a curious heart that led you here. Remember, Leora, that exploration brings understanding, and understanding brings light to even the darkest places." As the night deepened, Leora knew it was time to return to Willowbrook. She promised Pippin she would visit again, her heart filled with a newfound courage and the knowledge that the world was far more wondrous than she had ever imagined. With a final wave, Leora turned and made her way back through the whispering woods, the path lit by the gentle glow of the moon. As she walked, she felt the whispers of the woods in her heart, a melody of adventure and friendship that would stay with her always. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, Leora returned home, her dreams that night filled with the magic of the glimmering glade. She knew that no matter where her path might lead, she would always carry with her the courage to explore and the joy of discovery. And from that day forward, Leora's garden never seemed quite the same, for every bloom held a hint of the wonders she had seen, and every breeze carried with it the echoes of her enchanted journey. Story 23. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies and the moonlight danced in dapples on the forest floor, there was a small village named Everglen. It was a place where magic curled through the air like morning mist, and the villagers lived in harmony with the mystical creatures that called the woods home. One particular evening, as the sunset painted the sky in shades of lavender and rose, the villagers gathered in the square for their nightly stories under the old oak tree. But this evening was unlike any other. A gentle rumor had spread, whispering on the winds. Things were going missing. Felicity, the village's kind-hearted seamstress, noticed her scissors would vanish from her work table, only to reappear in odd places like beneath her pillow or tucked in the folds of her curtains. Jasper, the baker with flour-dusted hands, found his rolling pin mysteriously relocated to the branches of the tallest pine tree. And little Ivy, who loved to collect shiny stones by the creek, found her treasures scattered across the meadow, arranged in spirals that mirrored the constellations above. The villagers were puzzled but not alarmed, for they knew their home was a magical one. Yet, curiosity bubbled like a pot over a lively fire. Determined to understand the mystery, they decided to ask for help from the wisest creature in the woods, the great owl named Solandor. That very night, as the silver moon reached its peak, Felicity, Jasper, and Ivy made their way through the gentle darkness to the ancient oak where Solandor roosted. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the sweet scent of blooming nightshade and the soft rustle of leaves. Solandor, with feathers like woven moonlight and eyes as deep as the universe, listened patiently as they recounted their stories. With a thoughtful tilt of his head, he hooted gently, "Ah, the mischief sprites, I suspect. They are playful spirits, invisible to the eye but not to the heart. They mean no harm, but love a bit of fun." Felicity, her curiosity piqued, asked, "But why now? And why these things?" Solandor chuckled softly, a sound like rustling pages of a well-loved book. "The sprites adore the changing seasons. They celebrate in their own way, borrowing what shines or holds warmth to them. To solve this, we must play along with their mischief." Jasper, always one for a clever plan, suggested, "Perhaps we can offer them something they would enjoy more, something that would entice them to return what they've taken." With a nod of agreement, Solandor advised, "Create a gift of light and laughter, something that will charm their hearts, and then leave it where the moonlight is brightest." That very night, the villagers gathered by the edge of the meadow under the watchful gaze of the stars. They crafted a delicate lantern from willow branches and glass, filling it with flickering fairy lights that danced like fireflies. Ivy, with her collection of stones, arranged them around the lantern in patterns that sang of joy and friendship. As the first light of dawn touched the sky, they placed their offering in the center of the meadow, where the moonlight was known to linger the longest. The villagers returned home, hopeful and sleepy, wrapped in the warmth of camaraderie and shared purpose. The following morning, as the sun's golden rays kissed the village awake, the villagers found their belongings returned, each placed with care and a hint of mischief nearby. Felicity's scissors rested on a freshly bloomed rose. Jasper's rolling pin lay beside a basket of perfectly baked pastries, and Ivy's stones formed a heart around the lantern. In the heart of Everglen, under the watchful eyes of Solandor and the playful sprites, the villagers learned a gentle lesson. Sometimes, understanding and kindness can unravel the most delightful of mysteries. And so, life in the Whispering Woods continued, wrapped in the warmth of friendship and the soft magical glow of shared stories and laughter. As the days turned into nights and nights into days, The villagers of Everglen knew that whenever the mischief sprites danced through their lives, it was simply another reason to gather under the old oak and share tales of wonder and whimsy, their hearts ever open to the magic that surrounded them. Story 24. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled at the edge of the Whispering Woods, there lived a gentle young girl named Leora. Her home was a small, thatched cottage, surrounded by a garden that bloomed with every color imaginable. The air always carried the sweet scent of lavender, and the soft murmur of the nearby brook provided a soothing melody that lulled the village to sleep each night. Every morning, Leora would wander through the woods, foraging for berries and herbs to bring back to her grandmother, who was known for her healing potions and soothing teas. The Whispering Woods were magical, and everyone in the village knew it. The trees seemed to sway in time with the wind's whispers, and tiny fireflies danced like twinkling stars beneath the thick canopy. One crisp autumn day, Leora noticed something peculiar. The vibrant leaves began to shimmer in an unusual way, casting iridescent reflections upon the forest floor. As she ventured deeper into the woods, she encountered a small clearing she had never seen before. At its center was an ancient oak tree, its trunk gnarled and wide, with roots sprawling like the arms of an old friend eager for a hug. Beneath the oak, Leora found a collection of oddly shaped stones arranged in a perfect circle. As she stepped closer, she felt a gentle warmth emanating from them, as if they held a secret waiting to be uncovered. Just then, a soft rustling sound caught her attention. From the branches above, a tiny creature peeked out, a squirrel with a tufted tail and eyes that twinkled with curiosity. "Hello there," Leora whispered, smiling up at the squirrel. "Do you know what these stones are for?" The squirrel chittered back in a language Leora had yet to learn, but somehow she understood. It scampered down the tree and began to rearrange the stones with its tiny paws. Leora watched in amazement as the stones formed a spiral pattern, each one glowing softly in the dappled sunlight. Intrigued, Leora decided to visit the village's wise owl, Eldrick, who lived in the tallest tree at the heart of the woods. Eldrick was known for his vast knowledge and gentle wisdom, always ready with advice for those who sought it. As Leora approached his tree, she called out, "Eldrick, I have discovered something unusual in the woods." Eldrick, with his feathers as white as snow and eyes that glimmered like golden coins, peered down at her. "Ah, young Leora," he hooted softly, "what mystery have you stumbled upon today?" After Leora described the strange stones and their mysterious glow, Eldrick nodded thoughtfully. "Those stones are part of the forest's heart," he explained. "They are ancient and hold the magic of the land, but something must have disturbed their rest if they are revealing themselves now." Leora's curiosity grew. "What could have disturbed them, Eldrick? And how can we help?" "The answer lies with the wind," Eldrick replied enigmatically. "Listen closely, and it will guide you." With Eldrick's advice in mind, Leora returned to the clearing. She closed her eyes and listened carefully. The wind rustled through the leaves, carrying with it a soft melodic hum. Following the sound, Leora noticed a path that seemed to open up before her, leading to a secluded grove where the air shimmered with an ethereal glow. In the center of the grove was a shimmering pool, and beside it stood a majestic deer with antlers that glistened like frost in the morning sun. Its eyes were gentle and wise, and it seemed to beckon Leora closer. "Welcome, young seeker," the deer spoke, its voice as smooth as velvet. "I am Eowyn, guardian of this sacred place. The stones you found are part of the balance that sustains our world. Recently, the balance has been disrupted, causing the stones to reveal themselves." Leora nodded, feeling a sense of purpose. "What can I do to help restore the balance, Eowyn?" Eowyn lowered its head, touching the water with its antlers. The surface rippled, revealing an image of a small, mischievous sprite darting through the forest, scattering acorns and leaves in its wake. "This sprite, Tink, has been playing pranks, unaware of the chaos it causes. You must help him understand the importance of harmony in our world." With determination, Leora set out to find Tink. She followed the trail of scattered acorns and disrupted leaves until she heard a playful giggle. There, perched on a mushroom, was Tink, his wings shimmering like a dragonfly's in the sunlight. "Tink," Leora called gently, "I need your help." Tink looked up, his eyes wide with curiosity. "Help? With what? Leora smiled warmly. The forest's magic is in disarray because of your playful pranks, but with your help we can set things right. Tink's expression softened as he listened. I didn't mean any harm. I just wanted to have fun. I know, Leora said, kneeling beside him. But sometimes our actions have consequences we don't see. Will you help me restore the balance? Tink nodded enthusiastically, flitting up into the air. Together they returned to the clearing where the stones lay. With Tink's guidance, they rearranged the stones, each one humming softly as it found its rightful place. As the last stone settled, a gentle breeze swept through the trees, and the forest seemed to sigh in relief. The vibrant colors returned, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of blossoms. Even the shimmering pool in the grove glowed with renewed life. Aylwin appeared once more, nodding approval. You have done well, Leora and Tink. The balance is restored, and the forest thanks you. Leora grinned, feeling a warm glow of accomplishment. Thank you, Aylwin, for guiding us. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the woods, Leora and Tink made their way back to the village. The stars began to twinkle in the night sky, and the forest sang a lullaby of gratitude. From that day on, Tink became a guardian of sorts, watching over the woods and ensuring its magic remained in harmony. Leora, too, continued her journeys, her heart full of the friends she had made and the lessons she had learned. And so, under the gentle watch of the moon, the village nestled between the whispering woods and the meandering brook rested peacefully, its dreams cradled by the magic of the forest and the warmth of friendship. Story 25. The Whispering Woods. In a small village nestled between the shadowy folds of the verdant hills, where the air was always thick with the scent of pine and wildflowers, lived a gentle young girl named Anwen. This village, known for its vibrant tapestry of seasons, was framed by the mysterious Whispering Woods, a place where it was said the trees could speak and the wind carried secrets from long ago. Anwen, with her auburn hair cascading like autumn leaves over her shoulders, often spent her afternoons wandering the edges of these woods. She was drawn to the dappled light that danced on the forest floor and the bird song that wove a melody of peace and curiosity. Her heart was a quiet one, brimming with dreams and the kind of questions that only stars could answer on a clear night. One crisp morning, as the village was just beginning to stir, Anwen set out on a journey that would forever change her life. She had heard tales of a hidden world within the Whispering Woods, a place known only to those who truly listened to the heartbeats of nature. It was said that those who found it could uncover secrets of the past and glimpse into the possibilities of their own futures. With a satchel slung over her shoulder, filled with apples and a warm loaf of bread, Anwen stepped into the woods. The morning mist clung to her skin like a silken veil, and the earthy scent of moss and rich soil enveloped her. As she ventured deeper, the familiar paths she knew began to wane, giving way to trails that seemed woven by the forest itself. The trees here were ancient and wise, their trunks twisted and gnarled with time. Leaves whispered secrets to one another, rustling gently as if to beckon her onward. Anwen felt a warmth in her chest, a guiding light that seemed to pulse with each step she took toward the unknown. As the sun reached its zenith, casting golden rays through the canopy, Anwen stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before. In its center stood an ancient oak, its branches reaching toward the heavens like the outstretched arms of a storyteller. The air around the tree shimmered with a light ethereal and warm, and Anwen felt drawn to it as though an invisible thread tugged at her soul. At the base of the oak, nestled among the roots, lay a small, ornate box. It was carved from wood that seemed to glow with an inner light, and engraved with symbols that danced before her eyes. Anwen knelt beside it, her fingers trembling with both excitement and reverence. She had found the heart of the Whispering Woods. With gentle hands, she opened the box to reveal a small, glistening stone, a deep blue as if the night sky had been captured within its heart. As she held it in her palm, a warmth spread through her, wrapping her in a cocoon of comfort and light. She knew this stone was no ordinary object. It was a key, a guide, a friend. Suddenly, the air seemed to hum with energy, and Anwen heard a soft, melodious voice, a whisper carried on the breeze. Follow where your heart leads, and you shall find the truth you seek. With newfound determination, Anwen continued her journey, the stone clasped tightly in her hand. The forest responded to her presence as if alive, guiding her with gentle nudges from the wind and subtle shifts in the light. She walked for hours, her footsteps quiet on the leaf-strewn path, until she reached a river that sparkled like liquid crystal under the afternoon sun. Beside the river stood a figure, cloaked in the soft greens and browns of the forest. Anwen approached cautiously, yet without fear, for she felt a kindred spirit in the stranger. As she drew near, the figure lifted their hood to reveal a kind face framed by silvery hair, eyes twinkling like stars. "Welcome, Anwen," the stranger said, their voice a comforting lullaby. "I am Lyra, guardian of the Whispering Woods. You have found the Stone of Truth, a gift not often given. It chooses those whose hearts are pure and whose minds are open." Anwen listened, her heart swelling with a sense of belonging. She felt as though she had been searching for this moment all her life, though she had never known it until now. "What am I to do with it?" Anwen asked, her voice barely above a whisper, as though speaking too loudly might shatter the fragile beauty of the moment. Lyra smiled, the kind of smile that speaks of ancient wisdom and gentle understanding. "The stone will guide you to see the unseen, to hear the unspoken. It will show you the hidden world within and around you. But remember, Anwen, it is not the stone that holds the answers, but your own heart." With Lyra as her guide, Anwen embarked on a journey through the hidden world of the Whispering Woods. She discovered glades where time seemed to stand still, and creatures of legend that watched her with eyes full of stories untold. She learned to listen to the language of the wind and to see the dreams woven into the fabric of the leaves. As the days turned to weeks, Anwen found herself growing in ways she had never imagined. Her heart, once a quiet pool of dreams, became a river of understanding and compassion. She learned that every creature, every tree, every stone had a story, and that these stories were threads in the tapestry of life. In her travels, she befriended a fox with fur like fire and eyes like the twilight sky. His name was Finn, and together they shared many adventures, learning from one another and discovering the joys of friendship that defied the boundaries of species and form. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the first stars began to twinkle, Anwen and Finn sat by the river, the Stone of Truth resting between them. The air was cool and crisp, filled with the symphony of night creatures awakening to the moon's gentle embrace. "Finn," Anwen said softly, "I've learned so much here, but I feel there's still something more I must do." Finn tilted his head, his eyes reflecting the starlight. "You've grown wise, Anwen. Sometimes the greatest journeys are those that lead us back to where we began, but with new eyes and a fuller heart." Anwen nodded, understanding the truth in his words. She realized that her journey was not just about uncovering the secrets of the Whispering Woods, but about discovering the depths of her own spirit and the bonds she could forge with others. The next morning, Anwen bid farewell to Lyra and the hidden world she had come to love. With Finn trotting at her side, she retraced her steps back through the forest, the Stone of Truth a comforting weight in her pocket. As she emerged from the woods, the village lay before her, bathed in the golden light of dawn. Everything looked the same, yet everything had changed. Anwen felt a new sense of purpose, a desire to share her experiences and the wisdom she had gained. The villagers were curious about her absence, and Anwen, with a smile that spoke of countless tales, began to share her story. She spoke of the magical oak and the Stone of Truth, of the gentle guardian Lyra and her fiery friend Finn. She shared the lessons of the forest and the importance of listening to the whispers of the world around them. Through her stories, Anwen inspired others to look beyond the surface, to seek the hidden beauty within their own lives and the lives of those around them. Her journey became a beacon of hope and understanding, a reminder that the greatest adventures often begin with a single step into the unknown. As the years passed, Anwen's tales spread far and wide, carried on the winds of time like seeds waiting to take root. The Whispering Woods remained a place of mystery and magic, a sanctuary for those who dared to dream and listen to the whispers of their hearts. And so, under the starlit sky, with the gentle crackle of a fireplace nearby, Anwen's legacy lived on, a testament to the power of friendship, the wisdom of nature, and the transformative journey of discovering one's own truth. Story 26. In the velvety expanse of the cosmos, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds upon a midnight cloak, there lay a quaint little galaxy known for its serenely orbiting planets, each teeming with life and wonders of its own. Among these celestial bodies was the verdant world of Lyra, where the air hummed with the gentle songs of the wind as it danced through crystalline forests. Here, nestled in a grove of luminescent trees, lived a young Lyran named Kale. Kale was a creature of curiosity and gentle heart, resembling a delicate blend of feline grace and avian magnificence, with soft, feathery plumes that shimmered in shades of emerald and teal. His days were spent exploring the myriad wonders of his home, his heart singing with the thrill of discovery. Yet, despite the beauty that surrounded him, Kale often felt a yearning for something beyond his world, an unspoken longing for the stars. Far across the galaxy, on a planet blanketed in azure sands, and under the watchful gaze of two golden suns, resided a species known as the Zerathians. Among them was a spirited young Zerathian named Mira. With skin that glistened like polished onyx and eyes that sparkled with the warmth of the twin suns, Mira was known for her adventurous spirit and her ability to see beauty in the most unexpected places. Mira had always been fascinated by the stories of other worlds, and it was this fascination that led her to build a small spacecraft from salvaged parts, driven by an insatiable desire to explore the universe beyond her sunlit dunes. One fateful day, a celestial event drew Kale and Mira together. A rare cosmic storm, swirling with vibrant hues of violet and gold, swept through the galaxy, its magnetic tendrils pulling at Mira's spacecraft and sending it spiraling off course. The storm, like a kindly guide, gently deposited her ship on the lush, unfamiliar world of Lyra. When Kale first encountered the strange, gleaming craft nestled among the trees, his heart raced with both trepidation and excitement. Curiosity overcame caution, and he approached, his footsteps soft upon the mossy earth. Mira emerged, slightly disheveled yet undeterred, her eyes wide with awe at the emerald paradise that surrounded her. The two regarded each other, an unspoken question lingering in the air between them. Kale, though wary, could sense no malice in Mira's gaze, only wonder and a shared sense of adventure. Their initial attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. The gentle hums and trills of Kale's language were foreign to Mira's ears, just as her melodic Zerathian tongue was to Kale. Yet through gestures and the universal language of laughter, they began to bridge the gap, each misunderstanding turning into a shared moment of joy and learning. As days turned into weeks, Kale introduced Mira to the wonders of Lyra, the shimmering crystal caves that sang when touched by the breeze, the gentle luminescence of the moonlit fields, and the vibrant creatures that called the planet home. In return, Mira shared tales of her own world, of the vast azure deserts and the golden light that painted the skies at dusk. Together, they faced the challenges of survival in the wilds of Lyra, learning the rhythms of the forest and the secrets it held. When a sudden storm threatened to uproot Mira's craft, Kale's knowledge of the land helped them secure it, while Mira's ingenuity provided solutions to problems they encountered, weaving a tapestry of trust and camaraderie. One evening, under a canopy of stars, Kale and Mira found themselves by a tranquil lake. The water mirrored the heavens above, creating an endless expanse of twinkling light. It was here, in this serene moment, that Mira spoke of her longing for home, the pull of the twin suns that called to her heart just as the stars sang to Kale. Kale, understanding the ache of longing, gently placed a feathered hand on Mira's shoulder. "Perhaps," he trilled softly, "we are meant to explore the stars together, to carry pieces of each other's worlds within us." Mira smiled, her heart warmed by the truth in his words. "Yes," she agreed, her voice a gentle whisper in the night. "Together, we are more than just travelers. We are friends." Their journey continued, each day a new chapter in their shared adventure. As they learned from one another, Kale and Mira discovered the true meaning of friendship, a bond unbreakable by distance or difference, a connection forged in understanding and kindness. Eventually, with Kale's help, Mira repaired her ship. Yet, when the day came for her departure, it was not a farewell, but a promise of return, a testament to the friendship that had blossomed among the stars. As the ship ascended, Mira looked back at the figure of Kale, his plumes shimmering under the Lyra's gentle light. She knew that their paths would cross again, for the universe was vast and full of wonders, and they had only just begun to explore it, together. And so, under the vast sky where stars whispered secrets to those who listened, two unlikely companions found their place among the cosmos, their hearts forever entwined by the magic of friendship. Story 27. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between rolling, emerald-green hills and a whispering forest, there was a world where magic danced playfully with the mundane. This village, with its cobblestone paths and charming thatched-roof cottages, was known as Willowdown. The folk of Willowdown were a close-knit bunch, always eager to help one another with a warm smile and a gentle hand. Among them was a young girl named Lila, whose heart was as pure as the babbling brook that wound its way through the village. Lila lived with her grandmother, a wise woman known for her knowledge of herbs and her comforting stories. Their cottage stood at the edge of the forest, where the trees whispered secrets to those who would listen. Every morning, Lila would help her grandmother tend to the garden, where vibrant herbs and flowers brimmed with the promise of healing and wonder. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden leaves fluttered down like tiny parachutes, Lila noticed something peculiar. The air was filled with a melody, a sweet, haunting tune that seemed to drift from the heart of the forest. It was unlike any bird song she had heard before, and she felt a gentle tug at her heart to discover its source. With her grandmother's blessing and a basket of freshly baked bread tucked under her arm, Lila set off towards the woods. The path was lined with mushrooms that glowed softly in the shade, and the scent of pine and earth wrapped around her like a beloved quilt. As she ventured deeper, the melody grew stronger, weaving through the air like a silken thread. Lila soon found herself at a small clearing where a circle of ancient stones stood solemnly. In the center, a delicate fountain bubbled with crystal-clear water, and perched upon its edge was a tiny creature the likes of which Lila had never seen. It was a sprite, with wings that shimmered like spun sugar in the dappled sunlight. Its eyes were wise and kind, and a mischievous smile played upon its lips. "Greetings, young one," the sprite chimed, its voice as musical as the forest itself. "I am Bramble, keeper of the woods. What brings you to our sacred glade?" Lila curtsied politely, her cheeks flushed with excitement. "I heard your song and felt it calling to me. It was so beautiful, I couldn't resist coming to find it." Bramble fluttered closer, the air around it twinkling with tiny sparks of magic. "Ah, yes, our song is a beacon for those with a heart pure enough to hear it. We have a small mystery on our hands, and we could use your help." Lila's eyes widened with curiosity. "A mystery? How can I help?" The sprite led her to the fountain, where strange symbols were etched into the stone. "These markings are a message from the forest itself, but they have changed overnight. We fear something is amiss, and it is affecting the creatures of the woods." Lila leaned closer, tracing the symbols with her fingers. They seemed to pulse gently beneath her touch, as if trying to communicate. "Do you know what they used to say?" Bramble nodded, its wings fluttering softly. "They spoke of harmony and balance, a promise between the forest and its inhabitants. But now they are jumbled and speak of discord." Lila pondered this, her mind whirring like the gears of a clock. She had a knack for puzzles and often helped her grandmother when the old stories needed piecing together. Perhaps the symbols have been rearranged. If we can find the right order, maybe we can restore the message. The sprite clapped its tiny hands with delight. "A clever idea, young one. Let us try." Together, they worked side by side, Lila's fingers nimble and sure as she moved the symbols like pieces of an ancient jigsaw. The sprite hovered nearby, offering guidance and encouragement. As they labored, the forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting in hopeful anticipation. Finally, Lila stepped back, her task complete. The symbols glowed softly, their meaning clear and true once more. Harmony had been restored, and the gentle song of the forest filled the air once again, a chorus of gratitude and relief. Bramble beamed at Lila, its eyes twinkling with joy. "You have done a great service, dear Lila. The balance has been restored, and the forest thanks you." Lila blushed, her heart swelling with happiness. "I'm glad I could help. The forest is such a magical place, and I'd hate to see it in distress. The sprite nodded, its expression turning thoughtful. There is something else you must know. The symbols were altered by a mischievous wind spirit who sought to play a game with us. It meant no harm, only wishing to bring a little chaos to our peaceful glade. Lila giggled, imagining a playful spirit twirling through the trees, its laughter like the tinkling of bells. Perhaps it needs a friend to share its games with, so it doesn't disturb the balance again. Bramble considered this, its wings shimmering in agreement. You are wise beyond your years, young one. I shall speak to the wind spirit and suggest your idea. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Lila knew it was time to return home. The sprite accompanied her to the edge of the forest, where the path led back to Willowdown. Thank you, Bramble, for trusting me with your mystery, Lila said, her voice warm with friendship. The sprite bowed low, its wings brushing the ground in a graceful arc. And thank you, Lila, for your kindness and cleverness. The forest will always welcome you as one of its own. With a final wave, Lila made her way back to the village, the comforting scent of wood smoke guiding her home. Her grandmother greeted her with a hug and a steaming mug of cocoa, the fire crackling merrily in the hearth. As Lila sipped her cocoa, she shared her tale of the magical forest and the mysteries she had helped solve. Her grandmother listened with a twinkle in her eye, proud of her granddaughter's courage and wisdom. That night, as Lila drifted off to sleep beneath a blanket of twinkling stars, she dreamed of gentle winds and playful sprites, of ancient symbols and whispered secrets in the woods. And she knew, deep in her heart, that the world was full of wonders waiting to be discovered, if only she listened closely and followed the music of magic. And so, in the peaceful village of Willowdown, where the forest sang its eternal lullaby, Lila slept soundly, wrapped in the warmth of love and the promise of new adventures to come. Story 28. In a universe where stars cradled planets of every hue and size, there existed a small, unassuming planet named Varenthia. Its skies shimmered with a perpetual twilight, casting everything in a gentle lavender glow. Here, in the quiet embrace of its rolling hills and lush meadows, lived a small, furry creature named Lumo. Lumo was a Varenthian, a species known for their keen sense of empathy and luminous fur that glowed softly, mirroring their emotions. One day, as Lumo was gathering sparkling starberries for a community feast, a loud metallic crash shattered the gentle hum of the planet. The ground quivered slightly under Lumo's nimble paws. Curious and a little wary, Lumo followed the sound to a clearing where a peculiar sight greeted him. There, amidst a tangled mess of vines and broken branches, was a sleek, silvery spacecraft. Its surface glinted under the soft light, and from its open hatch emerged a tall, slender figure. This figure was a Xylarian named Kale, from the distant, crystalline world of Xyla. Xylarians were known for their logical minds and translucent skin that shimmered like cut glass. Kale, having been on a mission to study the communication patterns of various species, had crash-landed due to a navigational error, a result of underestimating the whimsical gravitational pulls of Varenthia. As Lumo approached with cautious steps, Kale turned, their translucent features reflecting a spectrum of colors, confusion, concern, and a touch of irritation. Lumo's fur glowed a warm pink, a Varenthian expression of curiosity and welcome. "Greetings, traveler," Lumo said, his voice as soft as a whispering breeze. "I am Lumo. You seem to have encountered a bit of trouble." Kale, unused to such direct expressions of emotion, hesitated. "Yes, my ship has sustained damage. I am Kale, a Xylarian explorer. I must repair it to continue my mission." Lumo nodded, understanding the urgency. "Perhaps I can assist you. We Varenthians may not be as technically skilled as Xylarians, but we are resourceful." Together, they surveyed the damage. Kale's logical mind quickly assessed the situation, identifying the broken thrusters as the primary issue. Lumo, with his intuitive understanding of Varenthia's natural resources, suggested using the sturdy fibers of the moonvine plants to fashion temporary bindings. As they worked side by side, Kale found himself intrigued by Lumo's gentle demeanor and the way his fur glowed with each emotion. Yet a misunderstanding loomed. Kale, accustomed to the Xylarian way of direct communication, misinterpreted Lumo's occasional silences as disinterest. Lumo, on the other hand, saw Kale's focused demeanor as a sign of impatience. Their first challenge came when a sudden storm rolled in, the sky swirling with indigo clouds. The winds howled, threatening to undo their hard work. Lumo, sensing Kale's growing frustration, spoke softly. "We can take shelter in the nearby glade until the storm passes. It will give us time to rest and plan our next steps." Kale nodded, though the idea of pausing grated against their instinct to solve problems swiftly. Yet, as they settled under the protective canopy of the glade, Lumo began to hum an ancient Varenthian melody. The sound was soothing, a gentle balm that eased Kale's tension. In the quiet that followed, Kale finally asked, "Your song, it is unfamiliar to me. What does it mean?" Lumo's fur glowed a serene blue. "It is a song of patience and trust, reminding us that some challenges require time and companionship to resolve." As the storm raged on, Kale pondered these words. They realized that perhaps the silence they had perceived earlier was not disinterest, but a space for reflection and understanding, an essential part of Varenthian communication. The next day, under clearer skies, they resumed their work. This time, Kale approached the task with a new perspective, appreciating Lumo's unique approach. They began to see how Lumo's empathy complemented their logic, a harmonious blend of strengths. Their bond deepened when they encountered a new obstacle. A colony of glowbugs had made a home in the ship's thrusters, drawn by the warmth. Lumo suggested a gentle approach, using his own glow to guide the bugs away without harm. Kale, witnessing the care with which Lumo handled the creatures, felt a new admiration for his companion. "Your kindness extends to all living beings," Kale remarked, their voice tinged with respect. Lumo's fur shimmered with gratitude. "Every creature has its place and purpose, just as we have found ours working together." As the repairs neared completion, Kale realized they had found something more valuable than data: friendship. The realization was like the dawn breaking gently over Varenthia's lavender hills, filling them with warmth. When the day finally came to depart, Kale turned to Lumo, their skin reflecting a gentle, prismatic glow. "I have learned much from you, Lumo. Not just about Varenthia, but about the strength found in understanding and patience." Lumo, his fur a radiant gold, replied, "And I from you, Kale. Your logical mind and determination have shown me new ways to face challenges." They embraced, a gesture that transcended words, their differences now a bridge rather than a barrier. As Kale's ship lifted off, Lumo watched, his heart full. The experience had taught him that friendship, like the universe, was vast and boundless, capable of bringing together even the most unlikely companions. And in the vastness of space, Kale carried with them the melodies of Varenthia, a reminder of a small furry friend who had shown them the true meaning of connection. The stars twinkled in understanding, as if acknowledging that some of the brightest lights in the universe are those of friendship and kindness, shared across the cosmos. Story 29. Title: The Whispering Woods and the Lantern of Echoes. In a quaint village nestled between the folds of emerald hills and the shimmering expanse of the moonlit lake, there lived a young girl named Leora. Her home, a modest stone cottage, was warmed by the gentle glow of a fireplace that never seemed to lose its cheer. The village itself was a place of simple joys and age-old tales, where stories of magic and mystery were as common as the laughter shared during the evening gatherings around the hearth. Leora was known for her kind heart and a curious spirit that often led her to the edges of the Whispering Woods, a place where the trees were said to murmur secrets to the wind. The villagers spoke of the woods with a mix of reverence and caution, for it was a realm wrapped in mystery, where sunlight danced on leaves as if imbued with its own life. Yet Leora, with her ever-present sense of wonder, found solace in its tranquil embrace. One crisp autumn afternoon, when the leaves painted the world in hues of amber and gold, Leora ventured deeper into the woods than she had ever dared before. The air was crisp and carried the rich scent of earth and fallen leaves. As she wandered, the whisper of the trees grew more pronounced, mingling with the gentle rustle of a nearby brook. It was then she stumbled upon something extraordinary, an ancient lantern, nestled within the roots of a grand oak, its surface etched with intricate patterns that shimmered in the dappled light. The lantern seemed to hum with a quiet energy, its glow pulsating softly as if breathing. Leora, feeling a tingle of curiosity, reached out to touch it. As her fingers brushed against its cool surface, a warm light enveloped her, and the woods around her transformed. The trees, once mere sentinels of wood and leaf, now bore faces of wise and gentle spirits that nodded in greeting. The brook's babbling became a melody, weaving tales of ages past. "Welcome, young seeker," a voice emanated from the depths of the lantern, deep and mellifluous, like the voice of the forest itself. Leora's eyes widened in wonder as she held the lantern closer, feeling its warmth seep into her very being. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice a whisper amidst the symphony of the woods. "I am the Lantern of Echoes, a keeper of memories and dreams," the voice replied. "You have awakened me, and now I am yours to wield. With me, you can hear the truths of the world and see beyond the veil of the mundane." Leora felt a thrill of excitement mixed with responsibility. "What am I to do with this gift?" she inquired, her mind racing with possibilities. "Listen and learn, dear child. The world is full of secrets waiting to be discovered, and through them you will find your path," the lantern advised. With the Lantern of Echoes as her guide, Leora embarked on a journey that would lead her beyond the borders of her village and into a hidden world, one that lay just beyond the reach of ordinary sight. As she walked, the lantern cast a gentle glow, revealing paths that twisted through the heart of the whispering woods. The first lesson came swiftly. As Leora followed a trail of silver light, she found herself at the edge of the moonlit lake. The water was a mirror of the sky, its surface undisturbed save for the occasional ripple of a curious fish. Here the lantern whispered tales of the lake's guardian, a gentle spirit named Seraphis, who watched over the waters and all who depended on them. Curious, Leora called out to the guardian, her voice carrying softly across the lake. In response, the water began to swirl, and from its depths rose Seraphis, a shimmering figure of light and water, eyes as deep as the ocean's heart. "Greetings, young one," Seraphis spoke, their voice as gentle as the lapping waves. "What brings you to the lake's embrace?" "I seek to understand the world and its secrets," Leora replied, holding the lantern aloft. "Can you share your wisdom with me?" Seraphis regarded her with a serene smile. "The lake is a reflection of life's ebb and flow. To know its depths, you must first understand patience and stillness. Only then can you see what lies beneath the surface." With these words, Seraphis gifted Leora a pearl, smooth and luminous, representing clarity and insight. "Keep this close, and let it remind you to look beyond what is immediately visible." Thanking Seraphis, Leora continued her journey, feeling the weight of the pearl in her pocket, a tangible promise of discovery. As she wandered, the lantern illuminated paths less traveled, guiding her to places where nature and magic intertwined. In the heart of the woods, she encountered a hidden grove, where the air was sweet with the scent of blooming flowers and the gentle hum of bees at work. It was here she met Ivor, a gentle giant of a bear, his fur a tapestry of autumn hues. Ivor was known among the creatures of the forest as a healer and a keeper of peace. Leora found Ivor tending to a wounded bird, his large paws surprisingly delicate as he wrapped its wing with soft leaves. The bear's eyes, warm and wise, met Leora's, and he nodded in welcome. "You carry the Lantern of Echoes," Ivor observed, his voice a low rumble that resonated with kindness. "What brings you to this hidden place?" "I seek knowledge and friendship," Leora replied, feeling drawn to the bear's gentle nature. Ivor smiled, a deep chuckle rolling from his chest. "Then you are most welcome here. Friendship is a bond that transcends words and appearances. It is felt in the heart, where true understanding resides." As they spoke, Ivor shared stories of the forest's many inhabitants, each tale a thread in the tapestry of the woods. Through these stories, Leora learned the importance of empathy and connection, realizing that every creature, no matter how small, played a role in the harmony of the forest. With gratitude, Leora left the grove, her heart full of new understandings. The lantern's glow seemed brighter now, as if reflecting the light of the friendships she had begun to forge. Her journey continued, leading her to the edge of a vast meadow, where the sky stretched wide, and the horizon was painted with the colors of dawn and dusk. Here, the lantern revealed a field of wildflowers, their petals whispering secrets to the wind. In the center of this meadow stood a curious figure, a fox named Finn, known among the woodland creatures for his cleverness and quick wit. Finn's fur was a rich auburn, and his eyes twinkled with mischief and intelligence. "Ah, traveler with the lantern of echoes!" Finn exclaimed, his voice light and playful. "What mysteries do you seek to unravel today?" Leora laughed, charmed by the fox's enthusiasm. "I seek to understand the world and myself," she replied. "Can you help me find my way?" Finn nodded, his expression turning thoughtful. "Life is a dance of choices and possibilities," he said. "To navigate it, you must learn to trust your instincts and embrace the unknown." With a flick of his tail, Finn presented Leora with a feather, its colors shifting like the twilight sky. "This will remind you to be bold and adventurous, to follow the paths that call to you, even if they lead into the unknown." As Leora continued her journey, the feather's vibrant hues catching the light, she felt a growing sense of confidence and courage. The lantern, ever her companion, glowed warmly, guiding her steps through the ever-changing landscape of the woods. In time, Leora found herself standing before a grand old tree, its trunk twisted with age and wisdom. This was the Heartwood, the ancient sentinel of the forest where all paths converged. Here, the lantern's light revealed the final piece of her journey, a mirror nestled among the roots, its surface reflecting more than just her image. In its depths she saw the faces of those she had met, their lessons woven into her reflection. As Leora gazed into the mirror, the lantern whispered the final truth. The greatest journey is the one within. To know the world, you must first understand yourself. With this revelation, Leora felt a profound sense of peace and fulfillment. She had embarked on a journey of discovery and returned with a heart full of wisdom and friendship. Her world, once small and familiar, had expanded beyond the borders of the village, embracing the wonders of the whispering woods. As twilight descended, Leora made her way back home, the lantern's glow a comforting presence in the gathering dusk. The village, with its twinkling lights and the warm embrace of the hearth, welcomed her return. In the days that followed, Leora shared her stories with the villagers, her tales of magic and friendship weaving a tapestry of wonder and inspiration. The Lantern of Echoes, now a cherished companion, continued to guide her, reminding her that the world was full of mysteries waiting to be discovered. And so, in the heart of the village, where the hearth fire glowed and the stories flowed, Leora's journey became a part of the tapestry of life, a testament to the power of curiosity, friendship, and the unending quest for understanding. As the seasons changed and the years passed, the legend of Leora and the Lantern of Echoes lived on, a beacon of hope and wonder for all who dared to dream and seek the magic that lay just beyond the horizon. And so, dear listener, as you drift into the gentle embrace of sleep, may your dreams be filled with the glow of the Lantern of Echoes, guiding you on your own journey of discovery and delight. Story 30. In the heart of misty Willow, a quaint little village nestled between whispering forests and rolling hills, an air of mystery hung like the morning mist. The village was known for its enchanting beauty, with cobblestone paths lined by cottages adorned with ivy and flowers that bloomed in every hue imaginable. The villagers lived in harmony, often gathering around the village square for festivals and storytelling under the stars. One crisp autumn morning, as the first light painted the sky in shades of rose and gold, an unusual event stirred the peaceful routine of Misty Willow. The beloved clock tower, which had stood as the village's guardian for generations, had stopped. Its hands were frozen at the stroke of midnight, and no amount of winding or coaxing seemed to rouse it back to life. The townsfolk, puzzled by this anomaly, gathered in small clusters, whispering their concerns. Among them was young Finn, a bright-eyed boy with a curious mind and an adventurous spirit. Finn had a knack for solving puzzles, often finding joy in the small wonders of everyday life. "I will find out what has happened to the clock tower," Finn declared to his friends, who nodded in agreement, their eyes wide with anticipation. Together, they formed a plan to uncover the mystery. Their first stop was the village library, a cozy haven of knowledge where the scent of old parchment mingled with the aroma of cinnamon cookies that Mrs. Pemberley, the librarian, always kept at hand. Mrs. Pemberley, with her silver hair and spectacles perched on the tip of her nose, greeted them warmly. "Ah, the young detectives," she chuckled, offering them a plate of cookies. What brings you here today? We're trying to find out why the clock tower has stopped, Finn explained. Do you have any books that might help us? Mrs. Pemberley thought for a moment before leading them to a section filled with books about the village's history and legends. This one might be of help, she said, pulling out a dusty tome titled Mysteries of Misty Willow. Finn and his friends gathered around a wooden table, the sunlight streaming through the windows casting a warm glow on the pages as they turned them carefully. As they read, they discovered accounts of peculiar happenings from the past, including one about a mysterious creature known as the Timekeeper Owl. According to legend, the Timekeeper Owl was a magical creature that ensured the flow of time in Misty Willow. It was said to reside in the enchanted forest, a place where the ordinary and extraordinary intertwined with ease. The forest was known for its talking trees, glowing mushrooms, and streams that sang gentle lullabies. Determined to find the Timekeeper Owl, Finn and his friends set out toward the enchanted forest. The forest welcomed them with open arms, the rustling leaves whispering secrets as they walked beneath the canopy of ancient trees. The air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and the distant sound of a babbling brook. As they ventured deeper, they met a friendly fox named Thistle, who offered to guide them. Thistle was known for his clever wit and knowledge of the forest's secrets. With Thistle leading the way, they navigated through the forest's winding paths, marveling at the wonders they encountered. Eventually, they reached a clearing where the Timekeeper Owl was rumored to dwell. The clearing was serene, bathed in the soft glow of moonlight that filtered through the trees. In the center stood an ancient oak, its branches stretching high into the sky. Perched on one of the branches was the Timekeeper Owl, its feathers shimmering like stardust. The owl regarded them with wise, golden eyes, and a gentle smile played upon its beak. "Welcome, young ones," the owl hooted softly, its voice like a lullaby. "I have been expecting you." Finn stepped forward, his heart filled with awe. "We have come to ask for your help. The clock tower in our village has stopped, and we believe you might know why." The Timekeeper Owl nodded, its eyes twinkling with understanding. "Ah, the clock tower. It seems the flow of time has been disrupted by a simple oversight. The key to restarting it lies in an old song, forgotten by many." Finn and his friends exchanged puzzled glances. "An old song?" Finn asked. "Indeed," the owl replied. "A melody that resonates with the heart of the village. It must be sung at the stroke of midnight, with pure intentions and a heart full of hope." With newfound purpose, Finn and his friends returned to the village, eager to uncover this forgotten melody. They visited homes, spoke to elders, and listened to the tunes hummed by the wind. It was Mrs. Pemberley who finally remembered the song, a lullaby her grandmother used to sing. As midnight approached, the villagers gathered around the clock tower, each holding a candle that flickered gently in the night. Finn, standing at the base of the tower, began to sing the lullaby, his voice clear and full of warmth. One by one, the villagers joined in, their voices weaving together in harmony. As the last note hung in the air, a soft chime rang from the clock tower. The hands of the clock began to move, marking the passage of time once more. A cheer rose from the crowd, their hearts light with joy and relief. The mystery of the clock tower had been solved, not through force or haste, but with patience, friendship, and a song that reminded them of the power of unity. As the villagers dispersed, Finn and his friends looked up at the clock tower, its face glowing warmly against the night sky. "Thank you, Timekeeper Owl," Finn whispered, knowing that somewhere in the forest, their wise friend was watching over them. With a heart full of contentment, Finn walked home, the village bathed in the gentle glow of the moon. The mystery had been solved, and all was well in Misty Willow once more. As he drifted into sleep, Finn dreamed of adventures yet to come, secure in the knowledge that with courage and friendship, any challenge could be overcome. Story 31. In a quaint village nestled among emerald hills and beneath a sky perpetually brushed with the hues of dawn, there lived a young boy named Finn. This village, with its cobblestone streets and ivy-clad cottages, seemed untouched by time, a place where the sun lingered longest and the moon glowed with a gentle, understanding light. Every morning, the scent of freshly baked bread wafted through the air, mingling with the soft trill of morning doves, creating a symphony of serenity. Finn was a curious soul, his eyes always wide with wonder, and his pockets forever filled with treasures of the natural world. Acorns, smooth pebbles, and feathers of every color were his constant companions. But above all, Finn treasured one particular item, a small, intricately carved wooden whistle given to him by his grandfather. The whistle was said to possess a magical quality, though its secrets were shrouded in the mists of village lore. One evening, as the sun dipped beneath the horizon, painting the sky in shades of amber and rose, Finn sat by the hearth with his grandfather. The fireplace crackled warmly, casting flickering shadows that danced across the room. His grandfather, with a twinkle in his eye and a voice as soft as the rustling leaves, spoke of a hidden world that lay beyond the hills. "They say," his grandfather began, "that on the other side of the whispering woods there's a place untouched by time, where the stars hang low enough to touch and dreams take form in the very air you breathe." Finn listened, captivated by the tale, and clutched his whistle, feeling its smooth wood against his palm. "Is it real, Grandpa?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. His grandfather chuckled softly, the sound of it like a gentle breeze. "Ah, my dear boy, the world is full of wonders, both seen and unseen. To find them, one must believe and have the courage to follow where the heart leads." That night, as the village slumbered under a blanket of stars, Finn lay awake, his mind alight with possibilities. The idea of a hidden world stirred something deep within him, a yearning for adventure, a desire to explore the unknown. The following morning, with the sun rising like a golden promise, Finn set out towards the whispering woods. The path was winding and narrow, flanked by towering trees whose leaves whispered secrets to the wind. As he walked, the air grew thick with the scent of pine and earth, and the world seemed to hold its breath, as if awaiting the unfolding of something magical. With each step, Finn felt the weight of the village fall away, replaced by the thrill of the unknown. The woods were alive with the sounds of nature, birds chirping melodiously, the rustle of small creatures in the underbrush, and the gentle babbling of a nearby brook. It was as if the forest itself was guiding him, urging him forward. After what felt like hours, Finn emerged from the trees to find himself standing on the edge of a vast meadow. The grass was a vibrant green, dotted with wildflowers in hues of violet and gold, their petals swaying gently in the breeze. And there, at the heart of the meadow, lay the entrance to the hidden world his grandfather had spoken of, a shimmering veil of light that seemed to ripple like water. With a deep breath and a heart full of anticipation, Finn stepped through the veil. Instantly, he was enveloped in a world unlike any he had ever imagined. The air was filled with a sweet floral fragrance, and the sky above was a tapestry of stars, even though it was midday. Every sound was amplified, the rustle of leaves, the distant call of an owl, the soft murmur of the wind. In this enchanted realm, Finn felt a sense of belonging, as if he had found a home he never knew he had lost. As he wandered deeper into this magical land, he encountered creatures he had only ever dreamed of. There were foxes with fur like stardust, rabbits with ears as long as the moon's beams, and birds that sang in harmonious choruses, their melodies echoing through the air like whispers of an ancient song. Yet it was not just the creatures that captured Finn's heart, but the land itself. The trees were taller, their branches stretching towards the heavens, and the streams sparkled with a luminescence that defied explanation. It was a place of pure wonder, where every corner held a new discovery, a new secret to uncover. As he explored, Finn met a young girl named Lila, whose laughter was as bright as the sun and whose spirit was as wild as the wind. She had hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that twinkled with mischief and kindness. Lila was a guardian of this hidden world, a protector of its magic and mysteries. "Welcome, Finn," she said with a smile, her voice as soothing as the song of a nightingale. "We've been expecting you." Finn was taken aback. "Expecting me? But how?" Lila giggled, a sound like tinkling bells. "The world speaks to those who listen, and your heart sang a song we could not ignore." Together, they roamed the land, Lila showing Finn the wonders of her world. They climbed trees that touched the sky, waded through streams that sparkled like liquid diamonds, and danced through fields of flowers that glowed with an inner light. As the days passed, Finn found in Lila a kindred spirit, a friend who understood the longing in his heart. They shared stories and laughter, and through their adventures, Finn learned the true magic of the world was not in the grandiose, but in the simple joy of friendship and the beauty of nature. But their idyllic days were soon shadowed by a challenge that threatened the balance of the hidden world. A mysterious fog had begun to creep in from the edges, turning the vibrant colors to dull grays and silencing the songs of the creatures. The once lively land was slowly being consumed by an eerie stillness. The wise old owl, who was the keeper of ancient knowledge, summoned Finn and Lila. His eyes, deep pools of wisdom, regarded them solemnly. "The balance has been disturbed," he hooted softly. "A darkness threatens to unweave the very fabric of our world. To restore harmony, you must find the source and mend what has been broken." Finn felt a quiver of fear, but Lila squeezed his hand reassuringly. "Together we can do this," she said, her voice filled with determination. Armed with courage and guided by the whispers of the forest, Finn and Lila set out on a journey to find the source. They ventured into the heart of the land, where the shadows grew thicker and the air colder. Along the way, they encountered trials that tested their resolve and deepened their bond. In one of the many valleys they traversed, they found a stream that had turned to ice. The usually bubbling water was now silent, and the creatures that depended on it were nowhere to be seen. Finn felt a pang of sorrow, but Lila reminded him that even in darkness, there is hope. "Remember your whistle," she encouraged, her eyes bright with faith. Finn hesitated, then lifted the wooden whistle to his lips. He blew softly, and a melody emerged, a tune that was both haunting and beautiful, a song that seemed to echo the very heartbeat of the land. As the notes filled the air, the ice began to melt, and the stream resumed its joyful dance. The creatures returned, and with them, the valley's vibrant colors. Emboldened by their success, Finn and Lila continued their journey, each challenge bringing them closer to the source. They faced many trials, but through each they found strength in each other and a deeper understanding of the world around them. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, they reached the heart of the hidden world, a sacred grove where the source lay. It was a place of profound beauty, with trees whose branches formed a cathedral-like canopy, and a pool of water so clear it mirrored the heavens. But the source was shrouded in the same dark fog that threatened the land. Finn and Lila knew they had to act quickly. With a shared nod, they joined hands and approached the pool. The whistle, warm in Finn's pocket, pulsed with a gentle light, guiding him. "Together," Lila whispered, and they both knelt by the water's edge. Finn took out the whistle, and this time he played a melody that was new, one that came from the depths of his heart. It was a song of hope, of healing, and of friendship. As the notes filled the grove, the fog began to lift, revealing the source, a radiant orb of light that pulsed with life. The land responded to the melody, colors returning and the creatures' songs growing louder. The balance was restored, and the hidden world was once again a place of wonder and magic. With their mission complete, Finn and Lila returned to the meadow where their journey had begun. The veil shimmered in the distance, a reminder of the boundary between their worlds. "It is time," Lila said softly, her eyes filled with both joy and sadness. Finn nodded, understanding that though he must return to his village, the magic of this world would remain in his heart. "Thank you, Lila," he said, his voice thick with emotion, "for everything." Lila smiled, a tear glistening on her cheek. "The world is full of wonders, Finn. Never stop believing." With a final embrace, Finn stepped through the veil, back into the familiar embrace of the whispering woods. As he made his way home, the world seemed a little brighter, the colors more vivid, and the songs of the birds sweeter than ever before. When he returned to the village, his grandfather was waiting, the same knowing twinkle in his eyes. "Welcome back, my boy," he said, pulling Finn into a warm hug. "I see you've found the wonders you were seeking." Finn smiled, feeling the weight of the whistle in his pocket. "Yes, Grandpa, and so much more." As the village settled into the quiet of evening, Finn sat by the hearth, the fire crackling softly. He closed his eyes, letting the warmth envelop him, and knew that the magic of the hidden world would always be with him, a reminder of the power of friendship, the beauty of nature, and the wonders that await those who dare to believe. And so, in the gentle embrace of the night, with the stars whispering secrets and the moon keeping watch, Finn drifted into dreams filled with adventure, knowing that he would always carry a piece of the hidden world within him. Story 32. In the heart of Whimsy Woods, where the trees whispered secrets to the wind and the streams sang lullabies to the stones, there nestled a quaint village named Clover Hollow. The village was a tapestry of cobblestone paths and flower-blanketed cottages, each one with a chimney that puffed out cozy curls of smoke, creating a patchwork of warmth against the azure sky. Life in Clover Hollow was as gentle as a summer breeze, and the villagers, a cheerful bunch, were known for their kindness and laughter. But most beloved of all was a young girl named Lila, with eyes like pools of sapphire and a heart as open as the sky. Lila had a knack for noticing the little things that others might overlook, and this gift often led her on the most delightful adventures. One soft spring morning, as the golden sun peeked over the horizon, a curious event unfolded. The villagers awoke to find their garden gnomes missing from their usual perches. Each garden, once guarded by these cheerful stone sentinels, now lay bare. Their gnomes vanished into thin air. Mrs. Tamsin, the baker with hands forever dusted in flour, was the first to raise the alarm. "Who would take our gnomes?" she fretted, her voice a melody of concern as she stood among her roses, now without their usual companions. Lila, intrigued by this peculiar mystery, decided to investigate. She donned her favorite cap, a patchwork of colorful scraps, and set out, her faithful companion, a wise old owl named Bramble, perched on her shoulder. Bramble was not just any owl. His feathers shimmered with an iridescent sheen, and his eyes held the wisdom of many centuries. As Lila wandered the village, she observed the gardens, noting the absence of footprints or any signs of mischief. "What do you think, Bramble?" she mused, stroking the owl's silky head. Bramble hooted softly, a gentle sound like the rustle of leaves. "Sometimes the answer lies not in what we see, but in what we feel," he advised in his soothing, melodic voice. Taking Bramble's words to heart, Lila closed her eyes and listened, letting the sounds of the village wash over her. She heard the rustle of the wind through the evergreens, the distant chatter of squirrels, and a faint tinkling like chimes in the breeze. Her eyes snapped open. "The chimes!" she exclaimed softly. Following the sound, Lila meandered through the village, tracing the musical notes that seemed to float on the air like dandelion seeds. The path led her to the edge of the village, where the woods grew thick and mysterious. Here, nestled among the roots of an ancient oak, she discovered a hidden glade, bathed in dappled sunlight. In the center of the glade stood a curious sight. The missing gnomes were gathered in a circle, their stone faces alight with an otherworldly glow. Dancing around them were tiny figures, no taller than a blade of grass, with wings that shimmered like the morning dew. "Fairies," Lila whispered in awe, for she had read about these magical creatures in her grandmother's storybooks, but never had she seen them with her own eyes. The fairies twirled and spun, their laughter a melody of bells, and as Lila watched, she noticed one fairy, a little bigger than the rest, gesturing to her with delicate hands, beckoning her closer. Stepping into the glade, Lila felt a warmth envelop her, as if she had stepped into a sunbeam. The fairy, her wings a radiant shade of lavender, fluttered close and introduced herself as Seraphina, the guardian of the forest's harmony. "We borrowed the gnomes for our spring festival," Seraphina explained, her voice as light as thistledown. "They have been our silent protectors, and we wish to honor them." Lila smiled, her heart swelling with understanding. "I'm sure the villagers would be happy to lend them to you, but it would be kind to ask next time." Seraphina nodded, her eyes twinkling like stars. "We meant no harm, dear Lila, and to show our gratitude, we offer you a gift." With a graceful wave of her hand, a small pouch appeared, filled with a shimmering dust that sparkled like the night sky. Lila accepted the pouch, feeling its warmth seep into her fingers. "Thank you, Seraphina. I promise to keep this safe." With the mystery solved, Lila returned to the village, her heart light and her spirit lifted. She gathered the villagers and shared the story of the fairies' festival. Laughter and relief rippled through Clover Hollow, and the gnomes were joyfully returned to their gardens, each one now carrying a small, shining stone, a token of the fairies' gratitude. From that day on, the villagers often found little gifts in their gardens. tiny bouquets of wildflowers or acorns arranged in delicate patterns, reminders of their magical friends in the woods. And Lila, with her keen eyes and open heart, found that sometimes the greatest mysteries were solved not by sight alone, but by listening to the whispers of the world around her. As night descended, casting a blanket of stars over Clover Hollow, Lila sat by her window, Bramble nestled by her side. She opened the pouch of fairy dust and sprinkled a pinch into the air, watching it swirl and dance, a reminder of the magic that lived just beyond the edge of the forest. And so, with the gentle rustle of leaves and the distant song of the fairies, Clover Hollow fell into a peaceful slumber, nestled in the warm embrace of friendship and wonder. Story 33. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled amidst rolling hills and lush meadows, there stood an old cobblestone cottage at the edge of a whispering forest. The cottage belonged to an elderly woman named Marin, known by all as the Keeper of Stories. Her gentle eyes twinkled with the wisdom of many years, and her hearth was ever warm, a beacon of comfort to those who sought her tales. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves danced in the cool breeze, a young girl named Clara wandered through the village's winding paths. Clara was a curious soul, with eyes the color of a clear summer sky and hair that tumbled like autumn leaves. Her heart brimmed with a longing for adventure and a desire to uncover mysteries hidden in the ordinary. On this particular day, Clara found herself drawn to Marin's cottage by an inexplicable pull. As she approached, the scent of cinnamon and baked apples wafted through the air, wrapping her in a cozy embrace. Marin greeted her with a warm smile, her hands busy knitting a scarf of deep forest green. "Ah, Clara," Marin said, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "You've come at a perfect time. I have something to show you." Curiosity twinkling in her eyes, Clara followed Marin to the hearth, where a curious object rested on the mantelpiece. It was an ornate key, glistening with an otherworldly sheen that seemed to dance with colors of the rainbow. Clara reached out hesitantly, her fingers brushing the cool metal. "This, my dear, is no ordinary key," Marin explained. "It unlocks the door to a realm filled with wonder, but it requires a heart that sees beyond what is visible." Clara's heart fluttered with excitement and a hint of trepidation. "Where does it lead?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "To the Forest of Whispers," Marin replied, her eyes twinkling with ancient secrets. "But remember, the journey is not just through the forest, but through your own heart as well." And so, with the key safely tucked in her pocket, Clara set out towards the forest, her steps guided by the rustling leaves and the songs of hidden birds. The path was dappled with sunlight, and the air hummed with a gentle magic that seemed to pulse with life itself. It wasn't long before Clara found herself at the entrance to the Forest of Whispers. The trees stood tall and proud, their branches swaying with a soft murmur that filled the air with the promise of stories untold. Taking a deep breath, Clara stepped forward, her heart open and her spirit eager. As she ventured deeper into the forest, Clara encountered her first helper, a wise old owl named Hoot, with feathers that shimmered like silver under the sun. Hoot perched on a branch overhead, his eyes knowing and kind. "Welcome, young traveler," Hoot hooted, his voice echoing softly through the leaves. "The forest recognizes your quest. Listen to its whispers, and it shall guide you." Clara nodded, feeling a sense of companionship in Hoot's presence. She continued on her path, her ears attuned to the forest's gentle murmurings. It wasn't long before she met another companion, a fox named Fern, whose coat was the rich red of autumn leaves. Fern trotted beside Clara, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "You seek the heart of the forest, don't you?" she asked with a playful grin. "You'll need courage and cleverness to find it." With Hoot and Fern by her side, Clara felt bolstered by their friendship. Together they navigated through the forest's winding paths, each step bringing them closer to the heart of its magic. The forest was alive with wonders, a brook that sang lullabies, flowers that glowed with moonlight, and a gentle breeze that carried secrets from the other side. As night fell, the forest transformed into a realm of dreams. Stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, and the moon bathed the trees in a silvery glow. It was then that Clara and her companions reached the heart of the forest, a clearing where an ancient tree stood, its bark etched with runes of light. Clara approached the tree, the key in her hand glowing softly. She understood in that moment that the key was not to open a lock, but to unlock her own heart to the wisdom and wonder around her. Placing her hand against the tree, she felt a warmth spread through her, filling her with a sense of peace and belonging. The forest's whispers grew louder, enveloping her in a symphony of ancient tales and newfound dreams. Clara closed her eyes, her heart brimming with gratitude. She realized that the journey had been about discovering the magic within her, a magic that could see the extraordinary in the ordinary and the beauty in every moment. As dawn broke, Clara bid farewell to Hoot and Fern, her heart full of their enduring friendship. With the key still in her possession, she returned to the village, carrying with her the stories of the forest and the wisdom she had gained. Back at Marin's cottage, Clara shared her adventure, her eyes alight with a newfound understanding. Marin listened with a knowing smile, her heart warmed by Clara's growth. From that day forward, Clara became the keeper of the village's stories, her tales weaving wonder and wisdom into the hearts of all who listened. And as the seasons turned, the Forest of Whispers remained a place of magic, a reminder that the greatest journeys are those that lead us to the heart of who we truly are. And so, in the cozy embrace of Marin's cottage, the fire crackling softly in the hearth, Clara's stories lulled the village into peaceful dreams, where wonder and warmth awaited in every corner of the heart. Story 34. Once upon a time, in the heart of an ancient forest where sunlight danced upon dewdrop-laden leaves and the air was thick with the sweet scent of pine and earth, there existed a world unseen by most. Here, under the shade of towering oaks and whispering birches, creatures lived in harmony, each one playing its part in the delicate balance of nature's grand design. In this enchanted realm, nestled within a hidden glade, stood the great oak, its bark etched with the stories of countless seasons. The great oak was more than just a tree. It was the heart of the forest, a silent guardian that watched over all who lived within its embrace. Its branches stretched wide, offering shelter to those who sought its wisdom, and its roots delved deep into the earth, drawing upon the ancient knowledge buried in the soil. On a crisp autumn morning, as the forest was painted in hues of gold and crimson, a gentle creature named Windleaf awoke beneath the great oak. Windleaf was a fox with fur the color of the setting sun, and eyes that sparkled like the stars. She was wise beyond her years, having listened to the whispered secrets of the forest since she was but a kit. As Windleaf stretched beneath the sprawling branches, a delicate rustling drew her attention. From the canopy above, a flurry of golden leaves spiraled downwards, carried by the breath of the wind. Among them, a tiny creature flitted gracefully, a fairy named Thistle, her wings shimmering with iridescent hues of the morning dew. "Good morning, Windleaf," chimed Thistle, her voice as soft as the breeze. She settled on a mossy log beside the fox, her presence as light as a feather. "The forest is alive with stories today." Windleaf smiled, her eyes reflecting the gentle glow of the morning sun. "Indeed it is, Thistle. The forest speaks in whispers, but only those who listen can truly hear its song." Together, they watched as the forest awoke. Birds sang melodies that wove through the trees, and squirrels darted playfully across the forest floor, gathering acorns for the winter ahead. The air was alive with the scent of fallen leaves and the promise of change. As the morning unfolded, a gentle rain began to fall, each droplet a precious jewel descending from the heavens. Windleaf and Thistle sought shelter beneath the great oak, where the canopy provided a dry haven. It was here, in this sacred space, that stories of the forest were shared, passed down from generation to generation, like the gentle trickle of a stream. "The rain," began Thistle, her voice a soothing melody, "is a gift from the sky, nourishing the earth and all who dwell upon it. It is a reminder of the cycles that bind us, the harmony that sustains us." Windleaf nodded, understanding the wisdom in Thistle's words. And as the rain falls, the forest drinks deeply, preparing for the slumber of winter. They sat in companionable silence, listening to the patter of raindrops upon leaves, the sound a lullaby that spoke of peace and renewal. In this serene moment, Windleaf and Thistle felt the pulse of the forest, the heartbeat of a world that thrived on balance and unity. But as the seasons turned, challenges arose. The forest, though resilient, was not immune to the whims of nature. One such challenge arrived with the first snowfall of winter, a blizzard fierce and unyielding, blanketing the forest in a shroud of white. The creatures of the forest huddled together for warmth, their breaths mingling in the frigid air. Windleaf, her fur fluffed against the cold, ventured into the storm, her heart guiding her steps through the swirling snow. She was not alone. Thistle fluttered beside her, her wings a beacon of light in the storm's embrace. Together, they navigated the wintry landscape, seeking out those in need. They found a family of hedgehogs, their spines dusted with snow, shivering beneath a fallen log. With care, Windleaf and Thistle led them to the shelter of the great oak, where warmth and safety awaited. In the days that followed, the forest found strength in unity. The creatures shared their resources and their warmth, bound together by a sense of kinship and a common purpose. The blizzard, though fierce, was no match for the spirit of the forest. As the storm passed and the sun returned, the forest awoke to a world transformed. The snow glistened like diamonds in the morning light, and the air was crisp and clear. The great oak stood tall, its branches laden with snow, a testament to the resilience of the natural world. Windleaf and Thistle, their hearts filled with gratitude, watched as the forest came alive once more. The birds sang songs of joy, and the squirrels resumed their playful antics, all under the watchful eye of the great oak. In the quiet of the morning, Windleaf spoke, her voice filled with warmth. We have learned much from the forest, from the changing seasons and the challenges we face. It is a reminder that we are all connected, each of us a thread in the tapestry of life. Thistle nodded, her wings catching the light as she hovered beside her friend. And by working together, we ensure that the beauty of our world endures, season after season. As the days grew longer and the forest prepared for the arrival of spring, a sense of peace settled over the land. The creatures of the forest, guided by the wisdom of the great oak and the friendship of Windleaf and Thistle, thrived in the harmony they had nurtured. And so, the ancient forest remained a sanctuary, a place where magic and reality intertwined, where the wisdom of the ages was passed down like a cherished gift. It was a world of wonder and balance, a testament to the enduring power of friendship and the gentle beauty of the natural world. And as the sun set upon the peaceful glade, casting a golden glow over the forest, Windleaf and Thistle sat beneath the great oak, their hearts filled with the quiet joy of knowing they were part of something truly magical, a world where harmony reigned, and every creature, great and small, had a place to call home. Story 35. Title: The Whispering Woods. In a small village nestled between rolling hills and a glistening river, there lived a young girl named Lila. The village, with its cobblestone streets and quaint thatched cottages, was surrounded by the Whispering Woods, a forest that held secrets as old as time itself. On the edge of the woods, the villagers often spoke of a magical object that could only be seen by those with the purest of hearts. It was said to be a lantern that cast light not only on the path ahead, but also illuminated the path within. Every evening, Lila would sit by the window of her cozy cottage, watching the sun dip below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink. The gentle breeze carried the scent of blooming jasmine, wrapping her in a fragrant embrace. Her grandmother, a wise woman with stories etched in the lines of her face, often spoke of the lantern. It reveals the truth, she would say, not just of the world, but of oneself. Lila's heart brimmed with curiosity and a longing for adventure. Though she was small and her life simple, she felt a pull towards the woods, as if they whispered her name on the wind. One crisp autumn morning, with the leaves crunching beneath her feet, she decided to venture into the forest. Her journey began with the first light of dawn, the sky a canvas of purples and blues, the air fresh with the promise of discovery. As she stepped into the woods, the world seemed to change. The rustling leaves sounded like murmured secrets, and the dappled sunlight danced on the forest floor. The trees stood tall and ancient, their branches reaching out like welcoming arms. Lila felt a shiver of anticipation, for she was not simply entering a forest, but crossing into a realm where magic thrummed beneath the surface of the ordinary. Her path wound deeper into the woods, where shadows played with the light, creating a mosaic of mystery. She followed the sound of a babbling brook, its melody a comforting lullaby that guided her steps. The forest was alive with the chatter of squirrels and the songs of unseen birds, a symphony that filled her heart with joy. Suddenly, Lila came upon a clearing where the sunlight poured down like liquid gold. In the center stood an old oak tree, its trunk twisted and time-worn, and nestled within its roots was a curious sight. A small, intricately carved lantern, flickering with a soft, ethereal glow. Her heart skipped a beat, for she knew this was the lantern of legend. Hesitant yet hopeful, Lila approached the lantern. As she reached out to touch it, a voice as gentle as a breeze filled the clearing. Only those who seek with an open heart may see the truth it reveals. The voice seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, a presence felt rather than seen. Lila paused, her hand hovering above the lantern. She thought of her grandmother's words, of the truths she wished to uncover. Taking a deep breath, she lifted the lantern from its resting place. As she did, the world around her seemed to shimmer and shift, the colors deepening, the sounds growing richer. It was as if a veil had been lifted, revealing the hidden beauty of the forest. With the lantern in hand, Lila continued her journey, the light guiding her steps through the woods. Along the way, she encountered creatures both wondrous and wild. A fox with eyes like amber jewels, a deer with antlers covered in moss, and a chorus of frogs that sang of rain. Each greeted her with a nod, as if recognizing a kindred spirit. As the day wore on, Lila came upon a small pond, its surface like a mirror reflecting the sky. She sat by its edge, the lantern casting a warm glow on the water. It was here that she felt a change within her, a quiet stirring in her soul. The lantern's light seemed to reach inside her, illuminating her thoughts and feelings. She saw herself not just as a girl from the village, but as a part of the world around her, connected to the life in the forest. The realization brought a sense of peace, a knowing that she was exactly where she was meant to be. She understood now that the lantern's magic was not just in its light, but in its ability to reveal the hidden truths within. It was a guide, not just through the woods, but through the journey of life. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in a tapestry of colors, Lila knew it was time to return home. Her heart was full, her spirit light, for she had found what she sought. The woods no longer seemed a place of mystery, but a friend, a confidant that would always welcome her back. The journey back to the village was filled with a sense of contentment and wonder. She carried the lantern, its glow a beacon of hope and understanding. When she emerged from the woods, the village lay before her, bathed in the soft light of evening. Lila's grandmother was waiting by the gate, her eyes twinkling with a knowing look. "You found it," she said, her voice warm and proud. Lila nodded, a radiant smile on her lips. She had found more than just a lantern. She had found herself. From that day on, Lila kept the lantern by her bedside, its light a reminder of the truths she had uncovered. She often shared her story with the villagers, not as a tale of magic, but as a journey of discovery and friendship. The woods became a place of wonder for all, a reminder that the world is full of hidden beauty, just waiting to be seen. And so the village thrived, its people united by the lessons learned from the Whispering Woods. Through wisdom and friendship, they overcame challenges, their hearts open to the truths that lay beneath the surface. Lila's journey had changed not just her, but the village itself, creating a legacy of understanding and love. As the years passed, Lila grew into a wise woman, much like her grandmother. She would sit by the fire, the lantern glowing softly beside her, and tell stories to the children of the village. Her voice was a soothing melody, weaving tales of magic and wonder, teaching them the importance of seeing with the heart. In the end, the lantern's light never dimmed, its glow a constant presence in the lives of those who believed. The Whispering Woods remained a place of enchantment, a reminder that the world is filled with hidden wonders, waiting to be discovered by those with open hearts. And so, dear reader, as you close your eyes and drift into slumber, remember the lantern's lesson, that the greatest magic lies not in what we see, but in what we feel, and that the journey within is the most wondrous journey of all. Good night. Story 36. In a distant corner of the galaxy, where stars twinkled like a million tiny lanterns in the velvet sky, two very different worlds orbited an ancient sun. One world, known as Zyranth, was a planet of lush emerald jungles and cascading sapphire waterfalls where the gentle Zyra made their home. These creatures, with their iridescent wings and soft, luminescent skin, lived in harmony with the vibrant flora and fauna of their verdant realm. The other world, Arkan, was a planet of vast, crystalline deserts and towering obsidian mountains. Its inhabitants, the Arcani, were robust beings with skin that shimmered like polished stone and eyes that held the wisdom of centuries. They thrived in their harsh landscape, drawing strength and sustenance from the minerals that lay beneath the surface. Though the two planets were sisters in their orbit, the Zira and the Arcani had never met. Their worlds were separated by a swirling sea of cosmic dust, which deterred all but the most determined explorers. This tale begins with one such explorer, a curious Zira named Lira, whose heart was as open and bright as the wide Ziranth sky. Lira had always been enchanted by the stars. Each night she would sit atop the tallest tree in her village, her wings folded around her like a cloak of shimmering light, and gaze at the celestial dance above. Her favorite sight was the distant glow of Arkan, which flickered like a beacon in the night. Lyra's heart yearned to know what lay beyond the dust, to see the world that twinkled across the void. One day, with the blessing of her elders and a heart full of courage, Lyra set out in a small, sleek vessel crafted from the strongest vines and the lightest leaves. As she flew past the edge of Ziranth, the cosmic dust swirled around her like a gentle mist. With each passing moment, the glow of Arkan grew brighter, guiding her through the vastness of space. Upon reaching Arkan, Lyra's vessel landed softly on the crystalline sands. She stepped out, her luminous wings casting a soft glow in the twilight of the desert. As she marveled at the alien beauty around her, she noticed an Arcani watching from a nearby ridge. His name was Korr, a seeker of knowledge with a heart as steadfast as the mountains of his home. Korr had never seen a being like Lyra before. To him, she appeared as a delicate creature of light, and he was both intrigued and cautious. With a deep, resonant voice, he called out, "Who are you, visitor from the stars, and what brings you to Arkan?" Lyra, her voice as gentle as a summer breeze, replied, "I am Lyra, from the world of Ziranth. I have come seeking friendship and to learn of your beautiful world." A misunderstanding occurred as Korr, misunderstanding her intentions, thought she might be a scout sent to claim their resources. He approached her with wary eyes, his stance guarded. "Why should we trust you, creature of light, when you come unbidden to our land?" Lyra, sensing his hesitation, unfurled her wings and let their light dance across the sands, painting it in soft, soothing hues. "I mean no harm, only to learn and to share," she said, her voice a melody that carried on the warm desert air. As the days turned into nights, Lyra and Korr began to understand one another, their initial misunderstanding melting away like morning dew. They embarked on a journey across Arkan, where Lyra discovered the beauty in the crystalline caves that sang with the wind, and Korr found wonder in the way she brought life to the barren sands with her light. Together, they faced challenges that tested their newfound friendship. A fierce sandstorm once threatened to separate them, its winds howling with the force of 1,000 voices. In the midst of the storm, Lyra's wings shielded Korr from the biting sands, her light guiding them to safety. In turn, Korr used his strength to create a shelter from the swirling crystals, his knowledge of the desert keeping them warm through the cold night. In their shared moments of vulnerability, a deep bond formed. Korr learned that strength could be gentle, and Lyra discovered that light could reveal hidden depths. Their friendship taught them that differences were not barriers but bridges, and that there was strength in understanding and compassion. As their time together drew to a close, Lyra prepared to return to Ziranth, her heart full with the beauty of Arkan and the friendship she had found. Korr, with the wisdom of his people and the warmth of their kinship, stood by her vessel, his eyes reflecting the dawn. "Though our worlds are far apart, our hearts are now forever linked," Lyra said, her wings shimmering with the light of 1,000 stars. Korr nodded, his voice a gentle rumble. "May your journey be safe, and may the stars guide your way always. Know that you have a friend among the Arcani." With a final embrace, Lyra took to the skies, her vessel soaring into the starlit expanse. As she flew over the crystalline deserts and the obsidian mountains, the glow of Arkan faded into the distance, but the warmth of friendship stayed with her, a beacon of light in her heart. Back on Ziranth, Lyra shared her tales of Arcan, of the beauty she had seen and the friendship she had forged. Her journey became a story of hope and understanding, a reminder that even across the vastness of space, hearts could find each other, and that true friendship could bridge any distance. And so, under the watchful stars that twinkled like diamonds in the night sky, the worlds of Zyranth and Arcan spun in their eternal dance, forever connected by the light of friendship and the promise of new beginnings. In a distant corner of the galaxy, where stars twinkled like a million tiny lanterns in the velvet sky, two very different worlds orbited an ancient sun. One world, known as Zyranth, was a planet of lush emerald jungles and cascading sapphire waterfalls where the gentle Zyra made their home. These creatures, with their iridescent wings and soft, luminescent skin, lived in harmony with the vibrant flora and fauna of their verdant realm. The other world, Arcan, was a planet of vast, crystalline deserts and towering obsidian mountains. Its inhabitants, the Arcani, were robust beings with skin that shimmered like polished stone and eyes that held the wisdom of centuries. They thrived in their harsh landscape, drawing strength and sustenance from the minerals that lay beneath the surface. Though the two planets were sisters in their orbit, the Zira and the Arcani had never met. Their worlds were separated by a swirling sea of cosmic dust, which deterred all but the most determined explorers. This tale begins with one such explorer, a curious Zira named Lyra, whose heart was as open and bright as the wide Zyranth sky. Lyra had always been enchanted by the stars. Each night she would sit atop the tallest tree in her village, her wings folded around her like a cloak of shimmering light, and gaze at the celestial dance above. Her favorite sight was the distant glow of Arcan, which flickered like a beacon in the night. Lyra's heart yearned to know what lay beyond the dust, to see the world that twinkled across the void. One day, with the blessing of her elders and a heart full of courage, Lyra set out in a small, sleek vessel crafted from the strongest vines and the lightest leaves. As she flew past the edge of Zyranth, the cosmic dust swirled around her like a gentle mist. With each passing moment, the glow of Arcan grew brighter, guiding her through the vastness of space. Upon reaching Arcan, Lyra's vessel landed softly on the crystalline sands. She stepped out, her luminous wings casting a soft glow in the twilight of the desert. As she marveled at the alien beauty around her, she noticed an Arcani watching from a nearby ridge. His name was Korr, a seeker of knowledge with a heart as steadfast as the mountains of his home. Korr had never seen a being like Lyra before. To him, she appeared as a delicate creature of light, and he was both intrigued and cautious. With a deep, resonant voice, he called out, "Who are you, visitor from the stars, and what brings you to Arcan?" Lyra, her voice as gentle as a summer breeze, replied, "I am Lyra, from the world of Zyranth. I have come seeking friendship and to learn of your beautiful world." A misunderstanding occurred as Korr, misunderstanding her intentions, thought she might be a scout sent to claim their resources. He approached her with wary eyes, his stance guarded. "Why should we trust you, creature of light, when you come unbidden to our land?" Lyra, sensing his hesitation, unfurled her wings and let their light dance across the sands, painting it in soft, soothing hues. "I mean no harm, only to learn and to share," she said, her voice a melody that carried on the warm desert air. As the days turned into nights, Lyra and Korr began to understand one another, their initial misunderstanding melting away like morning dew. They embarked on a journey across Arcan, where Lyra discovered the beauty in the crystalline caves that sang with the wind, and Korr found wonder in the way she brought life to the barren sands with her light. Together, they faced challenges that tested their newfound friendship. A fierce sandstorm once threatened to separate them, its winds howling with the force of 1,000 voices. In the midst of the storm, Lyra's wings shielded Korr from the biting sands, her light guiding them to safety. In turn, Korr used his strength to create a shelter from the swirling crystals, his knowledge of the desert keeping them warm through the cold night. In their shared moments of vulnerability, a deep bond formed. Korr learned that strength could be gentle, and Lyra discovered that light could reveal hidden depths. Their friendship taught them that differences were not barriers but bridges, and that there was strength in understanding and compassion. As their time together drew to a close, Lyra prepared to return to Zyranth, her heart full with the beauty of Arkan and the friendship she had found. Korr, with the wisdom of his people and the warmth of their kinship, stood by her vessel, his eyes reflecting the dawn. Though our worlds are far apart, our hearts are now forever linked, Lila said, her wings shimmering with the light of 1,000 stars. Korr nodded, his voice a gentle rumble. May your journey be safe, and may the stars guide your way always. Know that you have a friend among the Arcani. With a final embrace, Lila took to the skies, her vessel soaring into the starlit expanse. As she flew over the crystalline deserts and the obsidian mountains, the glow of Arkan faded into the distance, but the warmth of friendship stayed with her, a beacon of light in her heart. Back on Zyranth, Lila shared her tales of Arkan, of the beauty she had seen and the friendship she had forged. Her journey became a story of hope and understanding, a reminder that even across the vastness of space, hearts could find each other, and that true friendship could bridge any distance. And so, under the watchful stars that twinkled like diamonds in the night sky, the worlds of Zyranth and Arkan spun in their eternal dance, forever connected by the light of friendship and the promise of new beginnings. Story 37. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of an ancient forest, where the veil between the mundane and the magical thinned like early morning mist, there lay a hidden glen called Verdant Hollow. This was no ordinary place. It was where the natural and the supernatural coexisted in perfect harmony, and the air was thick with enchantment. In Verdant Hollow, every leaf, every twig seemed to whisper stories of old, and the very ground hummed with the wisdom of generations. The sun-dappled canopy cast flickering patterns on the forest floor, where mosses grew in thick, plush carpets, and wildflowers bloomed in riotous colors. A gentle brook meandered through the glen, its waters sparkling like 1,000 tiny mirrors in the dappled sunlight, singing a soft, bubbling lullaby as it flowed. The inhabitants of this magical place were a community of kind-hearted creatures, each with a unique role in maintaining the delicate balance of their world. There was Bramble, the wise old hedgehog, whose quills held the stories of the past and whose eyes twinkled with the light of 1,000 sunsets. He was the keeper of the forest's secrets, passing down wisdom through gentle tales told by the fireside. Then there was Willow, the graceful doe, whose steps were so light they barely disturbed the dew-kissed grass. She was the guardian of the seasons, her presence ensuring the cyclical dance of life continued unabated. Her antlers were adorned with the blossoms of spring, the golden leaves of autumn, and the frost of winter, marking her as the keeper of time's wheel. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest was draped in a tapestry of amber and gold, a peculiar thing happened. The sky, usually so serene, was painted with swirling clouds of deep violet, and a chill wind swept through the trees, carrying with it the scent of change. The creatures gathered at the edge of the brook, their eyes wide with wonder and concern. It was rare for the weather to behave so strangely in Verdant Hollow, and they turned to Bramble for guidance. Bramble, with his quills rustling like the pages of an ancient tome, spoke in his soft, reassuring voice. "This is the work of the Tempest Wisp," he explained, "a spirit of the forest who heralds transformation. Its presence means a shift is upon us, one that requires us to come together in unity and understanding." The creatures nodded, their hearts buoyed by Bramble's wisdom. They knew they must work in concert to ensure the balance of their world remained unbroken. Willow, her eyes reflecting the colors of the swirling sky, stepped forward. "We must listen to the forest's song," she said, her voice as soothing as a gentle breeze, "for in its melody lies the path we must follow." And so they listened. The rustle of the leaves, the murmur of the brook, the distant call of a loon, all combined to create a symphony of guidance. It spoke of the need to nurture the roots of their home, to tend to the soil and the water, ensuring that the very essence of Verdant Hollow remained vibrant and alive. With newfound purpose, the creatures set to work. The birds, led by a spirited robin named Azure, took to the skies, scattering seeds across the forest floor, ensuring the next generation of trees would rise to form the canopy above. The squirrels, nimble and quick, gathered acorns and nuts, planting them in the soft earth to store for future feasts. Meanwhile, Bramble shared tales of ancient times, stories of resilience and cooperation that warmed the hearts of those who listened. His words were like gentle rain, nurturing the seeds of wisdom within each creature, reminding them of their shared heritage and the strength found in unity. As the days passed, the Tempest Wisp's presence began to wane, its work complete. The swirling clouds parted, revealing a sky as clear and blue as a robin's egg. The forest, once again at peace, thrummed with life, the balance restored by the efforts and love of its inhabitants. And so, the seasons continued their dance, each turn of the wheel bringing new lessons and adventures. Verdant Hollow thrived, a testament to the power of harmony and the gentle strength of friendship. The creatures of the forest knew that whatever challenges lay ahead, they would face them together, guided by the wisdom of the ages and the unbreakable bonds of their community. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the glen, Bramble gathered the creatures for one last story before sleep. His voice, a soft murmur in the twilight, wrapped around them like a warm, comforting blanket. And as they drifted into dreams, they knew, deep in their hearts, that they were part of something truly magical, a living tapestry woven with love, wisdom, and the gentle power of nature itself. Story 38. Once upon the soft whisper of a twilight eve, in a village cradled by whispering woods and the gentle hum of a babbling brook, there lived a young girl named Marin. Her days were woven with the golden threads of curiosity and wonder, as she wandered through the lush meadows and danced with the shadows of the towering trees. This village, nestled in the heart of a valley, was a place where the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the skies, a tapestry of pastel hues, mirrored the tranquil souls that resided below. Marin's heart was a vessel of dreams, filled to the brim with stories told to her by her grandmother. These tales spoke of a hidden world, a place where magic whispered through the leaves and sang with the streams. It was said that deep within the heart of the forest there lay an ancient tree, older than time itself, with roots that drank from the earth's deepest secrets and branches that brushed against the stars. This tree, known to the villagers as the Heartwood Tree, was believed to possess a magical ability, a gift to those pure of heart who dared to seek it. The story of the Heartwood Tree was not just a tale to Marin. It was a call to adventure, a melody that played softly in her dreams, urging her to discover its truth. She longed to uncover this hidden world, to feel the magic pulse beneath her fingertips, and to whisper her own secrets into the bark of the ancient tree. One crisp morning, as the sun painted the horizon with strokes of gold and the dew-kissed grass shimmered like a sea of diamonds, Marin set out on her journey. With a small satchel slung over her shoulder, filled with bread, cheese, and a flask of sweet berry juice, she followed the path that wound its way into the depths of the forest. As she walked, the forest enveloped her in its embrace, the sound of rustling leaves and the soft cooing of doves creating a symphony of serenity. The air was cool and fresh, carrying with it the earthy scent of moss and pine. Marin's heart danced with each step, her spirit buoyed by the promise of discovery. The forest was a labyrinth of towering oaks and whispering willows, their leaves a vibrant tapestry of emerald and jade. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled shadows that seemed to guide Marin along her path. As she ventured deeper, the woods began to change, the trees growing ever larger, their trunks gnarled with age and wisdom. It was here, in the heart of the forest, that Marin stumbled upon something extraordinary. A peculiar bird, with feathers that shimmered like opal in the shifting light, perched upon a low branch. Its eyes, a deep, knowing amber, met Marin's with an intensity that held her in place. The bird tilted its head, as if beckoning her to follow. Intrigued, Marin decided to trust the bird, feeling a strange kinship with the creature. It flitted from branch to branch, leading her through a maze of winding paths that seemed to open up just for them. The forest grew denser, the air humming with an ancient energy that tingled against Marin's skin. Finally, the bird led her to a clearing where the Heartwood Tree stood, majestic and timeless. Its trunk was as wide as a house, its bark a tapestry of swirling patterns that seemed to shift and move like a living thing. The branches stretched high into the sky, their leaves whispering secrets to the wind. Marin approached the tree with reverence, her heart a drumbeat of awe and anticipation. She placed her hand against the bark, feeling a warmth that spread through her fingers and up her arm. In that moment, she felt a connection to something greater, a thread that linked her to the earth and sky, to the past and future. As she stood there, a soft voice echoed in her mind, gentle and wise. "Welcome, seeker of truth," it said. "The heartwood tree knows your heart, and it shall grant you the gift of understanding." Marin closed her eyes, letting the magic of the tree wash over her. She saw visions of the world as it once was, of the harmony between nature and humanity, and of the delicate balance that must be maintained. She understood in her heart the importance of kindness, of friendship, and of nurturing the world around her. When she opened her eyes, the bird was gone, but she felt its presence in her heart. She knew she had been changed by her journey, her spirit enriched by the wisdom of the heartwood tree. With a newfound sense of purpose, Marin made her way back through the forest, her footsteps light with the knowledge she carried. As she returned to her village, the sun setting in a blaze of oranges and purples, Marin felt a deep peace settle within her. She had discovered the hidden world, not just within the forest, but within herself. She knew that the magic of the heartwood tree was a gift she would carry with her always, a gentle reminder of the beauty and wonder that lay within and around her. And so, Marin shared her tale with the villagers, her heart full of warmth and joy. She spoke of the hidden world and the magic of the heartwood tree, inspiring others to seek their own journeys and embrace the beauty of the world around them. In the quiet of the night, as the village lay beneath a blanket of twinkling stars, Marin whispered her gratitude to the winds. She knew that the magic of the heartwood tree would forever guide her, a beacon of hope and love in the tapestry of her life. And so, the village thrived, its people united by the stories of the heartwood tree and the wisdom it imparted. Marin's journey had changed not only her, but the hearts of all who heard her tale. The forest, with its whispering leaves and hidden wonders, became a cherished haven, a place where the magic of friendship and understanding blossomed like the wildflowers in the spring. And in the gentle embrace of the night, the heartwood tree stood watch, its branches cradling the dreams of those who dared to believe in magic. Its roots reached deep into the earth, a testament to the enduring bond between nature and the human spirit. The village, cradled by the whispering woods and the gentle hum of the babbling brook, became a place where stories lived and breathed, woven into the very fabric of their lives. And among these tales, Marin's journey stood as a shining example of courage, friendship, and the power of dreams. In the cozy glow of the hearth, as the fire crackled softly, the villagers would gather to hear the stories of the heartwood tree. And in their hearts, they carried the magic of that hidden world, a gift of understanding and love that would guide them through their own journeys, wherever they might lead. And so, in the heart of the valley, where the skies mirrored the tranquil souls below, Marin's tale lived on, a beacon of light in the tapestry of time, forever reminding them of the enchantment that lay within the world and within themselves. Story 39. In the heart of a tranquil valley, cradled by gentle, rolling hills, there lay a quaint village known as Willowbrook. The air, sweetened by the fragrance of wildflowers, carried the songs of distant birds, while the golden glow of the sun filtered through a canopy of ancient oaks. The village was a tapestry of cobblestone paths and charming cottages, each with windows that twinkled like eyes filled with stories of the past. Among the villagers was a young woman named Leora, who had lived all her life in Willowbrook, her heart as warm as the sunlit meadows she roamed. Yet, despite the village's comforting embrace, Leora felt a whisper of longing, a gentle nudge that there was more to her story than she yet knew. One afternoon, while wandering along the banks of the river Serene, whose waters flowed with the wisdom of time, Leora stumbled upon a peculiar stone. It was smooth and oval, etched with symbols that seemed to dance in the dappled sunlight. Intrigued, she picked it up and felt a faint, tingling warmth seep from the stone into her palm, as if it recognized her touch. Leora carried the stone to her grandmother, the village's wise elder, known affectionately as Nana Bryn, who lived in a cottage surrounded by lavender and rosemary. Nana Bryn's eyes, a mirror of the clear sky, twinkled with a knowing light as Leora placed the stone before her. Ah, my dear, Nana Bryn murmured, tracing a finger over the stone's intricate markings. This is a keeper's stone, a treasured heirloom of our ancestors. It holds the stories of our lineage. The words hung in the air like gentle music, awakening a deep curiosity within Leora. What stories, Nana? What do they tell? Nana Bryn settled into her rocking chair, weaving her fingers into the folds of her shawl as the scent of herbs filled the room. Long ago, our ancestors were the guardians of the whispering woods, entrusted with the secrets of the land. They spoke the language of the trees and listened to the river's tales. The keeper's stone was passed from one generation to the next, a reminder of our bond with the earth and its creatures. Leora listened, her heart swelling with a sense of connection she'd never known before. She imagined her forebears walking through the same woods, their footsteps echoing in harmony with the rustling leaves and singing streams. The stone will guide you, Nana Bryn continued softly, to uncover the wisdom of our past. It is said that when the moon is full, the keeper's stone reveals a path to the heart of the forest, where our ancestors gathered to share their knowledge. That night, as the moon rose full and luminous, casting its silver light over Willow Brook, Leora held the keeper's stone close. Its warmth pulsed gently, a silent invitation. With a heart full of wonder, she ventured into the whispering woods, the air cool and crisp against her cheeks, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. The path, once hidden, now shimmered softly before her, woven with moonbeams and shadow. Leora followed it, her steps light and quiet on the forest floor. As she walked, the woods seemed to awaken, the leaves whispering secrets of times long past, the night creatures watching with gentle curiosity. Finally, she arrived at a clearing where the trees arched gracefully overhead, their branches entwined like welcoming arms. In the center stood a great stone circle, worn smooth by the passage of countless hands. Leora stepped inside and felt a profound peace settle over her. The keeper's stone in her hand began to glow softly, and in its light, Leora saw visions of those who came before her, gathered in laughter and song, their faces turned to the moon, their voices rising in harmony with the night. She felt their presence, their love and wisdom flowing through her, a river of strength and belonging. Suddenly, Leora understood the legacy they had left her, the power of unity, the importance of living in harmony with nature, and the strength found in knowing one's roots. It was a gift she could carry forward, a bridge connecting the past with the future. As the first light of dawn brushed the sky with hues of pink and gold, Leora made her way back to Willow Brook, the keeper's stone nestled close to her heart. She felt a renewed sense of purpose, a deepened connection to the land and its stories. Her heart was full, her spirit light, for she had found what she had been seeking all along, her place in the tapestry of life. From that day on, Leora shared the tales of her ancestors with the villagers, weaving their wisdom into the fabric of everyday life. The keeper's stone became a cherished symbol of their heritage, a reminder of the bonds that united them. And so, in the gentle embrace of Willow Brook, where the river sang and the trees whispered their secrets, Leora found her legacy, a legacy of kindness, connection, and love, one that would continue to flourish as long as the sun rose over the hills and the moon lit the night. Story 40. In a quaint village nestled at the foot of the misty mountains, where the air was always sweet, with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the gentle hum of bees filled the lazy afternoons, there lived a young girl named Miri. Miri had a heart full of dreams, and eyes that sparkled with the curiosity of 100 adventures yet to be told. Her favorite pastime was to sit on the porch of her cozy little cottage, gazing at the mysterious mountains that loomed like ancient sentinels, their peaks hidden beneath a perpetual veil of mist. One golden autumn morning, when the leaves were turning to shades of amber and the cool breeze carried a hint of the coming winter, Miri decided it was the perfect day for an adventure. She packed a small satchel with her favorite honey cakes, a flask of warm tea, and her mother's old map, though she knew it by heart, and set off towards the mountains with a skip in her step. The path to the misty mountains was lined with towering oak trees whose leaves whispered secrets to the wind. As Miri walked, the world around her seemed to hold its breath in gentle anticipation, the air thick with the kind of magic that only children and dreamers could truly sense. The further she ventured, the more the familiar village faded into a distant memory, replaced by the wonders of nature's untouched beauty. After several hours of weaving through the verdant forest, Miri emerged into a clearing where the mountains stood tall and proud before her. Here the mist was thick and cool, wrapping around her like a soft, silken cloak. It was here that she first met the Whimsy wisp, a curious little creature that glowed with a soft, shimmering light. It fluttered around Miri, trailing sparkles in the air like a comet tail, its laughter like the tinkling of tiny bells. "Hello there," Miri greeted, her voice gentle and welcoming. "Are you a guardian of these mountains?" The Whimsy wisp giggled, swirling around her with delight. "I am a friend to explorers like you," it chimed, its voice as light as the breeze. "Follow me if you dare, for there are wonders to behold and secrets to uncover." With her heart beating with excitement and wonder, Miri followed the wisp deeper into the mountains. The path was winding and sometimes steep, but the Whimsy wisp was always there, its light guiding her through the mist. Along the way, they encountered a stream that sang as it danced over stones, its melody as soothing as the lullaby of a mother to her child. Miri paused to drink from the stream, its water crisp and refreshing, invigorating her spirit. As they climbed higher, the mist began to part, revealing a hidden valley bathed in golden sunlight. The valley was unlike anything Miri had ever seen, a place where colors seemed brighter and sounds more melodious. Here, trees bore fruits of every hue imaginable, and flowers bloomed in cascading waterfalls of color and scent. In the heart of this enchanted valley stood the grand oak, a tree so old and wise that it seemed to have witnessed the birth of time itself. Beneath the grand oak's sprawling branches, Miri found a gathering of creatures, none of which she had ever seen before. There was a fuzzle, a round, fluffy creature with fur that changed colors with its mood, a trillfin, a bird with iridescent feathers that sang in harmonies that echoed through the valley, and a gentle glimmerfox whose eyes sparkled like the first stars of evening. "Welcome, brave traveler," the grand oak's deep voice resonated through the air, warm and inviting. "You have come far and shown courage in the face of the unknown. What is it that you seek in this land of wonders?" Miri thought for a moment, her heart full of the beauty and magic surrounding her. "I seek to understand the world beyond my village," she replied softly. "To learn and grow, to see with my own eyes the miracles that lie beyond the familiar." The grand oak's leaves rustled approvingly, and the creatures gathered around her with smiles and nods. "You have shown courage, young one," the oak spoke, "for it takes a brave heart to step into the unknown. Know this, the world is full of wonders, and each step you take opens a new door to discovery." As the day wore on, Miri spent her time learning from the creatures, listening to their stories, and playing in the sun-dappled meadow. The fuzzle taught her how to weave crowns from the flowers that grew abundantly, while the trillfin sang songs that told tales of ancient times and distant lands. The glimmerfox, with its gentle gaze, showed her the beauty of stillness and reflection. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and purple, Miri knew it was time to return home. She bid farewell to her newfound friends, her heart full of gratitude and joy. The Whimsy wisp once again became her guide, leading her safely back through the mountains, its light a comforting presence in the growing twilight. When Miri finally emerged from the mist and saw the warm glow of her village lights in the distance, she felt a peace settle within her. She had ventured into the unknown and returned with stories and wisdom that would forever be a part of her. As she curled up in her bed that night, the soft quilt pulled up to her chin, Miri closed her eyes with a smile. She knew that the world was vast and full of wonders waiting to be discovered, and she would face them all with courage and an open heart. And so, with dreams of shimmering valleys and starry-eyed creatures, Miri drifted into a restful sleep, her spirit as light and free as the Whimsy wisp that had led her to her adventure. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. The Whispering Woods and the Lantern of Luminara. In the small village of Amberley, nestled at the edge of the Whispering Woods, tales of enchantment and mystery were as old as the trees themselves. The woods were a place of wonder, where the air was thick with secrets and magic lingered in the rustling leaves. Yet it was also a place avoided by many, for deep within its heart lay a hidden world, known only to those with the courage to seek it. The village was a cozy cluster of thatched roof cottages, surrounded by fields of lavender that swayed gently in the breeze, filling the air with a soothing fragrance. The villagers were kind and simple folk, their days marked by the rhythm of the seasons and the quiet pleasures of rural life. In one such cottage lived a young girl named Leora. She had hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. Leora was known for her gentle nature and the way she seemed to understand the whispers of the wind and the songs of the birds. She often spent her afternoons wandering the edges of the whispering woods, listening to the stories the forest had to tell. One cool autumn evening, as the setting sun painted the sky in hues of orange and pink, Leora sat at her window, gazing out at the woods. Her heart longed for adventure, and she felt a pull towards the trees, as though they were calling her name. "Leora," her mother called from the kitchen, "come help me with supper." Leora reluctantly tore her gaze from the window and joined her mother. As they prepared the meal, her mother spoke of the coming winter and the preparations they must make. But Leora's mind drifted back to the woods, to the stories of hidden worlds and magical beings that her grandmother used to tell. That night, as the village lay quiet under a blanket of stars, Leora lay awake in her bed, listening to the gentle rustle of the leaves outside. Unable to resist the call of adventure any longer, she quietly slipped out of bed, wrapped a warm cloak around her shoulders, and tiptoed out of the cottage. The moon cast a silvery glow over the landscape as Leora made her way towards the Whispering Woods. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth. As she entered the woods, the trees seemed to lean in, welcoming her into their embrace. The deeper she ventured, the more the forest came alive. The leaves whispered secrets, and the branches formed intricate patterns against the sky. Leora felt a sense of wonder and awe, as though she were stepping into a dream. After walking for what felt like hours, Leora came upon a clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its twisted branches reaching towards the heavens. Beneath the tree lay a small, flickering light, like a star fallen to earth. Curious, Leora approached the light and discovered it was a lantern, crafted from delicate glass and metal, its surface etched with intricate patterns. The lantern glowed with a soft, warm light that seemed to pulse with life. As she reached out to touch it, a voice, gentle and melodic, echoed through the clearing. "The Lantern of Luminara," it said, "a beacon for those who seek the hidden world." Leora looked around, but saw no one. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. The voice replied, "I am the spirit of the forest, and I have watched over these woods for centuries. The lantern is a gift for those with pure hearts and the courage to seek the truth." Leora felt a thrill of excitement mixed with apprehension. She had heard of the Lantern of Luminara in her grandmother's tales, a magical object that could reveal the hidden world within the Whispering Woods. "Will you accept the lantern and embark on a journey of discovery?" the voice asked. Leora nodded, her heart pounding with anticipation. "Yes, I will." As she lifted the lantern, its light grew brighter, illuminating the clearing with a warm, golden glow. The air shimmered, and the world around her seemed to shift and change. The trees swayed gently, their leaves whispering secrets in a language she couldn't quite understand. With the lantern in hand, Leora began her journey deeper into the woods. The path before her was bathed in light, and she felt a sense of peace and purpose guiding her steps. As she walked, Leora encountered creatures she had only heard of in stories. A family of fireflies danced around her, their tiny lights twinkling like stars. A wise old owl perched on a branch, its eyes gleaming with wisdom, and a gentle deer with antlers like branches nodded in greeting as she passed. Each encounter filled her with a sense of wonder and belonging, as though she were part of a world she had always known in her heart. The forest seemed endless, a labyrinth of trees and shadows, but Liora felt no fear. The lantern's light guided her, and she trusted in its magic to lead her to the hidden world. As she journeyed deeper, the air grew cooler and the shadows longer. The forest was silent now, save for the gentle rustle of leaves. Liora felt a sense of anticipation, as though she were on the brink of discovering something extraordinary. Finally, she reached a glade where the moonlight danced upon a shimmering pool. The water was as clear as glass, reflecting the stars above. At the center of the pool stood a small island, and on it, a stone altar, ancient and weathered by time. Liora approached the water's edge, her reflection rippling in the surface. The lantern's light cast a golden glow over the pool, revealing a path of stepping stones that led to the island. With each step, Liora felt the weight of the forest's magic surrounding her, a tangible presence that filled her with awe. When she reached the altar, she placed the lantern upon it, the light casting intricate patterns over the stone. In that moment, the air shimmered, and a figure appeared before her, ethereal and radiant. It was the spirit of the forest, its form shifting like the wind through the trees. "Welcome, seeker of truth," the spirit said, its voice a melody of the earth. "You have come far, guided by the light of Luminara. What do you seek?" Liora took a deep breath, her heart filled with the courage of her journey. "I seek to understand the world hidden within these woods, to learn its secrets and share its wonders." The spirit smiled, its light flickering like the lantern. "You have shown courage and kindness, and the forest has embraced you as one of its own. The hidden world is within you, a place of wisdom and magic that can only be found by those who seek with an open heart." As the spirit spoke, Liora felt a warmth spreading through her, a connection to the forest and all its creatures. She understood now that the hidden world was not a place to be found, but a state of being, a way of seeing the world with wonder and love. "You are part of the forest, Liora," the spirit said, "and its magic will be with you always. Go forth and share its light with the world." With those words the spirit faded, leaving Liora standing by the altar, the lantern's light still glowing brightly. She returned to the village, her heart filled with the magic of the whispering woods. She knew that her journey had changed her, that she carried the hidden world within her. And so, Liora became a storyteller, sharing the tales of her adventures with the villagers. Under her guidance, they learned to see the magic in the everyday, to find wonder in the world around them. The Whispering Woods remained a place of mystery and enchantment, a source of inspiration for all who dared to listen to its whispers. And Liora, with the lantern of Luminara as her guide, continued to explore its secrets, her heart forever open to the magic of the hidden world. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Story 63. The Whispering Woods, a tale of friendship and magic. Once upon a time, nestled on the edge of a sleepy village, lay a forest unlike any other. Known as the Whispering Woods, it was a place where the trees stood tall and ancient, their branches twisting like gnarled fingers reaching towards the heavens. The forest floor was a soft carpet of moss, dotted with clusters of wildflowers that released a sweet fragrance into the air. A narrow, winding path cut through the woods, inviting those with curious hearts to explore its mysteries. In the village lived a young girl named Lily, with hair the color of chestnuts and eyes as bright as the morning sky. She was known for her inquisitive nature and a heart that brimmed with kindness. Though she was beloved by her village, Lily longed for adventure beyond the familiar cobblestone streets and quaint cottages. One golden afternoon, as the sun began its descent and painted the sky with hues of orange and pink, Lily stood at the edge of the Whispering Woods. Her heart fluttered with excitement and a touch of trepidation, for she had decided that today would be the day she ventured into the forest. Her friends often spoke of the woods with a mix of fear and awe, claiming it was enchanted, with secrets beyond human understanding. Clutching her small satchel filled with a loaf of bread, a flask of water, and a well-loved book of fairy tales, Lily took a deep breath and stepped onto the path. As she walked, the rustling leaves seemed to whisper secrets in her ears, their words just out of reach, yet strangely comforting. The forest was alive with the sounds of chirping birds and the gentle babble of a hidden brook, creating a symphony that accompanied her every step. The deeper she ventured, the more the woods enveloped her in their embrace. The sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled shadows on the ground that danced with the breeze. Lily felt a sense of wonder and peace as the path wound its way deeper into the heart of the forest. After walking for what felt like hours, Lily came upon a small clearing, bathed in the soft glow of the setting sun. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its trunk wide and strong, with branches that spread out like a protective canopy. At the base of the tree was a small wooden door, intricately carved with symbols that seemed to pulse with a gentle, inviting light. Curiosity piqued, Lily approached the door. She traced her fingers over the carvings, feeling the warmth they radiated. As if sensing her presence, the door creaked open, revealing a spiral staircase that wound down into the earth. Hesitant but intrigued, Lily descended the steps, her heart beating a steady rhythm of anticipation. At the bottom of the staircase, she emerged into a hidden world that took her breath away. The underground chamber was vast, its walls lined with shelves filled with books, trinkets, and curiosities from lands unknown. In the center of the room stood a round table, upon which lay a shimmering crystal orb that glowed softly in the dim light. As Lily approached the table, she was greeted by a soft, melodic voice. "Welcome, dear traveler," it said. "I am Eliana, the guardian of the Whispering Woods." Startled, Lily looked around, searching for the source of the voice. To her astonishment, a small, ethereal creature appeared before her, its form shifting like a wisp of smoke. Eliana had eyes that sparkled like stars and wings that shimmered with all the colors of the rainbow. "Do not be afraid," Eliana continued, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "I have watched over these woods for centuries, and I have awaited someone with a pure heart to unravel the secrets hidden here." Lily, though initially taken aback, felt a sense of calm wash over her. "I am honored to meet you, Eliana," she replied, her voice steady. "What secrets do you speak of?" Eliana fluttered closer, her wings leaving trails of light in the air. "Within this orb lies the memory of the forest, a tapestry woven from the stories of those who have walked these paths before you. It is said that those who possess the courage and kindness to listen to these tales will gain wisdom beyond their years." Enchanted by the prospect, Lily reached for the orb. As her fingers brushed its surface, it pulsed with warmth, and a gentle hum filled the air. The room faded away, and Lily found herself standing in a meadow filled with vibrant wildflowers and the sound of laughter echoing in the breeze. In this vision, she saw two children, a boy and a girl, playing a game of hide-and-seek among the flowers. Their joy was infectious, and Lily couldn't help but smile as she watched them. As the vision unfolded, she realized that the children were none other than the founders of her village, their friendship the seed from which the community had grown. The scene shifted, revealing a young woman standing at the edge of a cliff, her face turned towards a stormy sea. Despite the tumultuous waves, her expression was one of determination and hope. Lily understood that this woman had once faced a great challenge, her courage and resilience serving as an inspiration for generations to come. As the visions continued, Lily felt her heart swell with understanding and compassion. Each story revealed to her the interconnectedness of life, the importance of friendship and courage, and the beauty of embracing the unknown. When the last vision faded, Lily found herself back in the chamber, the orb resting quietly on the table. Eliana hovered nearby, her eyes filled with warmth and approval. "You have seen the wisdom of the forest," Eliana said softly. "Hold these lessons close to your heart, for they will guide you on your journey." Lily nodded, feeling a newfound sense of purpose. "Thank you, Eliana. I will cherish these stories and share them with others, so their wisdom may continue to grow." With a knowing smile, Eliana gestured towards the staircase. "Go now, dear Lily, and let the light of your heart guide you." As Lily ascended the steps, she felt the gentle embrace of the woods around her. The path home seemed brighter, the whispers of the forest more harmonious than ever before. By the time she reached the edge of the woods, the stars were beginning to twinkle in the evening sky, casting a gentle glow over the village. Lily's heart was full as she stepped onto the cobblestone streets, her mind alive with the tales she had witnessed. She knew that her journey had only just begun, and that the Whispering Woods would always be a part of her, guiding her with its timeless wisdom. In the days and weeks that followed, Lily shared the stories of the forest with her friends and neighbors. She spoke of the strength found in friendship, the courage to face the unknown, and the beauty of life's interconnected tapestry. Her words inspired those around her, planting seeds of kindness and understanding that blossomed into a stronger, more compassionate community. As the seasons passed, the Whispering Woods continued to stand as a silent guardian over the village, its secrets shared with those who dared to listen. And Lily, with her heart full of wonder and wisdom, knew that the magic of the forest would forever be a part of her story. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the twinkling stars above, the Whispering Woods and its tales lived on, a testament to the power of friendship, courage, and the ever-turning wheel of life. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled amidst rolling hills and flourishing meadows, there was a peculiar legend whispered among its inhabitants. It spoke of the enchanted lantern, a magical object that had the power to illuminate hidden paths and reveal truths unseen. It was said to be tucked away in the heart of the mystic woods, a lush and verdant forest that bordered the village, where old oaks and whispering pines guarded secrets untold. The villagers often spoke of the lantern with both awe and caution, for it was believed that only those pure of heart could unveil its mysteries. Among the listeners was a young boy named Finn, whose eyes sparkled with an insatiable curiosity. Finn was known for his gentle nature and boundless imagination. He loved exploring the woods with his best friend, a clever raccoon named Pip, who often perched on his shoulder or scurried alongside him. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves cascaded from the trees like gentle rain, Finn found himself drawn to the edge of the mystic woods. The air was crisp and filled with the scent of pine and earth. He and Pip had heard the legend many times over crackling fires and beneath starlit skies, but that day the call of adventure was too strong to resist. "Pip," Finn murmured, his breath a soft cloud in the cool air, "what if we find the enchanted lantern? What wonders could we discover?" Pip twitched his nose and chirped in agreement, his tiny paws patting Finn's shoulder as if to say, "Let's go! Let's see!" With a heart full of hope and wonder, Finn stepped into the mystic woods, the leaves crunching softly beneath his feet. The forest was alive with the sounds of nature, the rustling of leaves, the distant call of a songbird, and the gentle babble of a hidden brook. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, creating a tapestry of light and shadow that seemed to dance with every breeze. As they ventured deeper, the world around them seemed to shift. The forest was more than just trees and trails. It was a living, breathing entity that wrapped them in its embrace. The path wound its way through towering ferns and beneath ancient trees whose branches reached out like welcoming arms. The deeper they went, the more Finn felt a change within himself, a sense of belonging, a connection to something greater than he had ever known. "Do you feel it, Pip?" Finn whispered, his voice a soft echo in the stillness. Pip nodded, his eyes wide with wonder as they peered into the depths of the forest, where shadows played and light danced. Hours passed like minutes as they wandered, until they came upon a clearing bathed in a gentle golden glow. In the center stood an old stone pedestal, and upon it rested the enchanted lantern. Its glass was etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and shimmer, reflecting the colors of the forest around it. Finn approached with reverence, his heart pounding with a mix of excitement and trepidation. He reached out a tentative hand, and as his fingers brushed the cool metal, a warm light blossomed from within the lantern. casting a soft radiance that filled the clearing. In that moment, Finn felt a warmth spread through him, a gentle reassurance that whispered of possibilities and dreams yet to be realized. The world seemed to hold its breath, and the forest hushed as if in anticipation. Pip chirped softly, his eyes reflecting the light of the lantern as he watched his friend with unwavering trust. With the lantern in hand, Finn turned to the path ahead, which now glowed with a luminescent trail that beckoned them onward. It was a path that wove through the heart of the forest, revealing vistas of breathtaking beauty, hidden groves where flowers bloomed in riotous colors, and crystal-clear streams that sang as they danced over stones. As they walked, the lantern's light revealed more than just the path. It illuminated memories and dreams, hopes and fears, all woven together in the tapestry of Finn's heart. He saw moments of kindness and courage, laughter shared with friends, and the quiet strength that came from knowing he was never truly alone. The journey was not without its challenges, but Finn faced them with a newfound wisdom and the steadfast companionship of Pip. They crossed rickety bridges that swayed over deep chasms, clambered over rocky outcrops that tested their resolve, and weathered sudden storms that sought to turn them back. Yet through it all, the lantern's light never wavered, guiding them with unwavering certainty. As they ventured further, they discovered a hidden world within the forest, a place where the magic of nature thrived in harmony. They met creatures of all shapes and sizes, each with stories of their own. There was Luna, the wise old owl who spoke of the stars and the secrets they kept, and Thistle, the mischievous squirrel who shared tales of acorn feasts and daring escapades. In this hidden world, Finn and Pip forged friendships that defied expectations. They learned that true friendship knew no bounds, that it was a bond that transcended differences and celebrated the unique gifts each brought to the world. Through their journey, they came to understand that the greatest magic lay not in the lantern itself, but in the connections they made along the way. The days turned into weeks, and the forest became a second home, a place of peace and discovery. Yet, as all journeys do, theirs too had to find its end. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Finn and Pip found themselves back at the edge of the mystic woods. The enchanted lantern, now a part of their story, rested gently in Finn's hands. He knew that its light was meant to be shared, that it was a gift for all who sought its wisdom. With a heart full of gratitude, he placed the lantern back upon its pedestal, where it would await the next seeker of dreams. As they made their way home, the village welcomed them with open arms, the warmth of familiarity and love wrapping around them like a cozy blanket. Finn's journey had changed him in ways he could not have imagined. He carried with him the lessons of the forest, the importance of friendship, the courage to face the unknown, and the magic that dwells within every heart. And so, with Pip by his side, Finn returned to the world he knew, forever changed by the journey he had taken. The enchanted lantern remained in the heart of the mystic woods, a beacon of hope and wonder, its light waiting to guide those with the courage to seek it. In the quiet of the night, beneath a sky strewn with stars, Finn and Pip lay in the warmth of their home, knowing that the magic of their adventure would live on in their hearts and in the stories they would share. And as they drifted into a peaceful slumber, the gentle glow of the lantern lit the path for the dreams yet to come, promising new adventures, new friendships, and the enduring magic of a kind heart. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. In the far reaches of the galaxy, where stardust wove through the void like strands of glistening silk, lay the planet of Luminara. It was a world bathed in perpetual twilight, where the skies shimmered with hues of lavender and gold, and gentle breezes carried the sweet scent of blooming starflowers. The Luminarans, delicate beings with skin that glowed softly like the moon, lived in harmony with their serene surroundings, tending to the gardens of light that covered their planet. On one particularly tranquil evening, as the twin moons rose to cast their gentle glow over the land, a small spacecraft streaked through the heavens, its hull glinting like a shard of silver against the deepening sky. This ship, a modest transport vessel, was piloted by a solitary traveler from the distant world of Terran. Her name was Lyra, and she was an explorer by trade, one who roamed the stars in search of knowledge and understanding. Lyra's journey had brought her to Luminara, drawn by tales of its beauty and the wisdom of its people. Her heart, though courageous, harbored a loneliness that whispered to her in the solitude of space. As she descended through the atmosphere, her ship's systems suddenly faltered, a cascade of sparks and alarms filling the cabin. With a steady hand and a calm mind, Lyra managed to guide her vessel to a gentle landing in a meadow aglow with the soft luminescence of starflowers. Emerging from her ship, Lyra was greeted not by fearsome warriors or suspicious eyes, but by a single Luminaran who approached with a serene smile. This Luminaran, named Solus, moved with the grace of a breeze and the kindness of a gentle rain. His eyes, deep pools of starlight, held curiosity and a warmth that transcended words. "Welcome, traveler," Solus said, his voice like a soothing melody. "You have come at a time of rest and reflection. How may we assist you?" Lyra, though relieved by the warm welcome, found herself struggling to understand the Luminaran's gentle ways. She had prepared for hostility, for the mistrust of an outsider, and the kindness offered so freely was both comforting and perplexing. "My ship," she began, her voice tinged with the hesitance of uncertainty, "it needs repairs. I did not mean to intrude." Solus merely nodded, his understanding as deep as the night sky. "Here on Luminara, we believe in offering aid to those in need. Your presence is no intrusion, but a chance to share in the exchange of stories and wisdom." As days turned into weeks, Lyra found herself enveloped in the rhythms of Luminaran life. Guided by Solus, she learned the ways of the starflower gardens, their petals soft and fragrant, their glow a gentle caress against the skin. The Luminarans, in turn, listened with rapt attention to Lyra's tales of distant worlds and the marvels she had witnessed among the stars. Yet, not all was smooth in this newfound companionship. Misunderstandings arose, as they often do between those of different worlds. Lyra, eager to help, had attempted to rearrange a section of the garden, believing she was improving it. The Luminarans, who cultivated their gardens with deep reverence and tradition, were taken aback by the changes, though they remained kind in their expressions. Solus, sensing the discomfort that lingered like a shadow, approached Lyra with gentle understanding. "We cherish your enthusiasm, Lyra," he said, his voice a balm to her troubled heart. "But our ways are woven with the fabric of our being. Perhaps, together, we can learn from one another." Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Lyra nodded, her voice a whisper of contrition. "I meant no disrespect. I wished only to contribute, to belong." In this moment of vulnerability, a bond began to form, a bridge of understanding between two souls who had once been strangers. Solus, with patience and wisdom, showed Lyra the intricate dance of their traditions, explaining the balance of light and dark, of growth and rest. As they worked side by side, a challenge arose that would test their burgeoning friendship. A rare celestial event, the eclipse of shadows, was approaching, a time when the twin moons would align and cast the land into temporary darkness. During this period, the gardens required careful tending, as the absence of light could harm the delicate starflowers. Together, Lyra and Solus faced the eclipse, their efforts a seamless blend of Terran ingenuity and Luminaran tradition. Lyra's knowledge of technology complemented Solus's deep understanding of the gardens, and their collaboration ensured the starflowers continued to thrive even in the absence of light. In the quiet hours of the eclipse, as they rested beneath the canopy of stars, Lyra spoke, her voice a gentle murmur in the darkness. "I have traveled far, seeking knowledge and adventure, yet it is here, in your gardens, that I have found something truly precious, a friend." Solus, his glow a gentle beacon in the night, nodded in agreement. "Our paths are like rivers, Lyra, flowing from different sources but meeting in the same ocean. Through understanding and friendship, we have enriched our journeys." The eclipse passed, and with it came the dawn, a warm embrace of light that painted the world in hues of gold and lavender once more. Lyra's ship, now repaired with the help of her new friends, stood ready for departure. Yet, as she prepared to leave, her heart was filled not with the ache of parting, but with the warmth of connection. Solus and the Luminarans gathered to bid her farewell, their luminescent presence a reminder of the gentle strength found in unity. Wherever your travels take you, Lyra, Solus said, his voice carrying the promise of their friendship across the distance. Know that you are always welcome here, a part of our story. With a heart lighter than it had been in many years, Lyra embarked on her journey once more. The stars her companions, and the lessons of Luminara her guiding light. As her ship ascended into the embrace of the cosmos, she carried with her the understanding that true friendship, like the gardens of starflowers, blossomed through patience, kindness, and the shared light of two souls, meeting amidst the vastness of the universe. Story 86. In the heart of the whispering woods, where sunlight filtered through ancient, towering trees and cast dappled patterns on the soft forest floor, there nestled a quaint little village. The village was known as Willowbrook, famous for its lush gardens and the gentle, melodic hum of the river that wound its way through the land. In Willowbrook, the residents lived harmoniously with the magical creatures that dwelled in the forest. Among these creatures were the Fae, tiny beings with wings like gossamer, who tended to the flowers and whispered secrets to the wind. There were also the wise owls, who perched high above in their leafy abodes, watching over the village with kind, knowing eyes. One peaceful evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of orange and purple, an unusual event began to unfold. The villagers noticed that each morning the flowers in their gardens were blooming in peculiar patterns, spirals and stars, unlike anything they had seen before. The villagers were puzzled, for these flowers seemed to change their formations overnight, as if by some unseen hand. Among the villagers was a gentle-hearted girl named Leora. Her curiosity was as boundless as the forest itself, and she had a knack for noticing the smallest details. Leora loved the mysteries of the woods and often spent her days exploring its hidden paths and listening to the stories told by the forest creatures. Determined to uncover the mystery of the changing flowers, Leora set out one misty morning, her heart full of excitement. She wandered through the village, her senses alive with the scent of fresh earth and the sound of leaves whispering in the breeze. As she approached the edge of the village, she was greeted by the soft, musical laughter of the Fae, who flitted around her like a shower of glittering rain. "Good morning, Leora," sang a Fae with wings that shimmered like pearls. "What brings you to the woods today?" "Good morning, dear friends," Leora replied with a smile. "I'm hoping to solve the mystery of the enchanted flowers. Have you seen anything unusual in the forest?" The Fae exchanged knowing glances, their eyes twinkling with mischief and delight. "Perhaps you should speak with Elderwise," suggested another Fae, her voice as gentle as a lullaby. "He knows many things and might have the answers you seek." Eager to visit Elderwise, the wise old owl, Leora thanked the Fae and made her way deeper into the forest. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and wildflowers, and as she walked, the ground beneath her feet felt like a soft, comforting carpet of moss. Elderwise's home was a grand, ancient oak tree, its bark gnarled and wise, and its branches spreading wide like welcoming arms. Leora approached the tree with reverence and called up into the leafy heights. "Elderwise, wise owl of the forest, may I speak with you?" From high above, a gentle hoot echoed through the branches, followed by the soft rustling of feathers. Elderwise descended gracefully, his eyes as deep and mysterious as the night sky fixed kindly upon her. "Ah, young Leora," he said, his voice a warm, resonant melody. "What brings you to my tree this fine day?" Leora explained the strange occurrences in the village gardens, her voice filled with wonder and a touch of concern. Elderwise listened intently, nodding his head with understanding. "Ah, the flowers," he mused, his gaze turning thoughtful. "I have heard whispers of a playful spirit who roams the woods at night. This spirit, known as the Petal Weaver, delights in creating beauty in the most unexpected ways." Leora's eyes widened with intrigue. "The Petal Weaver? How fascinating! But why would this spirit visit our village?" Elderwise chuckled softly, a sound like the rustling of autumn leaves. "The Petal Weaver is drawn to places where love and harmony dwell. Your village, with its kind hearts and gentle ways, is a beacon to such a spirit. Perhaps it seeks to share its joy with you all." Leora nodded, her heart swelling with warmth at the thought. "Thank you, Elderwise. I shall share this with the villagers. Perhaps we can find a way to welcome the Petal Weaver." With a grateful heart, Leora made her way back to the village, her mind alive with ideas. As evening fell and the stars began to twinkle in the clear night sky, the villagers gathered in the square, eager to hear what she had discovered. Leora shared Elderwise's wisdom, her voice soft and soothing as she spoke. The petal weaver means us no harm. It seeks to share its joy and art with us. I believe if we welcome it with open hearts, we might come to understand its ways. The villagers nodded, their faces alight with understanding and acceptance. That night they decided to leave small gifts of appreciation in their gardens, tiny lanterns, delicate ribbons, and fragrant herbs, hoping to show the petal weaver their gratitude. As the moon cast its gentle glow over Willowbrook, the petal weaver appeared, unseen by human eyes, but sensed in the gentle rustling of petals and the soft shimmer of moonlight on the flowers. It saw the villagers' gifts and felt their warmth and gratitude. The next morning, the village awoke to a wondrous sight. Each garden was a tapestry of breathtaking beauty, with flowers arranged in patterns that spoke of joy and friendship. The air was filled with a sense of magic and peace, and the villagers knew their hearts had made a new friend. From that day on, the petal weaver became a cherished part of Willowbrook's lore, its visits bringing delight and wonder to the village. And Leora, with her gentle spirit and love for the mysteries of the world, continued to explore the forest, knowing that the greatest magic of all was the love and kindness shared among friends. As the fire crackled softly and the shadows danced on the walls, the tale of Willowbrook and the petal weaver lulled the village into a restful slumber, their dreams filled with the colors and fragrances of a world where magic and friendship intertwined like the petals of a never-ending blossom. Story 87. In the heart of a lush, whispering forest, where the trees stood tall and wise, there existed a forgotten glade bathed in perpetual twilight. This place was known only to the creatures of the forest, and a few rare souls who dared to venture beyond the well-trodden paths. The air here was imbued with the scent of pine and earth, carrying the gentle rustling of leaves like a soft lullaby. It was a realm where magic lingered, hiding in plain sight among the shadows and the light. Elliot, a curious young boy with a heart as open as the sky, discovered this hidden world one golden afternoon. His hair, tousled by the wind, glimmered like autumn leaves in the sun. He had been wandering through the forest, drawn by a deep-seated yearning for something he could not name. Elliot loved the forest. Its secrets whispered to him, and its beauty filled him with a profound sense of belonging. As he walked, each step cushioned by a carpet of moss and fallen leaves, he stumbled upon an ancient oak with a hollow that seemed to beckon him closer. Within this hollow, nestled among roots as thick as his arm, lay a peculiar object, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Its surface was smooth, worn by time, and etched with symbols that seemed to pulse with a gentle glow. Elliot's fingers brushed over the box, and a warmth spread through him, as if the object were alive. He hesitated for a moment, then carefully lifted it from its resting place. As he did, a soft sighing sound filled the air, and the forest seemed to hold its breath. With the box cradled in his hands, Elliot sat beneath the oak, leaning against its sturdy trunk. The world around him faded into a serene silence, leaving only the gentle hum of nature. He turned the box over, examining it from every angle before finally deciding to open it. Inside, resting on a bed of velvet as dark as midnight, was a small, crystalline orb. It shimmered with an inner light, casting tiny rainbows that danced around Elliot like playful spirits. Mesmerized, Elliot reached out to touch it, and as his fingertips brushed the surface, a tingling sensation raced up his arm. Suddenly, the orb began to glow more brightly, and a soft voice, warm and melodic, filled the air. "Welcome, Seeker," it said, resonating with a kindness that wrapped around Elliot like a comforting embrace. "You have found the heart of the forest, a gift of magic and mystery." Elliot blinked, his eyes wide with wonder. "Who are you?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. "I am the guardian of this glade," the voice replied. "And you, dear child, have been chosen to carry the heart and listen to its song." The orb pulsed gently, and with each pulse, Elliot felt a connection forming, a bond with the forest and its secrets. "What do I do with it?" he asked, curiosity mingling with a sense of responsibility. "Listen," the voice advised. "Learn. The heart will guide you, reveal hidden truths, and teach you the language of the world around you. But remember, true power comes from understanding, not control. Elliot nodded, his mind awhirl with possibilities. He closed the box, feeling the weight of the orb settle within it, and tucked it safely into his satchel. As he rose to his feet, the forest seemed to awaken, the trees whispering encouragement, the leaves rustling with approval. Over the following days, Elliot returned to the glade, drawn to its serenity and the promise of discovery. He spent hours sitting beneath the ancient oak, listening to the heart's gentle murmur and learning the subtle language of the forest. Each day brought new revelations, a hidden path, a secret grove, the laughter of a brook that meandered through sun-dappled glens. One crisp morning, as the first rays of the sun painted the forest in shades of gold, Elliot encountered an unexpected visitor. A fox, its fur as red as flames, emerged from the underbrush. Its eyes, sharp and intelligent, regarded Elliot with curiosity. "Hello there," Elliot said softly, extending a hand in greeting. The fox approached cautiously, its nose twitching as it sniffed the air between them. Sensing no threat, it sat back on its haunches and regarded Elliot with a look of expectation. Elliot remembered the heart and its promise of connection. He retrieved the box from his satchel and opened it, letting the fox see the shimmering orb. The fox tilted its head, eyes reflecting the orb's light, and for a moment, Elliot felt as if he were gazing into a deep well of ancient wisdom. The fox blinked slowly, then trotted forward, brushing against Elliot's leg in a gesture of trust. Elliot smiled, a warmth spreading through him. Here was a friend, unexpected and wondrous, brought to him by the magic of the forest. From that day on, Elliot and the fox were inseparable. They explored the forest together, the fox leading Elliot to hidden places he never would have found on his own. In return, Elliot shared his discoveries and the knowledge imparted by the heart. As the seasons changed, Elliot grew in wisdom and understanding. The forest, once a place of mystery, became a living tapestry of stories and songs. He learned to read the language of the wind, to interpret the dance of the leaves, and to find beauty in the smallest details. But as Elliot's connection with the forest deepened, so too did his awareness of its fragility. He noticed signs of change, trees that stood bare in the wrong season, streams that ran dry, and animals that seemed restless, out of sync with the natural rhythm. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of crimson and violet, Elliot sat with the fox by his side, pondering the forest's plight. The heart glowed softly in his lap, its light casting gentle shadows. "What can we do?" Elliot asked aloud, his voice tinged with worry. The fox looked at him, its gaze steady and calm. Elliot felt the heart pulse in response, a silent reassurance that they were not alone. "Together we must find the source of this imbalance." The voice of the guardian spoke, its tone gentle yet resolute. "The forest has chosen you, Elliot, to be its champion. Trust in your bond with the heart and your friendship with the fox. They will guide you." Determined and hopeful, Elliot set out the next morning with the fox at his side. They traveled deeper into the forest than ever before, following signs and whispers that only they could perceive. The journey was long and arduous, but Elliot's heart was buoyed by a sense of purpose and the unwavering companionship of his fox friend. As they ventured onward, the forest revealed more of its wonders. A hidden waterfall that sang with the voices of 1,000 dreams, a glen where flowers bloomed in colors more vibrant than any rainbow. Yet alongside these marvels, Elliot also saw the signs of distress, trees that wept sap like tears, birds that called mournfully to the empty sky. One evening, as they rested beneath a canopy of stars, Elliot felt a shift in the air, a subtle change that sent a shiver down his spine. The fox, ever perceptive, rose to its feet, ears pricked and alert. "We're close," Elliot murmured, sensing that the source of the forest's imbalance lay just ahead. Together they pressed on, their path illuminated by the silvery light of the moon. Finally, they arrived at a clearing unlike any other. Here, in the center, stood a tree of immense size and age, its branches stretching wide like the arms of a guardian embracing the world. But this tree, once the heart of the forest, was withering. Its bark was cracked, its leaves brittle and lifeless. Approaching the tree, Elliot felt the heart in his satchel grow warm, its light pulsing in harmony with the tree's faint heartbeat. He understood then that the heart and the tree were connected, two halves of a greater whole. Elliot knelt before the tree, placing the heart upon the earth at its roots. He closed his eyes, reaching out with his mind and spirit to the guardian voice within the orb. "Please," he whispered, "show me how to help." In response, the heart flared with light, and Elliot found himself enveloped in a vision. He saw the forest as it once was, vibrant and alive, its creatures thriving in harmony. But then a shadow fell over the land, a darkness born of neglect and imbalance, threatening to unravel the delicate weave of life. The vision shifted, and Elliot saw himself, the fox by his side, standing as a beacon of hope. He saw the heart, its light spreading across the forest, mending the fractures and restoring balance. Elliot understood. The heart's power was not his to wield, but to share. To heal the forest, he needed to awaken the magic within every living thing, to remind them of their place in the grand tapestry. With newfound clarity, Elliot rose and turned to the fox, his faithful companion. Together they began to circle the great tree, the heart's light guiding their steps. As they moved, Elliot spoke, his voice carrying the ancient words of the forest, words of renewal and rebirth. The fox joined in, its voice a melody that wove through Elliot's words, binding them with the rhythm of nature. Around them the air shimmered, and the forest seemed to sigh in relief, the shadows retreating as light spread like a healing balm. They continued until the first light of dawn touched the clearing, bathing it in gold. The great tree, once withered, now stood tall and proud, its branches laden with leaves that sang with the wind. The balance had been restored, the forest's heartbeat strong and steady. Elliot felt a deep peace settle within him, a warmth that mirrored the light of the heart. He turned to the fox, gratitude shining in his eyes. "Thank you," he said simply, knowing that their friendship had been the key to unlocking the forest's magic. The fox yipped softly, its eyes reflecting the dawn's light, and nuzzled Elliot's hand, a bond unspoken yet deeply felt. Elliot knew that his journey was only beginning. There were more mysteries to uncover, more stories to learn. But he was ready, for the heart of the forest was with him, and the friendship he had forged with the fox was a strength that would guide him through any challenge. As they left the clearing, the forest seemed to embrace them, its song a gentle promise of adventure and discovery. Elliot walked with a light heart, the fox by his side, knowing that together they would keep the magic of the forest alive. And so, beneath the canopy of leaves that whispered secrets only they could hear, Elliot and his fox friend ventured forth, guardians of the hidden world, champions of the magic that danced in the spaces between shadow and light. Together they embraced the mysteries of the forest, finding joy in every step and wonder in every breath. And as the sun rose higher in the sky, painting the world in vibrant hues, they knew that they had found their place in the ever-spinning tapestry of life. Story 88. Story 89. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between lush hills and an expansive forest, stood a peculiar old shop known as the Curio Corner. Its windows were adorned with twinkling fairy lights that cast enchanting shadows on the cobblestone street. Inside, the shop brimmed with artifacts, each with a story waiting to be told. Among them was an unassuming, tiny brass compass, its needle spinning lazily, never pointing north. The shop belonged to Mr. Thistle, an elderly gentleman with spectacles that perched precariously on the bridge of his nose. He had a gentle smile and a voice that carried the warmth of 1,000 sunny afternoons. Mr. Thistle had owned the shop for as long as anyone could remember, and he never seemed to age. People whispered that he had a touch of magic about him, though no one could say for certain. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the golden leaves danced in the breeze, a young girl named Lily pushed open the creaky door of the Curio Corner. Her auburn curls bounced with each step, and her eyes sparkled with the curiosity that often led her into delightful adventures. Today she was on a quest for a birthday gift for her grandmother. "Ah, Lily, my favorite explorer," Mr. Thistle greeted her warmly. "What brings you to my humble shop today?" "I'm looking for something special for Grandma," Lily replied, her voice filled with excitement. "Something she'll love," Mr. Thistle chuckled softly. "Well, I might have just the thing for you. Follow me." He led Lily to the back of the shop where the light was dimmer, and the air was filled with the mingling scents of sandalwood and aged paper. There, among an assortment of peculiar items, lay the brass compass. "This compass," Mr. Thistle began, "is said to guide its bearer to whatever they most need, rather than what they think they want. It's a curious little thing, really." Lily picked up the compass, feeling its cool weight in her palm. The needle spun slowly before settling, pointing toward the forest beyond the village. Her heart skipped a beat with a thrill of adventure. "Do you think Grandma would like it?" she asked, biting her lip. "I think it's more suited to an adventurer," Mr. Thistle replied with a twinkle in his eye. "Why don't you take it with you for a little while? See where it leads you." Lily nodded, tucking the compass into her pocket as she thanked Mr. Thistle and promised to return soon. As she left the shop, the late afternoon sun cast long shadows across the path, and she felt an inexplicable pull toward the forest. The compass, clutched tightly in her hand, guided her through the village, past the familiar bakery with its sweet aroma of fresh pastries, and toward the dense woods. The forest was a place of wonder, where sunlight filtered through the canopy, painting the ground with patterns of gold and green. Lily's footsteps were soft on the carpet of fallen leaves, and she felt a sense of peace enveloping her as she ventured deeper. As she walked, she noticed the forest growing quieter, the usual chatter of birds and rustling of creatures muted, as if holding their breath. The compass needle remained steadfast, pointing her toward a thicket of ancient oaks. As she approached, she spotted a narrow path, hidden from view unless one knew where to look. Intrigued, Lily followed the path, her heart pounding with anticipation. The air around her seemed to shimmer, and she had the curious sensation of stepping through an invisible curtain. On the other side, she found herself in a place unlike any she had ever seen, a hidden world within the forest. The clearing was bathed in a soft, ethereal glow. Flowers of every color imaginable carpeted the ground, and the trees towered above like gentle guardians. In the center of the clearing stood a crystal-clear pond, its surface reflecting the sky in perfect detail. Lily knelt by the water, mesmerized by its beauty. As she gazed into the pond, she felt a presence, gentle and welcoming. She looked up to see a small creature peeking out from behind a tree, its eyes wide with curiosity. It was unlike any animal Lily had ever encountered, with a coat that shimmered like moonlight and eyes as deep as the ocean. "Hello," Lily said softly, not wanting to startle the creature. To her surprise, the creature stepped forward, its movements graceful and fluid. It had the delicate features of a deer, but its form was more ethereal, as if made from the very essence of the forest. "Hello," the creature replied, its voice a soft melody that seemed to resonate with the trees. "I am Sylvan." Lily's eyes widened in amazement. "You can talk!" Sylvan nodded, its gaze warm and inviting. "This is a special place, hidden to all but those who seek it with an open heart." Lily felt a rush of joy and wonder. "The compass led me here," she explained, holding it out for Sylvan to see. "The compass is wise," Sylvan said with a nod. "It brings those in need to this sanctuary." They sat together by the pond, and Lily told Sylvan about her grandmother, about how she wished to find the perfect gift for her. Sylvan listened intently, its eyes reflecting the kindness and understanding of the ancient woods. "There is a place," Sylvan said after a moment, "where the heart's true desires can be found. If you wish, I can guide you there." Lily's heart swelled with gratitude. "Yes, please." Together they set off through the hidden world, Sylvan leading the way. As they walked, the forest seemed to come alive around them, flowers blooming in their wake and birds singing melodies that echoed through the trees. They reached a glade where the air was thick with the scent of honeysuckle, and the grass was as soft as a dream. In the center stood an ancient tree, its trunk twisted and gnarled, but its branches reached skyward with an air of quiet majesty. "This is the Tree of Whispers," Sylvan said, lowering its voice reverently. "It holds the memories and dreams of all who have come before. Listen closely, and it will reveal what you seek." Lily approached the tree, placing her hand on its trunk. The bark was warm and pulsed gently beneath her touch. She closed her eyes, letting the sounds of the forest wash over her. Gradually, a soft whisper reached her ears, a gentle murmur that grew clearer as she listened. The tree spoke of her grandmother's love for the village, her joy in tending to her garden, and the way her eyes lit up when she shared stories from her childhood. Lily's heart filled with warmth, and understanding. She realized that the greatest gift she could give was not something bought or found, but something shared. A day of memories, laughter, and love. With newfound clarity, Lily thanked the Tree of Whispers and turned to Sylvan. "I know what to do now," she said, her voice steady and filled with certainty. Sylvan nodded, its eyes gleaming with approval. "Then our journey together is complete. Remember, this place is always here, waiting for those who seek it." Lily hugged Sylvan, feeling the creature's comforting presence wrap around her like a gentle breeze. "Thank you, Sylvan. I won't forget." As she made her way back along the hidden path, the forest seemed to hum with the promise of future adventures. The compass, now resting quietly in her pocket, had fulfilled its purpose. When Lily returned to the village, the sun was setting, painting the sky with hues of pink and orange. She hurried home, her heart light and full of excitement. The next day, Lily spent the morning with her grandmother in the garden, planting new flowers and sharing stories. They laughed and talked, and Lily saw the joy in her grandmother's eyes, knowing she had given the greatest gift of all, a day of love and memories. That evening, as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Lily sat by the fireplace, the warmth of the flames enveloping her. She thought of Sylvan and the hidden world within the forest, and she knew that magic was not just in the things we find, but in the love we share and the memories we create. And so, with a heart full of gratitude and wonder, Lily drifted into a peaceful sleep, dreaming of new adventures and the magical compass that had shown her the way. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. In the heart of the sleepy village of Willow Hollow, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there was a peculiar little cottage. It sat at the edge of the village, where cobblestone paths met the silver stream that wound its way through the countryside. This cottage belonged to a kind-hearted fellow named Finnegan, who was known throughout the village for his gentle nature and his knack for crafting the most delightful herbal teas. One crisp autumn evening, as golden leaves danced in the cool breeze and shadows grew long under the setting sun, Finnegan noticed something unusual. As he sat by his window, sipping a steaming cup of chamomile, he saw a flickering light deep within the forest. It bobbed and weaved, like a lantern carried by an unseen hand, before disappearing entirely. Intrigued by this strange occurrence, Finnegan decided to investigate. He donned his favorite woolen scarf, slipped on his sturdy boots, and set out along the moonlit path that led into the forest. The air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves and the distant hoot of an owl, creating a symphony of autumnal peace. The deeper Finnegan ventured into the woods, the more the shadows seemed to come alive. Yet there was something comforting about the forest's embrace, as if it held secrets waiting to be discovered. As he followed the path, the mysterious light reappeared, flickering just beyond the reach of his lantern. It beckoned him to follow, leading him to a small, hidden glade. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches reaching skyward like wise old arms. At its base, nestled between the roots, was a tiny door. It was intricately carved with symbols and patterns, shimmering faintly in the moonlight. Finnegan knelt down, his curiosity piqued, and gently knocked. To his amazement, the door creaked open, revealing a diminutive creature with twinkling eyes and a warm smile. "Welcome, dear traveler," the creature said in a voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "I am Lila, the guardian of this glade." Finnegan introduced himself and explained the mysterious light that had guided him there. Lila nodded thoughtfully. "Ah, the light. It is a guide for those who seek answers to the questions they didn't know they had." Intrigued by her words, Finnegan asked if Lila knew why the light had appeared to him. The little guardian pondered for a moment, then gestured for him to sit beside the oak tree. "There have been whispers among the creatures of the forest," she began, "of a disturbance in the magical harmony. It seems that something has been misplaced, and the balance needs to be restored." Finnegan listened intently, his heart full of a gentle determination to help. "How do I find what is lost?" he asked. Lila smiled, a twinkle in her eyes. "The forest will guide you, if you are willing to listen. Open your heart and mind to its wisdom, and the path will reveal itself. With these words, Nyla handed Finnegan a small, polished stone, smooth and cool to the touch. This will help you see what is hidden, she said before disappearing back into her tiny abode. Armed with the stone and a newfound sense of purpose, Finnegan set off deeper into the forest. He walked for what felt like hours, listening to the whispers of the trees and the songs of the night. It was then he noticed something peculiar. The gentle hum of the stream sounded different, as if singing a tune he couldn't quite place. Following the melody, Finnegan arrived at a small clearing where the stream pooled into a tranquil pond. Above the water, fireflies danced in mesmerizing patterns, their glow reflecting in the still surface. He knelt by the pond, holding the stone Nyla had given him, and peered into its depths. As if by magic, the stone illuminated the water, revealing an image of a tiny, missing moonstone that had slipped from its resting place in the heart of a nearby willow tree. This moonstone was a key component in maintaining the forest's magical balance, ensuring harmony between the elements. Finnegan knew what he had to do. He thanked the fireflies with a nod, then hurried to the willow tree, guided by the faint glow of the moonstone that now seemed to call out to him. Upon reaching the tree, he carefully retrieved the moonstone from where it had nestled between the roots and placed it back into the hollow of the tree. As soon as the moonstone was returned, a gentle breeze swept through the forest, carrying with it a sense of peace and completion. The fireflies shimmered with renewed vigor, and the forest seemed to hum with a harmonious melody once more. When Finnegan made his way back to the glade, Nyla was waiting for him, her eyes sparkling with gratitude. "You have restored the balance, dear Finnegan," she said, her voice filled with warmth. "The forest is in your debt." Finnegan smiled, feeling a deep sense of fulfillment. "It was the forest that guided me. I merely listened." With a farewell and a promise to visit again, Finnegan made his way home, the path lit by the soft glow of the moon and the gentle rustling of leaves. As he returned to his cozy cottage, he felt the contentment of knowing he had played a part in preserving the magic of the world around him. That night, as he sipped his tea by the crackling fire, Finnegan reflected on the day's adventure. He knew that sometimes the most extraordinary moments began with a simple curiosity and a willingness to follow where the light might lead. And so, in the heart of Willow Hollow, beneath a blanket of twinkling stars, Finnegan drifted into a peaceful slumber, reassured by the knowledge that magic and mystery often lay just beyond the familiar, waiting to be discovered by those who dared to look. Story 97. In a secluded woodland, cradled between gently rolling hills and a silver-threaded brook, lay a world untouched by time. The air was sweetened with the scent of cedar and pine, mingling with the earthy aroma of moss-covered stones. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, dappling the forest floor with patches of golden warmth, while the whisper of leaves in the breeze sang a lullaby known only to those who listened closely. In this enchanted place, where reality and magic danced hand in hand, lived a community of creatures whose lives were woven into the very fabric of the forest. Among them was a wise old tortoise named Thistle, whose shell was a tapestry of green and brown, as if painted by the forest itself. Thistle had lived many years and had seen the seasons change countless times, each cycle teaching him the delicate balance of nature's rhythm. One crisp autumn morning, as mist clung to the edges of the brook and the world seemed wrapped in a soft, silvery light, Thistle set out on his daily walk. His path led him through a carpet of fallen leaves, their vibrant hues of amber and crimson a cheerful contrast to the muted greens of the underbrush. As he ambled along, his eyes, wise and gentle, took in the subtle shifts of the forest preparing for winter's rest. Alongside Thistle, a sprightly squirrel named Pippin hopped from branch to branch, his bushy tail flickering like a flame in the morning sun. Pippin was young and full of curiosity, his eyes wide with wonder at the world around him. He had befriended Thistle in the early days of spring, drawn to the tortoise's calm demeanor and endless stories of the forest's lore. As they journeyed together, Pippin, with an infectious enthusiasm, asked, "Thistle, how does the forest know when to change?" "The trees shed their leaves, the air grows cold, and the animals prepare their nests. It seems like magic." Thistle chuckled, a rich sound that rumbled like distant thunder. Ah, young Pippin, the forest indeed holds its magic, but it is a magic born of wisdom and time. Each creature, each tree has its role, guided by the whispers of the seasons. Their walk took them to the edge of the brook, where the water's surface mirrored the sky's shifting colors, a canvas of blue and white with hints of orange and pink. Here they paused, listening to the gentle babble of the stream as it wound its way through the forest, carrying secrets from the mountains to the sea. Thistle continued, "The forest listens to the wind, to the sun, and even to the stars. It understands when the days grow shorter and the nights longer. The trees, with their deep roots, feel the change in the earth, and they speak to one another through whispers of the soil." Pippin's eyes sparkled with fascination. "Do they really speak, Thistle?" "In their own way, yes," Thistle replied. "The trees share their wisdom, passed down through generations. They tell of storms weathered and sunlight embraced, teaching resilience and patience. Just as I share stories with you, the forest shares its tales with those who choose to listen." As they spoke, a gentle breeze swept through the trees, carrying with it a hint of winter's chill. The leaves rustled, a soft symphony that joined the brook's song, and in that moment, Pippin felt the harmony of the forest, a living, breathing entity, where each part played its role in a grand, eternal dance. With a newfound understanding, Pippin scampered ahead, eager to share this wisdom with his friends. Thistle watched him go, a fond smile on his lips, knowing that the young squirrel would carry the forest's magic into the future. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, painting the world in hues of lavender and rose, Thistle turned back toward his home. The forest, now bathed in the soft glow of twilight, felt alive with possibility. For in this hidden world, where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, the wisdom of the ages was entrusted to those who cherished and respected its secrets. And so the forest thrived, a testament to the beauty of balance and the power of friendship, where each creature, great and small, played their part in the wondrous cycle of life. As night fell, the stars emerged, twinkling in the velvet sky, their light a promise of the dreams yet to come and the stories yet to be told. Story 98. Story 99. In a hidden glen of the ancient forest, where towering trees stood like sentinels and gentle streams whispered their timeless songs, the creatures of the woodland lived in a delicate balance. Among the tall oaks and whispering willows, a tapestry of life thrived, woven together by the seasons and the gentle hands of time. Here the air was crisp with the scent of pine and earth, and the sun filtered softly through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. In this magical place, where the line between reality and enchantment blurred like the morning mist, lived a wise old tortoise named Bertram. Bertram was known throughout the forest for his gentle nature and profound wisdom, passed down from generation to generation. His shell, a mosaic of greens and browns, was like a living map of the forest, etched with the stories of ages past. One golden morning, as the first rays of sunlight kissed the dew-laden leaves, Bertram awoke to a soft rustling nearby. Peeking out from beneath a cluster of ferns was a young squirrel named Pippa, her fur a vibrant russet that matched the autumn leaves. Pippa was curious and spirited, always eager to learn from the world around her. "Good morning, Bertram," Pippa chirped, her eyes bright with wonder. "I heard the wind singing a different tune last night. Do you know what it means?" Bertram smiled, his eyes twinkling with the reflections of the forest. "Ah, Pippa, the wind carries the wisdom of the seasons," he replied in his soothing, gravelly voice. "When it whispers, it tells of changes to come, of balance and harmony that must be maintained." Intrigued, Pippa settled beside Bertram, her fluffy tail curling around her paws. "Tell me more," she urged, eager to soak in the knowledge like sunlight. "The forest is a living tapestry," Bertram began, "and each creature, each leaf, and each breeze plays its part. The wind you heard is the herald of winter, reminding us of the time to prepare, to gather, and to reflect." As Bertram spoke, the forest around them seemed to come alive with the essence of his words. The leaves rustled softly, adding their own gentle chorus to his tale. Pippa listened intently, her heart beating in rhythm with the world around her. "Long ago," Bertram continued, "there was a time when the balance of the forest was threatened. The river ran dry, and the trees wilted under an unrelenting sun. It was through the wisdom of the elders and the unity of the creatures that harmony was restored. Pippa's eyes widened in awe. "How did they do it?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "They listened to the forest," Bertram replied, his voice like a warm embrace. "They learned to understand its needs and to care for it as it cared for them. The secret lies in the harmony of give and take, in nurturing the land that nurtures us." As the morning sun climbed higher, casting a gentle warmth over the glen, Pippa felt a deep sense of peace settling within her. She looked around, seeing the forest with new eyes, each tree and creature a vital part of the whole. Bertram watched her with a gentle smile, knowing that the seeds of wisdom had taken root. "Remember, little one," he said, "the forest is our home, and we are its guardians. With wisdom and kindness, we can preserve its magic for generations to come." With that, Pippa scampered up a nearby tree, her heart full of the promise of a new day. She would share Bertram's wisdom with her friends, ensuring the harmony of the forest would continue to thrive. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, the forest settled into a tranquil hush. The creatures nestled into their homes, wrapped in the comfort of Bertram's timeless tales. And so, in the quiet heart of the ancient forest, a gentle balance was maintained, woven together by the wisdom of the past and the promise of the future. The trees stood tall, the streams sang softly, and the wind carried with it the enduring harmony of a world at peace. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between lush rolling hills and a sparkling, winding river, there was a small cottage with a thatched roof and ivy creeping up its stone walls. Inside this cottage lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had hair the color of chestnuts and eyes reminiscent of the autumn sky, a deep and thoughtful blue. She lived with her grandmother, a kindly woman known throughout the village for her wisdom and her stories, which she shared warmly by the fireside. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the leaves danced playfully to the ground, Lila was helping her grandmother tidy the attic. It was a place filled with the aroma of cedar and the quiet whispers of history, where boxes piled high held memories long forgotten. As Lila dusted off an old wooden trunk, her fingers brushed against something cool and metallic. Curious, she lifted the lid and discovered a small, intricately carved compass. Its brass surface glinted softly in the dim light filtering through the attic's single window. But this was no ordinary compass. Instead of pointing north, its needle spun gently, as if beckoning Lila to follow. "Grandmother, look at this!" Lila exclaimed, her voice a mix of surprise and wonder. Her grandmother approached, her eyes twinkling with a secret knowledge. "Ah, the whispering compass," she said softly. "I wondered when it would find you." Lila's heart skipped a beat. "Whispering compass?" Her grandmother nodded, settling into an old rocking chair, the wood creaking familiarly under her weight. "This compass belonged to your great-grandfather. It does not guide you to places, but to truths. It leads the way to answers you seek, but only if you listen closely and trust its wisdom." Intrigued and a little apprehensive, Lila slipped the compass into her pocket. That night, as the stars sprinkled the sky like sugar, she lay awake, the compass resting on her bedside table, its needle casting gentle shadows in the moonlight. The next morning, with the first light of dawn painting the sky in gentle hues of pink and gold, Lila decided to follow the compass's call. She dressed warmly, wrapped a soft woolen scarf around her neck, and set off, the compass cradled in her hands. The needle spun slowly, then settled, pointing towards the forest that bordered the village. The forest was a place of mystery, where sunlight filtered through the canopy in shimmering patches, and the air was alive with the scent of pine and earth. As Lila ventured deeper, she met her first companion, a wise old owl perched upon a low-hanging branch. His feathers were a rich tapestry of browns and whites, and his eyes shone with the wisdom of ages. "Where are you headed, young one?" the owl hooted gently. "I'm following this compass," Lila replied, showing him the magical instrument. The owl nodded sagely. "Ah, the journey of truth. Remember, when the road seems unclear, wisdom will light the way." With a grateful smile, Lila continued on her path. The forest began to thicken, and soon she found herself at a small, bubbling brook. There a rabbit with fur as soft as a cloud and eyes bright with curiosity was sipping water. The rabbit looked up, twitching its nose. "Hello, traveler. What brings you here?" I'm searching for answers, Lila explained, feeling the warmth of companionship in the rabbit's presence. Answers are often found in the quietest places, the rabbit said kindly. Sometimes you must pause and listen. Lila nodded thoughtfully, the rabbit's words echoing in her mind. As she crossed the brook, she noticed the compass's needle had begun to spin more fervently, guiding her further into the heart of the forest. The trees whispered secrets in the breeze, and soon she arrived at a clearing where a circle of ancient stones stood, covered in moss and thyme. In the center, a gentle glow emanated from a pool of crystal-clear water. Here, Lila paused, feeling a sense of peace and anticipation. She knelt by the pool, closing her eyes and letting the symphony of the forest fill her senses. The rustle of leaves, the song of distant birds, the gentle gurgle of the brook, all became a harmonious melody, guiding her thoughts inward. In this serene moment, the compass in her pocket grew warm, and Lila understood that the answers she sought were not bound by words or places, but by the connections she had made along her journey. The wisdom of the owl, the gentle reminder from the rabbit to listen, and the quietude of the clearing all spoke to a deeper truth within her. As Lila opened her eyes, she realized that the compass had stopped spinning. It lay still, its purpose fulfilled. She smiled softly, a newfound clarity shining in her eyes. She rose, feeling lighter, as if the forest itself had lifted her burdens. With the sun setting in a blaze of oranges and purples, Lila retraced her steps, bidding farewell to her newfound friends. The owl watched her departure with a nod, while the rabbit waved a tiny paw from the brook's edge. When Lila returned to the village, the first stars were beginning to twinkle in the velvet sky. Her grandmother was waiting by the fire, her knitting needles clicking softly. "Did you find what you were looking for?" her grandmother asked, her voice a gentle embrace. Lila nodded, settling beside her. "Yes, and more. I found that sometimes the answers are not in faraway places, but within us, waiting for the right moment to be heard." Her grandmother smiled, brushing a stray curl from Lila's forehead. "That's a journey many take a lifetime to complete, my dear." As the fire crackled softly and the warmth of the hearth enfolded them, Lila felt a profound sense of contentment. The journey had changed her, not by altering who she was, but by revealing the strength and wisdom she already possessed. And as the village settled into the quiet of the night, Lila fell asleep, the whispering compass resting once more in its trunk, waiting patiently for the next seeker of truths. The stars watched over the little cottage, where dreams were woven with threads of magic and discovery, promising new adventures when the time was right. And so, in the gentle glow of the fireplace and the soft embrace of a grandmother's love, Lila found her place in the world, enveloped in the warmth of home and the promise of endless possibilities. In a quaint village nestled among rolling hills and emerald forests, there lived a young apprentice named Lila. The villagers knew her by her gentle smile and the tiny bluebird that often perched on her shoulder. Lila was learning the art of herbal magic from Elder Willow, a wise and kind-hearted mentor who knew the secrets of the forest and the whispers of the wind. One crisp autumn evening, as golden leaves danced in the twilight breeze, strange occurrences began to unsettle the peaceful village. The air was filled with an unusual melody that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere all at once. It was a hauntingly beautiful tune, like the soft strum of a harp mingling with the gentle rustling of leaves. Though it brought no harm, the melody lingered in the villagers' hearts, leaving them with a curious sense of wonder. Lila, intrigued by the mystical music, decided to unravel its mystery. With Elder Willow's blessing, she set out on her quest, guided by her faithful bluebird companion, who chirped encouragingly. The pair wandered into the heart of the forest, where the melody grew stronger, weaving through the trees like a silken thread. As they ventured deeper, they came upon a clearing bathed in silver moonlight. In the center stood an ancient oak, its branches reaching out like welcoming arms. Lila noticed something peculiar about this tree. Its bark shimmered softly, and tiny glowing creatures flitted between its leaves, casting a gentle glow upon the forest floor. "Ah, the luminous sprites," Lila whispered to her bluebird, recognizing the magical creatures from Elder Willow's tales. The sprites were known to be shy but helpful, often leading travelers to hidden wonders and treasures. Lila approached the oak reverently, her heart filled with a sense of awe and gratitude. "Dear luminous sprites," she called softly, "I seek the source of the enchanting melody that fills our village. Can you guide me?" The luminous sprites twinkled with delight, their light pulsing in a rhythm that seemed to echo the mysterious melody. They danced around Lila, creating a path of light that led deeper into the forest. Following the trail, Lila found herself at the entrance of a hidden glade. There, she discovered a beautiful ethereal harp woven from vines and moonbeams. It stood alone, its strings gently vibrating, crafting the melody that had captivated the village. Curious, Lila examined the harp closely. She noticed a small inscription on its base, written in the flowing script of the forest folk. "Harmony of Hearts," it read. Lila realized that the harp was not just a magical artifact, but a conduit for the emotions and wishes of those who listened to its song. Sitting beside the harp, Lila pondered the meaning of its melody. She closed her eyes, allowing the music to wash over her, bringing clarity and understanding. The harp's song was a call for unity and compassion, a reminder of the bonds that held the village together. With newfound insight, Lila decided to share this message with the villagers. She returned to the village, her heart light and her mind clear. The bluebirds sang joyfully, echoing the harmony she felt within. Gathering the villagers in the town square, Lila recounted her journey and the harp's message. She explained how the melody was a reflection of their own hearts, a reminder to cherish their connections and support one another through kindness and understanding. The villagers listened intently, their hearts touched by Lila's words. As the moon rose high above, casting its gentle glow, they joined hands, creating a circle of unity and warmth. Together, they sang a simple song of friendship, their voices blending harmoniously under the starlit sky. From that night onward, the village thrived with renewed spirit and camaraderie. The strange melody no longer seemed mysterious, but rather a cherished part of their lives, a gentle reminder of the power of unity and love. As for Lila, she continued her apprenticeship with Elder Willow, her heart full of gratitude for the wisdom she had gained. The luminous sprites often visited her, their playful lights dancing in her garden, a testament to the magical bond she had formed with the forest. And so, in the cozy village beneath the starry sky, the gentle mystery was resolved, leaving the villagers with a story of warmth and wonder to share by the fireside, as the melody of the harp played softly in their hearts. In a quaint village nestled amidst rolling green hills and golden fields of barley, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had a heart full of dreams, and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. Her village was a lovely place where every morning dewdrops gleamed like tiny jewels on the grass, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming honeysuckle. Yet Lila often found herself gazing beyond the horizon, wondering what lay beyond the familiar landscape she knew so well. One misty morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky with hues of pink and purple, Lila decided it was time to follow her heart and explore the world beyond her village. Clad in a cozy cloak of deep blue, she set off down the winding path that led through the whispering woods, carrying nothing but a small satchel filled with fresh bread and a flask of warm tea. The path led her into the heart of the forest, where sunlight filtered through the thick canopy above, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. The air was cool and filled with the gentle rustling of leaves and the distant melody of a brook. As Lila walked, she marveled at the towering trees, their trunks covered in soft emerald moss, and the delicate wildflowers that lined the path, their petals glistening with dew. As she ventured deeper into the woods, Lila came upon a clearing bathed in sunlight, where a peculiar sight greeted her eyes. It was a grove of trees unlike any she had ever seen. Their bark shimmered like silver, and their leaves were the color of a summer sky. At the center of the grove stood a magnificent tree, its branches stretching wide and high, adorned with luminescent fruit that glowed softly like lanterns in the twilight. Drawn by an irresistible curiosity, Lila approached the tree. As she neared, she noticed a small, gentle creature nestled among the roots. It was a creature of wonder, with soft, iridescent fur that shifted colors like a rainbow, and eyes as bright as stars. It looked up at Lila with a friendly smile and spoke in a voice as soothing as a lullaby. "Welcome, dear traveler," the creature said. I am the keeper of the grove, and these trees have stood here since time began. Few have ventured here, and fewer still have returned with tales of their journey." Lila felt a sense of peace wash over her as she listened to the creature's words. She sat beside it, sharing her bread and tea, and told it of her village and her longing to explore the world. The keeper listened intently, nodding with understanding. "You have a brave heart, Lila," it said kindly. "To seek the unknown is to embrace the beauty of life itself. This grove holds many secrets and wonders, and I sense it has much to teach you." Encouraged by the keeper's words, Lila decided to explore the grove further. As she wandered among the silver-barked trees, she discovered a stream flowing with shimmering water that sang softly as it danced over smooth stones. She dipped her fingers into the water, feeling its cool caress, and noticed tiny, glowing fish darting playfully beneath the surface. Continuing her exploration, Lila came upon a small hill crowned with wildflowers. As she climbed to the top, she was greeted by a breathtaking view. The grove stretched out below her, a sea of silver and blue, with the great tree at its heart. Beyond the grove, the forest continued, a tapestry of greens and browns, and in the distance she glimpsed the peaks of mist-shrouded mountains. Feeling a newfound sense of courage and wonder, Lila descended the hill and returned to the keeper. She found it waiting with a gentle smile, its eyes filled with warmth and wisdom. "You have discovered much today, Lila," the keeper said. "But remember, the true journey is not in what you see, but in what you learn and how you grow." Lila nodded, understanding the truth in the keeper's words. She realized that her adventure had not only shown her the beauty of the world, but had also revealed her own strength and courage. She thanked the keeper for its guidance and friendship, promising to cherish the lessons she had learned. As the sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the grove, Lila knew it was time to return home. She walked back through the whispering woods, her heart light and her spirit filled with joy. She carried with her the memory of the enchanting grove and the kindness of its gentle keeper, knowing that she would forever be a part of its magic. When Lila finally returned to her village, the stars were twinkling in the night sky. She was greeted by the familiar sight of warm lights glowing in the windows of her home and the comforting sounds of her family's laughter. As she settled into her cozy bed, she felt a deep sense of peace and contentment, knowing that her world was now a little bit larger and her heart a little bit braver. And so, Lila drifted into a gentle, restful sleep, dreaming of silver trees and glowing fruit, of shimmering streams and starry-eyed creatures, and of all the adventures yet to come. For she knew that the world was full of wonders, and she was ready to explore them all, one step at a time. In the heart of the ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets older than time itself, there lay a hidden glen cloaked in perpetual twilight. Here, the canopy of lush emerald leaves allowed only the gentlest dapples of golden sunlight to kiss the forest floor, illuminating the soft carpet of moss and the delicate ferns that danced with the slightest breeze. The air was filled with the earthy aroma of damp wood and the sweet perfume of wildflowers, creating a symphony of scents that wrapped around the senses like a comforting embrace. In this enchanted realm, the creatures of the forest lived lives intertwined with the rhythms of nature, each playing its part in the delicate balance of their world. Among them was a wise old turtle named Bramble, whose shell was etched with the patterns of 100 seasons. Bramble was revered among the forest dwellers for his deep understanding of the natural world and his gentle, patient counsel. Bramble's closest companions were a sprightly squirrel named Pippin and a graceful deer called Lyra. Pippin, with her fur the color of autumn leaves, was full of boundless energy and curiosity, always eager to explore every nook and cranny of their woodland home. Lyra, on the other hand, moved with the serene grace of a river flowing through a quiet valley, her eyes as deep and calm as a forest pool. One crisp morning, as the first hints of autumn painted the leaves in shades of amber and crimson, Bramble gathered his friends beneath an ancient oak. Its branches stretched wide and strong, offering shelter and wisdom from the ages past. "The time has come," Bramble began, his voice as steady and soothing as the rustle of leaves in the wind, "for us to prepare for the changing of the seasons. We must ensure that the balance of our forest is maintained." Pippin's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "What must we do, Bramble?" she chirped, her tail flicking with excitement. Bramble smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "Each season brings its own magic and challenges. Autumn is a time of harvest and preparation. We must gather the bounty of the forest and ensure that all creatures have what they need to sustain them through the winter." Lyra nodded thoughtfully, her ears twitching as she listened to the gentle hum of the forest around them. "And how do we maintain the balance, Bramble?" The wise turtle looked out across the glen, where sunlight danced through the leaves, casting intricate patterns on the ground. "We must work together, each of us using our strengths to support one another. Pippin, your nimble paws can gather the acorns and berries that will feed many. Lyra, your keen senses will guide us to the hidden caches of food and safe havens for the colder months." With their roles clear, the friends set about their tasks, moving through the forest with a sense of purpose and unity. Pippin scampered up and down the trees, her cheeks full of acorns as she chattered happily to herself. Lyra glided silently through the underbrush, her hooves barely making a sound on the soft earth as she searched for hidden treasures among the leaves. As they worked, the forest seemed to come alive around them. Birds sang sweet melodies that echoed through the trees, and the gentle rustle of leaves created a peaceful harmony with the bubbling of a nearby brook. It was as if the forest itself was lending its magic to their endeavors, guiding them with unseen hands. Days passed in a blur of golden light and rustling leaves, each one bringing them closer to the heart of autumn. The forest glen transformed into a vibrant tapestry of color and life, a testament to the creature's dedication and the power of harmony. Yet as they toiled, a gentle reminder of the forest's wisdom came to them through the subtle signs of nature. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and lavender, Bramble called his friends to him once more. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the faint scent of wood smoke and fallen leaves. "There is something more we must consider," he said, his voice soft but firm. "The changing seasons are not just a time for gathering and preparing, but also for reflection and understanding." Pippin tilted her head, her eyes wide with curiosity. "What do you mean, Bramble?" The wise turtle gestured with a gentle nod toward the horizon, where the first stars began to twinkle in the fading light. "Nature teaches us in whispers and signs. We must learn to listen, to understand the lessons she offers. Balance is not just about physical preparation, but also about harmony within ourselves and with each other." Lyra pondered this, her gaze thoughtful. "How do we learn to listen, Bramble?" With a knowing smile, Bramble replied, "By being present, by observing the world around us with our hearts as well as our eyes. The forest speaks to those who are willing to hear its song." And so, as the seasons continued their dance, the companions embraced this new wisdom. They spent their days not only gathering and preparing, but also pausing to appreciate the beauty and magic of their forest home. They watched as the leaves fell in a gentle cascade of color, listened to the songs of the wind through the trees, and felt the cool touch of the earth beneath their feet. In time, they came to understand that true balance was found in the harmony of all things. Each creature, each leaf, each breath of wind was part of a greater whole, a tapestry woven by the hands of time and nature. Through their efforts and understanding, they ensured that the forest thrived, not just for themselves, but for generations to come. As winter's chill began to creep into the air, the glen lay blanketed in a soft quilt of fallen leaves, the forest at peace in its slumber. Bramble, Pippin, and Lyra gathered once more beneath the ancient oak, their hearts filled with the warmth of friendship and the wisdom they had gained. "Thank you, Bramble," Pippin said, her voice a soft whisper in the twilight, "for teaching us to see the magic in our world." Lyra nodded, her eyes reflecting the soft glow of the setting sun, and for showing us that we are part of something much greater than ourselves. The old turtle smiled, his gaze tender as he looked upon his dear friends. "It is you who have taught me," he replied gently. "For in your companionship and kindness, I have found the truest form of harmony." And so, as the stars filled the night sky with their silvery light, the forest glen lay wrapped in a peaceful silence, a testament to the enduring power of wisdom, friendship, and the gentle balance of nature. The creatures of the forest slept soundly, their dreams filled with the promise of spring and the eternal cycle of life, knowing that within their hearts lay the magic of the seasons and the whispers of the ancient trees. In a quaint and quiet village nestled between rolling emerald hills and shimmering streams, there lived a gentle soul named Leora. Her days were filled with the simple joys of tending to her garden, where sunflowers nodded lazily in the breeze and the scent of lavender hung sweetly in the air. Leora had often felt a whispering call from the past, a gentle nudge that tugged at the edges of her consciousness. Her grandmother, a wise woman who seemed to know the secrets of the earth and sky, had once shared stories of their ancestors, guardians of an ancient legacy that had long been forgotten. These tales, softly spoken beside the warmth of the kitchen hearth, painted pictures of wondrous artifacts imbued with magic and meaning. One golden morning, as the first rays of dawn kissed the dewdrops on her garden leaves, Leora discovered a curious object half buried in the soil. It was a small, intricately carved box of warm mahogany, its surface etched with symbols that seemed to dance in the light. Her heart skipped with a sense of familiarity, as if the box had been waiting for her all along. With gentle care, she brushed away the earth and opened the box. Inside lay a delicate necklace, its pendant a translucent stone that shimmered like captured starlight. As her fingers traced the cool surface, a warm glow enveloped her, and she felt a connection to something far greater than herself. It was as if the voices of her ancestors whispered through the ages, guiding her toward an understanding that had eluded her until now. Eager to uncover the story behind this enchanting find, Leora sought the wisdom of the village elder, a kind-hearted sage named Tavian, known for his deep knowledge of the old ways. His cottage was a haven of serenity, filled with the comforting aroma of herbs and the soft, flickering light of candles. Tavian listened intently as Leora recounted her discovery, nodding with a knowing smile. "Ah, my dear," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "You have found the Heartstone, a symbol of unity and strength passed down through generations. It holds the essence of our heritage and the wisdom of those who came before us." The elders shared tales of their ancestors, a community bound by friendship and harmony, who revered the natural world and lived in balance with its rhythms. The Heartstone, he explained, was a reminder of their values, kindness, courage, and the enduring power of love. As Leora listened, she felt a deep sense of belonging, as if the threads of her life were weaving into a tapestry that spanned across time. The lessons of her ancestors resonated within her, teaching her that true strength lies in the bonds we forge and the love we share. With newfound clarity, Leora returned to her garden, the Heartstone resting warmly against her chest. She began to see her world through different eyes, the vibrant colors of the flowers, the gentle rustle of the leaves, the symphony of birdsong that filled the air. Each moment was a gift, a reflection of the legacy she now carried forward. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of rose and gold, Leora sat beneath the old willow tree, its branches swaying softly in the evening breeze. She felt at peace, embraced by the gentle glow of the Heartstone, a beacon of the love and wisdom that flowed through her veins. In that tranquil moment, she understood that the journey of discovery was not just about uncovering the past, but about embracing the present with gratitude and grace. The legacy of her ancestors was alive within her, a guiding light that would illuminate her path and inspire others to seek the beauty in their own stories. And so, with the stars twinkling like distant ancestors watching over her, Leora closed her eyes, her heart full and content. She had found her place in the world, a place of connection, understanding, and endless possibilities. As she drifted into a peaceful slumber, she knew that the legacy of the Heartstone would continue to glow brightly, a timeless testament to the enduring power of love and unity. In a small, sleepy village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, where the air was always fragrant with the scent of wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees, lived a young girl named Ada. Her home, a quaint cottage with a thatched roof and weathered stone walls, stood at the edge of the village, where the forest began and secrets lingered in the shadows of ancient trees. Ada was known for her bright eyes and curious spirit, always eager to uncover the stories hidden in the rustle of leaves or the babbling of the brook that wound its way through the village. Yet, despite her love for tales of yore, Ada knew little of her own family's past. Her grandmother, the village's storyteller, had always hinted at a legacy rich with wonder, but Ada had never heard the full tale. One serene autumn afternoon, as the golden leaves danced in the crisp breeze and the sun dipped low in the sky, Ada found herself drawn towards the attic of her cottage, a place she seldom ventured. The attic was a realm of dust and shadows, filled with treasures and trinkets from generations past, each with its own story to tell. There, hidden beneath an old quilt, she discovered a wooden chest engraved with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer in the dim light. The chest, she knew, had belonged to her grandmother's grandmother, a woman whispered to have been wise beyond her years. With a heart full of anticipation, Ada opened the chest and uncovered a collection of artifacts, a delicate amulet of silver and turquoise, a bundle of letters bound with a faded ribbon, and a small, intricately carved flute. Each item seemed to hum with a quiet magic, and Ada felt a strange warmth spreading through her fingers as she touched them. Her grandmother, hearing the gentle creak of the attic door, climbed the stairs and joined Ada, her eyes soft with memories. "Ah, you found it," she said, her voice a gentle melody. "Our family's legacy." As they sat together in the fading light, her grandmother began to weave the story of their ancestors. She spoke of a time long ago when their family had been the keepers of an ancient tradition, tasked with preserving the harmony between the village and the forest. The amulet, she explained, was a symbol of their bond with nature, its turquoise stone a gift from the river spirits. The letters written by their ancestors contained wisdom and tales of courage and kindness. The flute, with its sweet, haunting melody, was used to call upon the forest creatures in times of need. Ada listened, her heart swelling with pride and wonder. She realized that the legacy she had uncovered was not just a tale of the past, but a guiding light for her own journey. The artifacts were not merely relics. They were symbols of the values her family cherished: wisdom, harmony, and a deep connection to the natural world. With newfound understanding, Ada felt a sense of belonging she had never known before. She saw herself as part of a greater tapestry, woven with threads of love and tradition. The lessons from her ancestors resonated with her, teaching her that true strength lay in gentleness, and that the bonds we share with others and with the world around us are the greatest treasures of all. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvety night sky, casting a soft glow over the village, Ada and her grandmother descended the stairs from the attic. Together, they sat by the hearth, where the flames danced and crackled, casting a warm, comforting light. Ada took the flute in her hands and played a simple, sweet tune. The music flowed through the open window, mingling with the night breeze, and for a moment, it seemed as if the entire forest paused to listen. In that serene moment, Ada felt the presence of her ancestors, their love and wisdom enveloping her like a warm embrace. From that day forward, Ada cherished her family's legacy, not as a burden, but as a gift. She shared the stories and the music with the villagers, fostering a renewed appreciation for the bonds that connected them all. And as the seasons turned and the years passed, Ada became the village's storyteller, a gentle guardian of the tales that had shaped her life and the lives of those who came before. In the quiet of the night, as the village slumbered under a blanket of stars, Ada knew that she was exactly where she was meant to be, rooted in her heritage, enveloped in love, and forever connected to the ancient legacy that whispered through the leaves and sang in the heart of the forest. Once, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between whispering woods and meandering streams, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her spirit was as bright as the morning sun, and her curiosity as deep as the night sky. Lila lived with her grandmother, Esme, in a cozy cottage at the edge of the village. Their home was filled with the warmth of laughter and the scent of fresh herbs drying by the fireplace. One crisp autumn morning, as leaves painted the ground in shades of amber and gold, Lila set off to explore the woodland paths she'd wandered since she was a tiny child. The forest, with its towering oaks and singing bird life, was a world of secrets and whispers, where every rustle of leaves suggested a hidden tale. While meandering through the familiar trails, Lila stumbled upon a small, peculiar object, partially buried beneath a tangle of roots. It was a thimble, seemingly ordinary, yet it shimmered in the dappled sunlight with a gentle, iridescent glow. Intrigued, she slipped it onto her finger, and at that very moment, a soft, melodious chime filled the air, as if the forest itself was humming a welcoming tune. Unbeknownst to Lila, this was no ordinary thimble. It held a secret, the ability to reveal the true nature of things. As she wandered deeper into the woods, she noticed subtle changes around her. Leaves sparkled with a gloss of hidden patterns, and stones beneath her feet whispered stories of ancient times. Every creature she encountered seemed to gaze at her with knowing eyes, as if acknowledging her newfound gift. Curious and a little overwhelmed, Lila returned to her grandmother, seeking guidance. Esme, with wisdom etched into her gentle smile, listened intently. "Ah, my dear," she said, "you found the thimble of truth. It chooses its bearer and unveils the unseen. But remember, with great insight comes great responsibility." Emboldened by her grandmother's words, Lila decided to explore her village through the lens of her magical thimble. She soon discovered that the baker's cat, often seen lounging lazily by the window, was actually a guardian of the village's dreams, protecting them from nightmares. The ancient oak in the village square was a keeper of time, its roots entwined with memories of generations past. But it was not long before Lila faced a challenge that would test her wisdom. The village had long suffered from a mysterious ailment affecting the crops, causing them to wither before the harvest. The villagers, though kind and hard-working, were at a loss, and fear of famine loomed. Determined to help, Lila ventured to the heart of the forest, accompanied by her two closest friends. Oliver, a mischievous squirrel with a heart of gold, and Tamsin, a wise old turtle who had seen more seasons than anyone could count. Oliver, with his nimble paws, would dart about, gathering clues, while Tamsin, with her steady pace and thoughtful nature, provided counsel. As they journeyed deeper, the forest grew denser. Shadows stretched long, and the air was thick with the scent of pine and earth. Lila felt the thimble warm upon her finger, guiding her steps to a hidden glen bathed in silvery moonlight. In the center stood an ancient willow, its branches drooping low, whispering secrets in the night breeze. Lila approached, feeling a pull in her heart. She placed her hand upon the willow's gnarled trunk, and the thimble vibrated with a gentle hum. Suddenly, images flooded her mind, of the village, of the crops struggling under a strange, unseen weight. And then she saw it, the source of the ailment. A tangled web of forgotten promises and neglected kindnesses, woven over years, had settled like a shadow over the fields. Understanding dawned upon Lila. The solution was not in force or confrontation, but in healing the bonds between people, in nurturing the goodwill that once flourished. She shared her vision with Oliver and Tamsin, who nodded in agreement, their eyes shining with shared purpose. Returning to the village, Lila and her companions gathered the villagers. With gentle words, she spoke of the need to rekindle the connections between them, to share their hopes and dreams, to support one another with open hearts. The villagers, inspired by Lila's wisdom and the sincerity in her voice, came together. They shared meals, exchanged stories, and worked the fields as one community. Slowly the shadow lifted, and the fields began to thrive once more, vibrant and abundant. As the harvest festival approached, the village was filled with joy and gratitude. Lila, with her magical thimble, had not only revealed the truth, but had also reminded them of the power of unity and kindness. That night, under a sky dusted with stars, Lila sat with her grandmother by the crackling fire. The thimble, nestled in her palm, glowed softly, a testament to her journey and the wisdom she had gained. Esme, with a proud smile, whispered, "You have done well, my dear. You have seen with your heart and healed with your spirit." And so the village of Willowbrook thrived, its fields lush, its people united. Lila, the girl with the thimble, continued to explore the wonders of her world, guided by the truth and bound by the love of her community. And as she drifted into dreams, the forest sang its lullaby, a gentle reminder of the magic that lay in every corner of life, waiting to be discovered. Once upon a time, in a forest as old as the mountains themselves, a world of wonder unfolded with each changing season. Here, the boundaries between the natural and the mystical blurred, revealing secrets known only to those who walk the ancient paths with open eyes and open hearts. As winter's icy grip loosened and the first tender buds emerged, a hush fell over the woodland. Deep within the hollow of a gnarled oak, a family of dormice stirred from their slumber, their whiskers twitching with anticipation. For it was in this sacred time of rebirth that the forest's most cherished rite took place. On the first night of the vernal equinox, when day and night stood in perfect balance, the dormice elders would gather the young ones close and share the ancient tales. Tales of the Great Spirit who breathed life into the forest, weaving its intricate tapestry of flora and fauna into a harmonious whole. As the elders spoke, their words carried the weight of generations past, echoing through the trees like whispers on the wind. They told of the delicate dance between all living things, each playing its part in maintaining the balance that sustained the forest's vibrant beauty. The young dormice listened raptly, their eyes wide with wonder, as the elders described the magic that flowed through the woodland's veins. How the first spring rain carried the rejuvenating essence of renewal, nourishing the earth and coaxing forth a symphony of new life. They learned of the dryads, graceful tree spirits who tended the ancient boughs, their laughter like tinkling bells as they danced among the budding leaves, and of the sprites who rode the gentle breezes, trailing stardust in their wake, whispering secrets to those who knew how to listen. As the seasons turned, each brought its own enchantments. In summer, when the forest basked in the golden warmth of endless days, the elders told of the playful nymphs who frolicked in sun-dappled glades, their joyous laughter echoing through the canopy. They spoke of the wise old oak who stood as a guardian, its roots delving deep into the earth, drawing strength from the ancient stones below, and of the hidden groves where otherworldly creatures gathered on moonlit nights to dance and sing, their voices weaving intricate melodies that stirred the very soul. When autumn's vibrant cloak adorned the trees, the elders wove tales of the mighty stag who led his herd through the rustling leaves, his antlers a crown of majesty. They told of the crones who tended the sacred fires, their gnarled hands deftly coaxing forth the glowing embers that would nurture the forest through the long, cold nights ahead. And as winter's crystalline embrace descended once more, the elders would speak of the great bear who slumbered in his den, dreaming of the spring to come, of the silent sentinels who kept vigil over the frozen landscape, their boughs laden with pristine snow, awaiting the cycle's renewal. Through it all, the young dormice learned that the forest's true magic lay not in any singular wonder, but in the intricate tapestry that bound all life together. They understood that each creature, cata plant, cata stone and stream played its part in maintaining the delicate equilibrium that had endured for eons. And so, as the ancient tales concluded and the first pale rays of dawn filtered through the canopy, the dormice elders would smile knowingly. For they knew that the wisdom they had imparted would echo through the generations to come, ensuring that the forest's secrets would never be forgotten, and its magic would endure forever. Title: The Secret of the Whispering Woods. In the tranquil village of Valenwood, nestled at the edge of the Whispering Woods, there lived a girl named Leora. The village was a serene tapestry of cobblestone paths, thatched cottages, and fields that stretched endlessly beneath a sky that seemed to cradle the sun. It was a place where time meandered like the gentle brook that wound its way through the village, bringing with it stories of the forest's ancient mysteries. Leora was known among the villagers for her curious spirit and her kindness that warmed even the coldest of hearts. Her days were spent exploring the woods, where the trees whispered secrets through their rustling leaves. These woods were rumored to be enchanted, a place where the ordinary world met the extraordinary. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun painted the forest with golden light, Leora set out on one of her usual adventures. The air was filled with the scent of pine and earth, and the ground crunched softly beneath her boots. She wore a cloak the color of twilight, its hood pulled up against the chill, and carried with her a small leather satchel, a gift from her grandmother who had told her stories of the forest's magic. As she wandered deeper into the woods, following a path that seemed to call her name, she stumbled upon something unusual. Beneath a sprawling oak tree, shrouded in a cascade of amber leaves, lay an object that glimmered faintly in the morning light. It was a delicate silver key, its surface etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and dance as she held it in her hand. Leora felt a tingle of excitement, tempered by curiosity. She had heard stories of magical objects hidden within the forest, but never had she imagined finding one herself. Clutching the key, she continued her journey, the forest now feeling more alive, as if it were guiding her steps. As she walked, the path began to change. The trees grew taller, their branches weaving a canopy that dappled the ground in soft hues. The air was filled with a gentle hum, like a distant melody, and Leora felt as though she were being drawn towards something unseen. After what felt like hours, she arrived at a clearing bathed in sunlight. At its center stood an ancient stone archway, entwined with ivy and covered in runes that glowed softly. Leora's heart raced, for she knew this was no ordinary place. This was the gateway to the hidden world of the Whispering Woods, a realm spoken of only in hushed tones and bedtime tales. With the key trembling in her hand, she approached the archway. As she inserted the key into a hidden lock, the runes flared with light, and the air shimmered with anticipation. The archway began to hum, and slowly it opened, revealing a world beyond the veil of the ordinary. Leora stepped through, her breath catching in her throat. The hidden world was a tapestry of wonders, a place where the fantastical mingled with the familiar. Flowers of every hue filled the air with their fragrance, and creatures of legend darted between the trees, their eyes alight with curiosity and warmth. As she ventured further, Leora met a small fox with fur like spun gold. His eyes sparkled with intelligence, and he introduced himself as Finley, a guardian of the forest. Finley explained that the key she had found was one of the forest keys, magical objects that maintained the balance between the two worlds. Each key was entrusted to a guardian, chosen by the forest itself. Leora listened with rapt attention, her heart swelling with wonder at the responsibility that had been bestowed upon her. Finley spoke of the forest's harmony, its delicate balance threatened by those who sought to exploit its magic for selfish gain. The keys, he said, were the forest's way of ensuring that only those with pure hearts could access its secrets. Over the days that followed, Leora and Finley explored the hidden world together. She learned of the creatures that called it home and the enchantments that wove it into being. They visited the luminal grove, where the trees glowed with an inner light, and the crystal falls, whose waters sang with the voices of the ancients. Each place was a marvel, a testament to the forest's magic and its enduring beauty. Yet, as much as Leora marveled at the wonders around her, she was also aware of the responsibility she bore. The key she had found was a symbol of trust, a bond between her and the forest. It was a promise to protect this hidden world and to ensure its secrets were kept safe from those who would do it harm. One evening, as the setting sun painted the sky with hues of rose and gold, Leora and Finley sat beside a babbling brook. The air was cool, and the forest was filled with the gentle songs of night creatures waking to the twilight. Leora, Finley began, his voice soft with the weight of what he was about to say. The forest chose you for a reason. It sensed the kindness in your heart and the strength in your spirit. But this journey isn't just about protecting the forest. It's also about discovering who you are and what you are capable of. Leora listened, the warmth of Finley's words settling over her like a comforting blanket. She knew what he said was true. The forest was a part of her now, as much as she was a part of it. In its depths, she had found a sense of belonging, a connection to something greater than herself. As the days turned to weeks, Leora's bond with the forest deepened. She learned to listen to its whispers, to understand its needs and desires. She discovered a strength within her that she had never known, a quiet resilience that allowed her to face the challenges that came her way. But not all who entered the forest were as kind-hearted as Leora. One day, while exploring a secluded glen, she encountered a stranger. He was a tall man with a sharp gaze and an air of mystery about him. His presence unsettled her, for she sensed an undercurrent of darkness in his intentions. The man introduced himself as Marcellus, a traveler seeking the forest's secrets. He spoke in a smooth, persuasive voice, weaving tales of exploration and discovery. Yet beneath his words, Leora sensed a hunger, a desire to possess the magic of the forest for himself. Leora knew she had to protect the forest from Marcellus's greed. She and Finley devised a plan to guide him away, using the forest's enchantments to create illusions that would lead him astray. It was a delicate dance, one that required all of Leora's ingenuity and the forest's magic. Through patience and cleverness, they managed to divert Marcellus, leading him in circles until he grew weary and confused. Frustrated, he eventually left the forest, his ambitions thwarted by the very magic he sought to control. With Marcellus gone, peace returned to the forest. The creatures resumed their songs, and the trees sighed with relief. Leora had proven herself a true guardian, her wisdom and kindness shielding the hidden world from harm. As the seasons changed, Leora continued her guardianship, learning and growing with each passing day. Her adventures in the hidden world taught her the importance of balance, of living in harmony with nature and respecting its mysteries. One day, as she sat beneath a willow tree, watching the sun set over the horizon, she realized how much she had changed. The girl who had first wandered into the whispering woods was still there, but she had grown into someone wiser, someone more attuned to the world around her. In time, Leora became a legend in Valenwood, her tales of the hidden world inspiring generations to come. She remained a guardian of the forest, a bridge between the two worlds, ensuring that its secrets were preserved for those who would honor and cherish them. And so the Whispering Woods continued to thrive, its magic a beacon of hope and wonder in a world that sometimes forgot the beauty of the unseen. Leora's story was one of friendship and transformation, a testament to the power of kindness and the enduring magic of the world around us. As the firelight flickered and the stars began their nightly dance across the sky, Leora sat quietly, listening to the woods whispering their ancient secrets, knowing that she was exactly where she was meant to be. Once upon a starlit night, a young girl named Lily stood by her bedroom window, gazing wistfully at the velvety sky. Though only 9 years old, she felt a yearning for something more, a pull towards the great unknown that echoed in her restless heart. In the small village where Lily lived, changes came rarely, and life followed the steady rhythm of the seasons. But Lily's curious spirit longed to spread its wings and explore the vast world that lay beyond the rolling hills and ancient forests surrounding her home. Little did she know, a magical journey awaited her, one that would teach her the true meaning of growth and transformation. One evening, as Lily wandered through the woods, she stumbled upon an enchanting sight, a glittering pool nestled among the towering oaks. Mesmerized by its ethereal beauty, she knelt beside the water's edge, and that's when she saw it, a tiny glowing speck dancing upon the surface. With a delicate touch, Lily cupped the speck in her hands, and it unfurled into a dazzling sprite, no bigger than her thumb. The sprite's gossamer wings shimmered like crystal, and its eyes twinkled with ancient wisdom. "Greetings, young one," spoke the sprite in a voice as soft as moonbeams. "I am Zephyr, a guardian of these woods, and I sense the yearning in your heart." Lily gasped, her eyes wide with wonder. "How is this possible? Are you magic?" Zephyr chuckled, a sound like tinkling bells. "Magic exists all around us, dear child, if only we open our eyes to its wonders." From that moment on, Zephyr became Lily's guide, introducing her to the hidden magical realms that coexisted with the world she knew. Together they explored enchanted glades where pixies danced among the wildflowers, and ancient trees whispered secrets of bygone eras. Yet as wondrous as these experiences were, Lily's true transformation unfolded within her heart and mind. Zephyr's gentle teachings helped Lily understand that growth was not merely a physical change, but a journey of the spirit. With each new adventure, Lily learned valuable lessons: patience from the steady trickle of a stream, resilience from the oak that weathered storms, and courage from the brave little sparrow that took flight. And just as the natural world around her shifted with the seasons, so too did Lily's perspectives and dreams evolve. Lily's dearest friend, a kind-hearted boy named Ethan, bore witness to her remarkable journey. Though he could not see the magical beings, he supported Lily's explorations, offering a listening ear and a shoulder to lean on when the path grew challenging. One autumn day, as the leaves turned to fire and the air grew crisp, Zephyr appeared with a somber expression. My time in these woods is nearing its end, the sprite said, her voice tinged with melancholy. But fear not, little one, for the true magic lies within you now. Lily's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, but she nodded, understanding that all things must change and grow. With a tender smile, Zephyr continued, "The seeds of wisdom I have planted in your heart will blossom into something extraordinary. Embrace the uncertainties of life, for they are windows to new discoveries and personal growth." As the sprite faded into the dappled sunlight, Lily felt a warmth blossoming in her chest, a newfound confidence and appreciation for the journey that lay ahead. In the years that followed, Lily's thirst for knowledge and experience only deepened. She pursued her dreams with unwavering determination, yet always remained grounded in the lessons Zephyr had imparted, to embrace change with grace, to find beauty in the smallest wonders, and to nurture the magic within her own heart. And though the enchanted realms faded from her sight, the magic lived on in Lily's open mind, her compassionate spirit, and her unwavering belief in the transformative power of growth and self-discovery. The whispering ferns and the secret of the silver wood. In a village nestled at the foot of an ancient forest, where the morning mist hung like a soft veil over the dew-kissed fields, lived a young girl named Lila. She was known for her gentle heart and a curiosity that sparkled like the stars on a clear night. Her village, with its cobblestone paths and thatched roofs, was surrounded by the silver wood, a mysterious forest that beckoned with promises of secrets and wonders untold. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of amber and rose, Lila would sit by the warm hearth, listening to the crackling fire and the tales spun by the village elders. They spoke of the silver wood, a place where the trees whispered ancient secrets and the ferns danced in the moonlight. Yet no one dared venture too deep, for it was said that the forest had a life of its own, a hidden world that revealed itself only to those with a pure heart and a brave spirit. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was filled with the sweet scent of fallen leaves, Lila set out on a journey. With a satchel packed with bread, cheese, and a small flask of honeyed tea, she walked towards the forest edge, her heart fluttering with excitement and a hint of trepidation. The forest canopy loomed above, its leaves shimmering like emeralds in the dappled sunlight. As she stepped into the forest, a gentle breeze rustled through the leaves, whispering a welcome that only she could hear. The path beneath her feet was soft, carpeted with pine needles and speckled with the golden light that filtered through the trees. The air was cool and fragrant, carrying the earthy scent of moss and the sweet perfume of wildflowers. Deeper into the forest she ventured, guided by an unseen hand. The trees stood tall and silent, their bark etched with the passage of time. Ferns lined her path, their fronds swaying as if in silent conversation. It was here, amidst the ferns, that Lila first sensed the magic, a gentle hum that resonated through the air, filling her with a warmth that chased away her fears. Hours passed unnoticed as Lila explored this enchanting world. She marveled at the brilliant tapestry of colors, the fiery reds and oranges of autumn leaves, the deep greens of the evergreens, and the soft blues of the sky peeking through the canopy. Each step carried her deeper into the heart of the forest, where the whispers grew louder, guiding her to a hidden glade. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching wide as if embracing the sky. At its base, nestled among the roots, lay a shimmering object, a mirror, framed with delicate silver filigree, glinting in the dappled sunlight. The mirror seemed to pulse with a life of its own, its surface smooth and inviting. Lila knelt before the mirror, her reflection gazing back at her with wide, curious eyes. As she touched its cool surface, a gentle ripple spread across the glass, transforming her reflection into a scene of breathtaking beauty, a hidden world within the silver wood. Here, the trees were alive with luminescent creatures, their wings glistening like jewels. Flowers bloomed in a kaleidoscope of colors, and streams of crystal-clear water sang as they wound their way through the forest. Entranced, Lila watched as the scene shifted, revealing a pathway lined with glowing lanterns, leading to a grand hall carved from the living rock. It was a place of gathering, where creatures of the forest came together in harmony. But the most remarkable sight was the great oak, a tree of such majesty and wisdom that its very presence seemed to command the respect of all who beheld it. As the vision faded, Lila understood that the mirror was a gateway, a bridge between her world and the hidden realm of the silver wood. But it was also a key that could unlock the secrets of the forest and reveal its wonders to those who dared to believe. Driven by a newfound sense of purpose, Lila rose to her feet, her heart aglow with the promise of adventure. She knew that her journey had only just begun, and that the challenges ahead would test her courage and resolve. Yet she also knew that she would not be alone. The forest itself would be her guide, its whispers her compass. As she turned to leave the glade, the mirror shimmered one last time, casting a soft light that enveloped her in a warm embrace. It was a promise that the forest would always be there, waiting for her return. With the sun setting behind the treetops, casting long shadows across the forest floor, Lila retraced her steps, her heart light and her spirit renewed. The path led her back to the village, where the hearth fire glowed warmly in the gathering dusk. That night, as she lay in bed, the soft rustle of leaves outside her window lulled her to sleep. The whispers of the forest, like a gentle lullaby, promised dreams filled with wonder and the promise of new beginnings. In the days that followed, Lila returned to the forest time and again, each visit uncovering new mysteries and deepening her bond with the hidden world. She learned to listen to the whispers, to understand their secrets, and to see the magic in the everyday. Through her journeys, she discovered that the heart of the forest lay not in its hidden treasures or ancient secrets, but in the connections she forged with its inhabitants. She befriended the creatures of the forest, learning their stories and sharing her own. Together, they wove a tapestry of friendship and understanding that transcended the boundaries of their worlds. In time, Lila came to realize that the true magic of the silver wood was not in the mirror or the hidden realm it revealed, but in the way it transformed her, fostering a spirit of wonder and a heart open to the beauty and mystery of the world around her. And so, with each passing season, Lila's journey continued. A journey of discovery and growth, guided by the gentle whispers of the forest and the enduring light of friendship. As the years went by, the village at the foot of the silver wood became a place of wonder and inspiration, where the stories of the forest were passed down from generation to generation, a testament to the enduring magic of the natural world. And Lila, her hair now silvered with age, would often sit by the hearth, sharing her tales with the children gathered around her. Her eyes still sparkled with the same curiosity and kindness that had led her on that first journey into the forest, and her heart remained forever intertwined with the silver wood and the secrets it held. In the end, it was not the mirror or the hidden world that defined her story, but the journey itself, a journey of transformation, friendship, and the enduring magic of believing in the impossible. As the fire crackled softly in the hearth and the stars shimmered in the night sky, Lila's voice would carry through the quiet of the evening, weaving tales of wonder and adventure, of hidden worlds and the bonds of friendship that transcended time and distance. And though the stories would change with each telling, one truth remained constant. The magic of the silver wood was alive in every heart that dared to dream, and every soul that dared to listen. In the quiet moments, when the world seemed to hold its breath, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, a gentle reminder that the magic of the natural world was ever present, waiting to be discovered by those with the courage to seek it. And so the story of Lila and the silver wood lived on, a timeless tale of wonder and enchantment, forever etched in the hearts and minds of those who believed in the magic of the world around them. In the quiet village of Meadowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woodlands, a gentle breeze often carried the scent of sweet lavender and the soft hum of wild bees. The villagers, with their simple lives and kind hearts, were accustomed to the mysteries of the natural world. It was said that the land itself was imbued with a magic that was as old as the stars, a magic that whispered to those who listened closely. In this village lived a young girl named Isla. She had eyes the color of the summer sky and hair that danced like the sunlit waves of the nearby river. Isla was known for her curious heart and her gentle spirit. Her days were spent exploring the fields and forests around Meadowbrook, always searching for the wonders that lay hidden in the shadows of the trees and the songs of the streams. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves tumbled from the trees and the air was filled with the earthy scent of harvest, Isla set out on a new adventure. She followed the path along the riverbank, her feet crunching on the carpet of leaves, until she reached the edge of the enchanted wood. This was a place of legends where the sunlight danced through the canopy, casting dapples of light on the forest floor, and the air was alive with the whispers of ancient secrets. As she ventured deeper into the wood, Isla noticed a faint glimmer among the roots of an old oak tree. Curiosity piqued, she knelt down and gently brushed away the leaves and soil. There, nestled among the gnarled roots, lay an object unlike any she had seen before. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, its surface etched with delicate patterns of leaves and stars that seemed to shimmer with an inner light. Isla lifted the box, feeling its warmth against her palms, and carefully opened it. Inside, resting on a bed of soft moss, was a tiny silver key. It was exquisitely crafted, with intricate designs that spiraled down its length, and a gemstone embedded in its handle that glowed with a soft, ethereal light. Isla felt a flutter of excitement and wonder. She knew at once that this key was no ordinary object. It was a doorway to something extraordinary. With the key tucked safely in her pocket, Isla continued her journey through the enchanted wood. The forest seemed to come alive around her, the birds singing sweet melodies and the leaves whispering secrets of times long past. As she wandered, she felt a growing sense of connection with the world around her, as if the key had unlocked not just a mystery, but a part of her own heart. The sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the forest floor, when Isla came upon a clearing she had never seen before. In its center stood an ancient stone archway, covered in ivy and moss, its surface etched with the same patterns that adorned the wooden box. Ila's heart quickened as she realized the key in her pocket was meant for this very place. Taking a deep breath, she approached the archway and inserted the key into a hidden lock. With a gentle turn, the key clicked and the archway shimmered with light. A soft, inviting glow filled the clearing, and a doorway appeared within the arch, revealing a lush, vibrant world beyond. Stepping through the archway, Isla found herself in a breathtaking garden, filled with flowers that glowed with an inner light, their petals shimmering in every color of the rainbow. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blossoms and the gentle hum of bees, and a stream of crystal-clear water wound its way through the garden, its surface sparkling in the sunlight. In the heart of the garden stood a magnificent tree, its branches reaching high into the sky and its trunk wide and sturdy. Isla felt drawn to it, as if it were calling to her. As she approached, she noticed a figure seated beneath its boughs. It was a boy, about her age, with hair as dark as the night and eyes that glimmered like stars. The boy looked up as she approached, a warm smile lighting up his face. "Welcome, Isla," he said, his voice gentle and kind. "I am Kai. This garden is a special place, hidden from the world but connected to it in many ways. It is a place of peace and discovery, where the heart can find what it truly seeks." Isla felt a sense of awe and wonder as she listened to Kai. She sensed that he, like the garden, was a part of the magic that surrounded them. She spent the afternoon exploring the garden with him, discovering its many wonders and secrets. They found a pond where colorful fish danced beneath the surface and a grove of trees that sang with the wind. Everywhere they went, the garden seemed to come alive with joy. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Isla and Kai returned to the great tree. They sat together beneath its branches, watching as the stars began to twinkle in the evening sky. "This garden reflects the magic of the world," Kai explained softly. "It shows us the beauty that lies within and around us, the connections we share with all living things. And it reminds us that we are never truly alone, for we are all part of something greater." Isla felt a warmth spread through her heart, a sense of belonging and peace. She realized that the key she had found was not just a key to a hidden world, but a key to understanding herself and her place in the world. She had discovered a friendship that defied expectations, a connection that transcended the ordinary. As the night deepened, Isla knew it was time to return to Meadowbrook. She promised Kai she would visit again, and he gave her a small pendant shaped like a leaf, a token of their friendship and a reminder of the magic they shared. With the pendant around her neck and the key safely in her pocket, Lila stepped back through the archway, emerging once more into the enchanted wood. The forest was quiet now, bathed in the soft glow of moonlight, and the path home seemed to welcome her with open arms. As she walked back to the village, Lila felt changed. She carried with her the lessons of the garden and the warmth of her new friendship. She knew that the magic of the world was not something to be found, but something to be embraced and shared. When Lila finally reached her home, the village was still and peaceful, the stars shining brightly overhead. She climbed into bed, the pendant resting against her heart, and drifted into a deep, restful sleep, her dreams filled with the wonders of the garden and the gentle laughter of her new friend. From that day forward, Lila's adventures in the enchanted wood became a cherished part of her life. She often visited the garden, each time discovering new marvels and deepening her friendship with Kai. And in the quiet moments, when the world was still, she would hold the pendant and remember the lessons of the garden. That true magic lies in the connections we make and the love we share. And so, in the village of Meadowbrook, under the watchful gaze of the stars, Lila lived her life with an open heart and a spirit full of wonder, ever mindful of the magic that surrounded her and the friendship that had unlocked her world. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, the air was always filled with the sweet scent of blooming lilacs and the gentle hum of nature's lullaby. It was a place where time seemed to slow, and the days drifted by like lazy clouds across a summer sky. The villagers were a tight-knit community of kind-hearted souls, each with tales of old passed down through generations, tales that spoke of magic and wonder, hidden secrets, and the mysteries of the woods that framed their idyllic world. In the heart of this village lived a young girl named Lila, with eyes the color of a moonlit lake and hair spun from the golden rays of the sun. Lila had a curious mind and a heart that beat in time with the rhythm of the world around her. She spent her days exploring the edges of the forest, where the trees whispered ancient secrets and the wind carried the scent of adventure. Her closest companion on these sojourns was a small, fluffy squirrel named Pip, whose mischievous eyes sparkled with the promise of mischief and joy. One warm spring morning, as the first hints of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, Lila and Pip set off on one of their usual adventures. The forest was alive with the sounds of birds chirping, leaves rustling, and the distant babble of a hidden brook. As they delved deeper into the woods, Lila noticed a path she hadn't seen before, a narrow trail veiled by an archway of intertwining branches adorned with delicate white flowers. "Where do you suppose this path leads, Pip?" Lila mused aloud, her voice a gentle whisper in the quiet of the morning. Pip twitched his nose and flicked his tail, as if urging her to follow the mysterious trail. Together, they ventured through the floral archway, leaving the familiar forest behind. The path wound through clusters of ancient trees, their trunks gnarled and roots twisted like the fingers of time. The canopy above was dense, allowing only slivers of sunlight to dance upon the forest floor. After what felt like hours, they emerged into a hidden grove, a place that seemed untouched by time. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and the soft glow of morning light filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows that swayed with the gentle breeze. In the center of the grove stood an ancient oak, its massive branches reaching out like welcoming arms. As Lila approached the grand tree, she noticed something unusual nestled among its roots, a small, intricately carved wooden box, adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer with a faint, otherworldly light. Her heart skipped with excitement and a touch of apprehension. "Look, Pip, a treasure!" she exclaimed, her voice filled with wonder. Carefully, Lila picked up the box, feeling a tingling sensation as her fingers traced the delicate carvings. The box was surprisingly light, and as she opened it, a soft glow emanated from within, revealing a small, iridescent stone that pulsed with a gentle, rhythmic light, like a heartbeat. It was a stone of unimaginable beauty, capturing the colors of the forest and the sky, holding them within its crystalline depths. "What do you think it is, Pip?" Lila asked, her voice hushed with awe. Pip chattered excitedly, his tiny paws reaching out to touch the stone, and as he did, a warm, comforting sensation washed over them both, like a gentle hug from the sun. Lila closed the box and tucked it safely into her satchel, a sense of purpose settling over her like a warm blanket. With the stone cradled against her side, Lila and Pip made their way back to the village, the grove's magic lingering in the air around them. The journey back seemed quicker, as if the forest itself was guiding them home. Along the way, Layla's mind buzzed with thoughts of the stone and its origins, the possibilities it held, and the mystery it presented. As they reached the edge of the village, the sun hung high in the sky, casting long shadows that stretched across the cobblestone streets. Lila's heart felt lighter, buoyed by the enchanting discovery and the promise of adventure that lay ahead. She knew the stone was special, a gift from the forest, and she was determined to uncover its secrets. That evening, as the village settled into the tranquil embrace of twilight, Lila sat by the hearth, the comforting warmth of the fire wrapping around her like a soft woolen shawl. She carefully placed the box on the table, its carvings glowing softly in the flickering light. "I wonder if anyone in the village knows about this stone, Pip," Lila mused, her voice thoughtful. Pip nodded, his eyes wide with curiosity, and together they devised a plan to seek the counsel of the village elder, a wise and gentle soul named Eldrick, who was known for his vast knowledge and stories of the world beyond the village. The next morning, the village was alive with the vibrant energy of a new day. The sun's rays kissed the rooftops, and the air was filled with the cheerful sounds of villagers going about their daily routines. Lila and Pip made their way to Eldrick's cottage, nestled at the edge of the village, where the forest began to reclaim the land. Eldrick's home was a quaint, ivy-covered abode, with a garden overflowing with herbs and wildflowers. The scent of lavender and rosemary greeted them as they approached the door, and a sense of calm washed over Lila, as if the very air was steeped in wisdom. Eldrick welcomed them with a warm smile, his eyes twinkling with a kindness that seemed to transcend time. "Ah, Lila, my dear, and Pip, what brings you to my humble home on this fine morning?" he asked, his voice as smooth and rich as honey. With a sense of reverence, Lila presented the box to Eldrick, her hands trembling with excitement. "We found this in the forest, near the old oak," she explained, her voice a mixture of awe and anticipation. "Do you know what it is?" Eldrick's eyes widened with surprise and delight as he examined the stone, his fingers gently tracing the carved patterns. "This, my dear child, is a heartstone," he said softly, his voice filled with wonder, "a rare and precious gift from the forest, imbued with the magic of the earth and the sky." Lila's heart soared with the revelation, her imagination dancing with the possibilities. "What does it do?" she asked, her voice a whisper. Eldrick chuckled, a warm, hearty sound that filled the room. "The heartstone is said to hold great power, but its true magic lies in its ability to connect the hearts of those who possess it," he explained. "It can reveal hidden truths, mend broken bonds, and guide those who seek its wisdom." Lila listened, her heart swelling with hope and excitement. She knew the heartstone was meant for her, a beacon of light guiding her on a path of discovery and transformation. With Eldrick's blessing, Lila and Pip set off on a journey that would take them beyond the boundaries of their village, into a world teeming with wonder and mystery. The heartstone pulsed with a gentle light, its magic resonating with the rhythm of their hearts. As they ventured deeper into the unknown, Lila and Pip encountered new friends and faced unexpected challenges, each step bringing them closer to understanding the true essence of the heartstone. Through their journey, they learned the value of friendship, the strength found in unity, and the power of love to heal and transform. In the heart of the enchanted forest, they discovered a hidden realm, a place where the boundaries between the natural and magical worlds blurred, and the air shimmered with possibility. Here, under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the gentle song of the wind, Lila and Pip uncovered the secret of the heartstone, a truth that transcended time and space, a connection that bound all living things in a tapestry of light and love. With newfound wisdom and a heart full of gratitude, Lila returned to Willow Brook, her spirit forever changed by the journey. The village welcomed her with open arms, their hearts touched by the magic of the heartstone and the lessons it imparted. As the sun set over the village, casting a golden glow over the rooftops, Lila sat by the hearth, the heartstone cradled in her hands, its light a comforting presence in the quiet of the evening. She knew her journey was only just beginning, and with Pip by her side, she was ready to embrace the adventures that lay ahead. In the gentle embrace of night, as the village drifted into slumber, the heartstone's light flickered softly, a beacon of hope and love in the darkness. And in that moment, Lila understood the true magic of the heartstone, the power to illuminate the path of those who dared to dream and to guide them home. And so, in the heart of Willowbrook, the magic of the heartstone lived on, a testament to the enduring power of friendship, love, and the mysteries of the world that lay just beyond the edge of the forest. As the village slept, wrapped in the warmth of the night, the heartstone's light continued to shine, a promise of new beginnings and the endless possibilities of the heart. In the gentle embrace of twilight, when the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, the quaint village of Eldergrove nestled into its nightly slumber. Eldergrove was a place where time seemed to drift softly, like the down of a dandelion blown by the summer breeze. Cobblestone paths wound through the village like silver ribbons, leading to cottages that appeared to have been woven from the very heart of the earth. Each home bore thatched roofs and ivy-clad walls, and from their chimneys, tendrils of smoke curled lazily into the cooling air. In this village there was a young boy named Finn, whose heart was as open and curious as the wide sky above. Finn had hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled like the morning dew on fresh grass. He lived with his grandmother, a gentle soul whose stories of olden magic and hidden realms had once lulled the village children to sleep. Finn adored these tales, and as he grew, so did his yearning to uncover the mysteries that lay hidden beneath the ordinary facade of Eldergrove. One evening, as the first stars began to twinkle in the velvety sky, Finn's grandmother called him to her side. Her voice, though soft, carried the weight of wisdom and love. "Finn, my dear," she began, her eyes twinkling with a secret she was about to share, "there is something you must know. In the heart of Eldergrove Forest there exists a hidden world, a place where magic dances freely, and where the old stories live and breathe." Finn's eyes widened with wonder, his heart quickening with excitement. "Is it true, grandmother? Can I find it?" His grandmother nodded, a gentle smile playing on her lips. "Yes, but remember, Finn, this world is not easily found. It reveals itself only to those who seek with a pure heart and a kind spirit. You must listen to the whispers of the trees and follow the path that your heart knows best." With these words etched in his mind and heart, Finn felt a flutter of anticipation. That night, as the village settled into the hush of sleep, Finn lay awake beneath a quilt of stars, dreaming of the journey that awaited him. The next morning, the world awoke to the soft chorus of birdsong. Finn, filled with a sense of purpose, set out towards the forest. The path wound through fields of wildflowers which swayed gently in the breeze, their petals a riot of colors. As he entered the forest, the air grew cooler, filled with the earthy scent of moss and pine needles. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. Finn walked for hours, his senses alive to every rustle and whisper. He marveled at the ancient trees, their trunks gnarled and wise, as if each bore stories of the ages. Just as he began to wonder if he had lost his way, a soft melody reached his ears, a tune so sweet and elusive, it seemed to beckon him deeper into the forest. Following the music, Finn soon found himself before a small, shimmering pool. The water was as clear as glass, reflecting the sky and trees with perfect clarity. At its edge sat an old, weathered stone, etched with runes that glowed faintly with a silvery light. It was here that Finn sensed the veil between worlds was thin, where magic breathed with quiet potency. As he knelt beside the pool, his reflection gazed back at him, intertwined with that of the ancient forest. Without knowing why, Finn reached out and touched the water. Ripples spread across the surface, and a gentle voice filled the air, as soft as the murmur of the stream. "Welcome, young seeker," it said. "You have found the gateway to the hidden world, but to enter, you must first understand the magic that binds it." Finn's heart beat with a mixture of awe and determination. "Tell me how," he whispered, his voice barely more than a breath. The voice replied, You must give something of yourself, a gift of true intent. Only then will the path reveal itself. Finn pondered this for a moment, then realized the answer lay within him. He closed his eyes, thinking of his grandmother's stories and the love he felt for her, for Eldergrove, and for the mysteries that danced just beyond his reach. With a deep breath, he opened his heart and let his feelings flow into the pool, a silent promise of his sincerity and wonder. As his offering mingled with the water, the runes on the stone flared to life, casting a gentle glow around him. The air shimmered, and the forest seemed to hold its breath. Then, as though a veil had been lifted, the hidden world unfurled before Finn's eyes. The forest transformed into a realm of vibrant colors and ethereal beauty. Flowers bloomed in impossible hues, their petals glowing with an inner light. Creatures both familiar and fantastical flitted about, their eyes glinting with intelligence and mischief. Trees that had seemed ordinary now stood tall and majestic, their branches adorned with tiny, luminescent fruits that sang softly in the breeze. Finn took in the spectacle with wide-eyed wonder. He felt as if he had stepped into one of his grandmother's stories, where magic was as real as the ground beneath his feet. As he ventured deeper, he encountered beings of all shapes and sizes. There were gentle fauns with eyes like amber, and sprites with wings that shimmered like dragonfly glass. Each greeted him with a nod or a smile, as if they had been expecting him. Among them, Finn met a creature unlike any he had ever imagined, a small, wise-looking fox with fur as white as snow and eyes that gleamed like polished obsidian. The fox approached with a graceful nod, its voice soft and melodic. "Welcome, Finn. I am called Aelwyn, and I have been chosen to guide you." Finn's heart swelled with gratitude and a sense of belonging. "Thank you, Aelwyn. I'm honored to be here." Aelwyn led Finn through the enchanted forest, showing him wonders beyond his wildest dreams. They visited a grove where the trees sang songs of old, their melodies weaving tales of the world's birth. They crossed a meadow where butterflies danced in intricate patterns, their wings brushing against Finn's cheeks like whispers. Everywhere they went, Finn felt the gentle hum of magic, a presence that filled him with warmth and joy. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky in shades of rose and gold, Aelwyn led Finn to a clearing where a circle of stones stood. In the center, a fire crackled merrily, its flames casting a comforting glow. Aelwyn motioned for Finn to sit, and together they watched the stars begin to twinkle in the indigo sky. "Finn," Aelwyn began, his voice thoughtful, "you have seen the beauty of this world, but there is more you must understand. Magic is a bond, a promise between beings and the land they cherish. It is not to be taken lightly, for it is as delicate as a spider's web." Finn nodded, absorbing the wisdom in Aelwyn's words. "I understand, Aelwyn. I want to protect this world and its magic." Aelwyn's eyes sparkled with approval. "Then you are ready for the next part of your journey. You must find your own magic, the gift that lies within you." As Finn pondered this, the fire flickered and danced, casting shadows that seemed to take on a life of their own. In the flickering light, Finn saw images of his own life, moments of joy and kindness, instances where he had helped others and brought smiles to their faces. He realized that his magic was not in spells or incantations, but in the love and compassion he carried within him. With this understanding came a deep sense of peace. Finn felt a warmth spread through his chest, as if a gentle flame had been kindled within him. It was a magic as old as the stars, born of kindness and connection, and it flowed through him like a melody. As the night deepened, Finn and Aelwyn sat in companionable silence, the fire a comforting presence between them. Finn knew that his journey had only just begun, but he felt ready to embrace whatever lay ahead. He understood now that the hidden world was not a place to be discovered, but a part of himself to be cherished and nurtured. When the first light of dawn touched the sky, painting it with soft pastels, Finn rose to his feet. Aelwyn stood beside him, a loyal and steadfast companion. "Thank you, Aelwyn," Finn said, his voice filled with gratitude, "for everything." Aelwyn nodded, a wise smile on his lips. "Go forth, Finn, and let your magic shine. The world is waiting for you." With a heart full of hope and a spirit alight with newfound magic, Finn made his way back to Eldergrove. The journey home felt different, the forest paths familiar, yet imbued with a new sense of wonder. As he emerged from the woods, the village welcomed him with open arms, the morning sun casting a golden glow over the rooftops and gardens. Finn's grandmother awaited him at the doorstep, her eyes bright with understanding. She embraced him warmly, sensing the change within him. "Welcome home, my dear Finn," she whispered, her voice a soothing balm. Finn smiled, feeling the weight of the journey lift from his shoulders. "I'm home, grandmother, and I've found my magic." Together, they sat by the hearth, where a fire crackled softly, its warmth enveloping them in a cocoon of comfort. As Finn recounted his adventures, his grandmother listened with the patience and love of 1,000 lifetimes. The tales of hidden worlds and magical beings wove a tapestry of dreams and possibilities, a legacy to be cherished and passed down through the ages. And so, in the heart of Eldergrove, where the ordinary and the extraordinary danced hand in hand, Finn's story became part of the village's lore. A tale of discovery and friendship, of magic found in the simplest of gestures, and of a boy whose heart was as boundless as the sky. As the fire crackled and the stars watched over them, Finn drifted into a peaceful sleep. His dreams were woven with the colors of the hidden world, a place where magic breathed in every leaf and laughter echoed among the trees. And in the gentle embrace of the night, Finn knew that he would always carry a piece of that world within him, a light that would guide him, and a promise that he would never forget. Once upon a starry night, in a cozy village nestled deep within an enchanted forest, there lived a young girl named Luna. With her wild copper curls and eyes that sparkled like moon dust, she was a curious soul who yearned for adventure beyond the boundaries of her quaint home. One evening, as Luna wandered among the towering trees and whispering streams, she stumbled upon an ancient, hollow oak. Its gnarled bark seemed to beckon her closer, and as she peered inside, a soft, golden glow emanated from within. Reaching out with tentative fingers, Luna discovered a glimmering acorn, pulsing with an otherworldly radiance. As she cradled the acorn in her palms, a gentle voice whispered in her ear, "This is no ordinary seed, dear Luna. It holds the key to a hidden world, a realm where dreams take flight and magic dances upon the wind." Luna's heart raced with excitement and trepidation. She had always sensed that the forest harbored secrets beyond her wildest imaginings, but never could she have fathomed the extraordinary journey that lay ahead. Without a moment's hesitation, Luna clutched the acorn close to her chest and stepped into the hollow oak. The world around her blurred, and she found herself enveloped in a kaleidoscope of colors, swirling and shifting like the ever-changing patterns of a kaleidoscope. When the dizzying vortex faded, Luna found herself standing amidst a breathtaking meadow, brimming with vibrant flora she had never seen before. Flowers danced in the gentle breeze, their petals shimmering with iridescent hues that seemed to defy the laws of nature. As she wandered deeper into this wondrous realm, Luna encountered creatures straight out of her wildest dreams. Playful pixies flitted among the blossoms, their gossamer wings leaving trails of glittering stardust in their wake. Friendly fawns frolicked through the tall grass, their hooves drumming a merry rhythm upon the earth. But Luna's sense of awe soon gave way to bewilderment as she realized that this enchanted world was not as serene as it appeared. A dark, ominous cloud loomed on the horizon, casting eerie shadows across the once vibrant landscape. With bravery far beyond her years, Luna ventured forth, determined to unravel the mystery that threatened this magical haven. Her path led her through a labyrinth of twisted vines and gnarled roots, each twist and turn revealing new wonders and perils alike. It was there, deep within the heart of the forest, that Luna encountered a wise old owl perched upon a twisted branch. With eyes that seemed to hold the weight of ages, the owl greeted her. "Welcome, young one, to the realm of dreams. I am Athena, guardian of this sacred place." Luna listened, enraptured, as Athena recounted the tale of a powerful sorcerer whose jealousy and greed had unleashed a dark curse upon the realm. This malevolent force sought to extinguish the magic that flowed through every fiber of this wondrous world, leaving it barren and lifeless. "Only one with a pure heart and unwavering courage can break the curse," Athena declared, her gaze piercing through Luna's very soul. "The path ahead will be perilous, but you possess a strength greater than you know." Emboldened by Athena's words, Luna set forth on a quest to vanquish the darkness that threatened to engulf the realm of dreams. Her journey was fraught with challenges, from treacherous ravines to cunning riddles posed by enigmatic creatures. Yet with each obstacle she overcame, Luna's resolve grew stronger, and her belief in the power of dreams and magic burned ever brighter. She forged unlikely friendships with a mischievous sprite named Zephyr and a courageous young faun named Willow, who joined her in her quest to restore the realm to its former glory. Together they faced the sorcerer's twisted minions, outwitting the devious tricksters and unraveling the intricate web of deceit woven by the malevolent force. Luna's kind heart and quick wit proved to be her greatest allies, as she navigated treacherous paths and solved ancient riddles that had baffled even the most seasoned adventurers. At last, they stood before the sorcerer's lair, a foreboding fortress of twisted stone and gnarled roots. Luna felt a flicker of fear in her heart, but it was quickly overshadowed by the unwavering faith she had gained in the magic that flowed through her veins. With Zephyr's mischievous cunning and Willow's steadfast courage at her side, Luna confronted the sorcerer in a final, epic battle. Spells crackled through the air, and ancient powers clashed in a dazzling display of light and shadow. In the climactic moment, Luna's pure heart and belief in the power of dreams proved to be the key. With a brilliant flash of light, the sorcerer's curse shattered, and the realm was bathed in a radiant, golden glow. As the darkness dissipated, Luna felt a profound transformation within herself. She had faced her fears, embraced her inner strength, and emerged as a champion of hope and resilience. The journey had not only saved the realm of dreams, but had also changed her forever. In the days that followed, Luna reveled in the beauty and wonder of the restored realm, forging unbreakable bonds with her newfound friends, Zephyr and Willow. They explored hidden glades and danced beneath starlit skies, their laughter echoing through the enchanted forest. But as the seasons turned, Luna knew that her time in the realm of dreams was drawing to a close. With a heavy heart, she bid farewell to her cherished companions, vowing to carry the lessons she had learned and the magic she had experienced forever in her heart. As she stepped back through the hollow oak, Luna emerged into her own world, forever changed by her extraordinary journey. The acorn, now drained of its mystical light, rested in her palm, a tangible reminder of the wonders she had witnessed and the courage she had discovered within herself. From that day forward, Luna approached life with a renewed sense of wonder and resilience. She embraced her dreams, cherished her friendships, and faced every challenge with the unwavering spirit of a true adventurer. And whenever she gazed up at the twinkling stars or felt the caress of the night breeze, Luna knew that the magic of the realm of dreams lived on, not just in that enchanted world, but within the depths of her own heart, guiding her through life's journey with the light of hope and the power of belief. Once, in a small village cradled between emerald hills and a golden sea of daisies, there lived a curious young girl named Lila. Her eyes, sparkling like the morning dew on a spider's web, often wandered far beyond the horizon, where she imagined lands of untold wonders. Her favorite place was the edge of the whispering woods, where trees stood so tall and thick that their tops seemed to tickle the heavens. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was filled with the scent of ripe apples and the sky was painted in hues of orange and pink, Lila felt a gentle tug at her heart. It was as if the woods themselves were calling out to her, whispering secrets through the rustling leaves. With a deep breath of courage and a heart full of wonder, she decided to venture into the unknown. As she stepped past the familiar boundary of the village, the forest enveloped her in a cool embrace. The path was lined with moss that felt like the softest velvet beneath her feet. Sunlight streamed through the branches in playful patterns, and Lila felt as though she was walking through a living cathedral of nature. The air was alive with the symphony of chirping birds and the gentle babble of a hidden brook nearby. A little way into her journey, Lila stumbled upon a clearing where the ground was carpeted with mushrooms of all shapes and colors. Sitting atop one of the largest mushrooms was a peculiar creature with fur the color of twilight and eyes that sparkled with the light of 1,000 stars. It was a wisp fox, a creature as rare as it was wise, known for guiding lost travelers. "Welcome, dear Lila," the wisp fox greeted, its voice as soft as a lullaby. "I see you have a heart full of questions. Would you like some answers?" Lila, though surprised that the creature knew her name, nodded eagerly. "Yes, please. I wish to learn about the wonders of these woods." The wisp fox flicked its bushy tail and smiled. "Then follow me, for this forest holds more magic than you can imagine." As they ventured deeper, the forest unfolded like a storybook. They passed trees with bark that shimmered like silver and leaves that sang gentle tunes when the wind caressed them. They walked alongside streams that flowed with water as clear as crystal, reflecting the sky's ever-changing moods. At one point, they came across a glen where luminous butterflies danced in the air, their wings casting rainbows with every flutter. Lila reached out, and one alighted on her finger, its tiny heart beating in rhythm with her own. It was in that moment she realized the importance of gentle curiosity and respect for the wonders of the world around her. Suddenly, the path divided into three. Lila hesitated, unsure which way to go. The wisp fox looked at her kindly. "Sometimes, the right path is the one that calls to your heart, not your mind." Remembering the gentle tug she felt that morning, Lila chose the path to the right, which was lined with glowing fungi that lit up under her steps like warm, welcoming lights. The path led them to a serene pond, its surface like a mirror reflecting the sky. By the water's edge sat an elderly turtle, wise with the weight of centuries. The turtle looked up and spoke slowly. "Every journey brings new lessons, young one. It's the courage to take the first step that shapes who we become." Lila pondered the turtle's words, feeling a warmth spread through her. She realized that it was her curiosity and bravery that had brought her here, and that sometimes simply daring to explore could be the most rewarding adventure of all. As the sun began to dip behind the trees, painting the sky with strokes of lavender and gold, Lila knew it was time to return home. The wisp fox led her back to the edge of the forest, where the village lay in the gentle embrace of twilight. "Thank you for guiding me," Lila said, her heart full of gratitude and newfound wisdom. The wisp fox nodded, its eyes twinkling. "Remember, Lila, the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered. Keep your heart open and your spirit curious." With one last look at the enchanting forest, Lila stepped back into the familiar world of her village. The evening air was cool and comforting, and the first stars began to appear in the sky. She felt a peaceful contentment, knowing that the magic of the whispering woods would always be with her, in her heart and in her dreams. And so, with a smile and a heart full of dreams, Lila returned home, ready to share tales of her wondrous journey, to inspire others to listen to the whispers of the world and explore the magic waiting just beyond the horizon. In a galaxy where stars shimmered like scattered gems in a velvet sky, the planet of Luminara glistened with ethereal beauty. Its crystalline forests and azure rivers were home to the Luminae, a gentle species known for their bioluminescent skin that glowed in hues of calming blues and greens. Among them was a young Luminae named Ori, whose heart was as bright as her skin. Ori loved to wander the forests at dusk when the world was bathed in twilight, and the symphony of night creatures began their serenade. On one such evening, as the soft breeze carried the scent of blooming starflowers, Ori stumbled upon a curious sight, a small, silver spaceship nestled awkwardly among the towering crystals. Its metallic surface reflected the moonlight, casting a silvery glow over the clearing. Cautiously, Ori approached, her glow intensifying with both curiosity and apprehension. Suddenly, the ship's door hissed open, and out tumbled a being unlike any she had ever seen. He was short and stout, with a shell-like exterior that shimmered with a spectrum of colors under the moonlight. His large eyes blinked in surprise as he noticed Ori, and he raised a hand, a universal gesture of peace. "Greetings," he said, his voice resonating like the gentle hum of wind chimes. "I am Korr from the planet Korr. My ship has malfunctioned, and I seem to be stranded." Ori, her heart filled with compassion, nodded and responded, "Welcome to Luminara, Korr. I am Ori. Please, let me help you." Despite their initial awkwardness, a bond began to form between them. Ori led Korr through the forest, explaining the wonders of her world, while Korr shared tales of his home, a planet where dense jungles intertwined with vast oceans. They talked late into the night, their voices blending with the whispers of the forest. Yet, Their friendship was not without its challenges. One day, as they explored the crystal caverns, Korr accidentally toppled a delicate formation, causing a cascade of shimmering shards. Ori's glow dimmed with dismay, and a silence fell between them. "I am sorry," Korr said, his voice tinged with regret. "On Korr, such formations are durable. I did not realize." Ori, though initially upset, saw the genuine sorrow in Korr's eyes. She realized that understanding and forgiveness were far more precious than any crystal. "It's all right, Korr," she said softly. "We all make mistakes. Let's fix it together." With patience and teamwork, they began to gather the fallen shards, piecing them back into a semblance of their former beauty. As they worked, they laughed and shared stories, their bond growing stronger with each shard they placed. One evening, a fierce storm swept across Luminara, its winds howling through the trees. The rain fell in torrents, turning the forest paths into rivers. Ori and Korr took shelter in a small cave, their hearts pounding with the storm's fury. In the dim light of the cave, Ori's glow cast a gentle radiance, and Korr's shell shimmered with a calming iridescence. As they huddled together, Ori noticed Korr shivering. Without hesitation, she wrapped her arms around him, sharing her warmth. "Thank you, Ori," Korr whispered, his voice steadying with comfort. "Your kindness is a beacon in this storm." "You've been a wonderful friend, Korr," Ori replied, her voice a soft lullaby amidst the tempest. "Together, we can weather any storm." As the storm raged outside, they shared stories of courage and resilience, finding solace in each other's company. In that moment, they understood that true friendship was not just about sharing the good times, but also standing by each other through the challenges. When the storm finally passed, the world outside was transformed. The air was crisp with the scent of rain, and the forest sparkled with droplets like diamonds on emerald leaves. Ori and Korr stepped out into the fresh dawn, their hearts light with renewed camaraderie. Together, they ventured back to the clearing where Korr's spaceship awaited. With Ori's help, Korr had managed to repair the ship, its silver surface gleaming with promise. Yet, as they stood before it, a bittersweet feeling lingered in the air. "You'll always have a place in my heart, Korr," Ori said, her glow reflecting the morning light. "And you in mine," Korr replied, his shell shimmering with gratitude. "Though I must return to Korr, our friendship will span the stars." With a final, heartfelt embrace, they parted ways, Korr boarding his ship and Ori waving from the ground as the vessel rose gracefully into the sky. The ship's thrusters ignited, leaving a trail of shimmering light that danced across the heavens. As the stars began to twinkle in the evening sky once more, Ori felt a sense of peace. She knew that the bond she shared with Korr was unbreakable, a testament to the power of understanding, forgiveness, and shared adventures. And so, under the starlit canopy of Luminara, Ori continued her twilight wanderings, her heart aglow with the warmth of newfound friendship, a light that would guide her through any darkness, just as she had been a beacon for Korr. Once upon a time, in a galaxy teeming with countless stars and planets, there existed a quaint little world known as Luminara, where the skies were forever brushed with hues of lavender, and the rivers shimmered like liquid silver under the twin moons. Luminara was a planet of peace, where its inhabitants, the gentle lumens, lived in harmony with the lush landscapes, tending to the bioluminescent flora that glowed softly through the night. In a small village nestled between the rolling hills of Luminara, there lived a lumen named Taro. Taro was known for his kind heart and gentle spirit, always finding joy in the simple act of nurturing the glowing gardens that illuminated his village. His silvery skin glistened like the dewdrops that adorned the leaves each morning, and his eyes sparkled with the warmth of 1,000 suns. One starry evening, as Taro tended to the radiant flowers in his garden, a strange, metallic sound echoed through the skies. Looking up, Taro saw a small spaceship, unlike any he had seen before, descending through the lavender clouds. It landed with a soft thud in the clearing just beyond the village. Curiosity twinkling in his eyes, Taro made his way to the clearing, where he found a peculiar being emerging from the spaceship. This newcomer was unlike any creature of Luminara. With scales that shimmered like the night sky and eyes that glowed with a soft, ethereal light, the being looked around with a mixture of confusion and awe. It was a traveler from a distant planet called Etheria, where the skies were perpetually dark and the stars themselves were said to be alive. The Etherean introduced itself as Nira, its voice a gentle melody that resonated deep within Taro's heart. But where Taro saw an opportunity for friendship, the villagers saw an intruder, and their usual warmth was replaced by caution and misunderstanding. They whispered among themselves, wary of the newcomer who seemed so different from them. Sensing the unease, Nira felt a pang of loneliness, a feeling that was all too familiar. Back on Etheria, Nira had often felt out of place among its own kind, who were more interested in the mysteries of the cosmos than in forming bonds of friendship. Here on Luminara, it seemed that the stars had played a cruel trick, bringing it to a world where it was once again an outsider. But Taro, with his heart full of compassion, approached Nira with a gentle smile. "Welcome to Luminara," he said warmly, his voice as soothing as the whispering wind. "I am Taro, and I would be honored to show you our world." Nira nodded, grateful for the kindness in Taro's eyes, and together they walked through the village, with Taro pointing out the wonders of Luminara, the glowing flora, the crystal-clear streams, and the vibrant creatures that roamed the land. As they wandered, Taro shared stories of the Lumens' traditions and the history of their peaceful planet. Despite the initial misunderstandings, Taro and Nira found themselves drawn to one another's company, discovering a shared love for the beauty of the universe. As days turned into weeks, they spent their time exploring the hidden corners of Luminara, each adventure bringing them closer together. One day, while venturing into the heart of the luminescent forest, Taro and Nira stumbled upon an ancient tree, its branches reaching high into the sky, adorned with blossoms that glowed with a gentle, golden light. It was said that this tree held the wisdom of the ages, and those who sat beneath its boughs could hear the whispers of time itself. Feeling a sense of reverence, Taro and Nira sat beneath the tree, and as they listened to the soft rustling of leaves, they shared their deepest hopes and fears. Taro spoke of his dream to one day plant a garden so magnificent that it would light up the entire village, while Nira shared its longing to find a place where it truly belonged. In that moment, beneath the ancient tree, they realized that despite their differences, they were kindred spirits, both searching for a place in the universe where they could be themselves. They understood that friendship was not about being the same, but about accepting and celebrating each other's uniqueness. Soon after, a challenge arose that would test the strength of their newfound friendship. A powerful storm swept across Luminara, threatening to destroy the village and the glowing gardens that Taro cherished. The villagers, caught in the storm's fury, struggled to protect their homes and livelihoods. Seeing the fear in the villagers' eyes, Nira knew it had to help. Drawing upon the celestial energy of its home planet, Nira conjured a protective barrier around the village, using its own strength to shield the lumens from the storm's wrath. But the effort was draining, and Nira's light began to flicker and fade. Without hesitation, Taro rushed to Nira's side, offering words of encouragement and support. "You are not alone, my friend," he whispered, taking Nira's hands in his own. "Together, we can weather any storm." With Taro's unwavering faith and the villagers' newfound trust, Nira found the strength to hold the barrier until the storm passed. When the skies finally cleared, the villagers emerged from their homes, grateful for Nira's selfless act of bravery. The storm had brought them closer, and the villagers, realizing their previous misunderstanding, welcomed Nira with open arms, embracing it as one of their own. Taro's garden, though battered by the storm, was saved, and as he replanted the glowing flowers, Nira was there by his side, their shared laughter echoing through the rolling hills. In the days that followed, Taro's dream came to life. Together with Nira and the villagers, they planted a garden so radiant that it lit up the entire village, a symbol of unity and friendship that shone brightly under the twin moons of Luminara. As the two friends sat beneath the ancient tree once more, surrounded by the blossoms of their labor, they knew that their bond was unbreakable, forged in the fires of challenge and strengthened by the light of understanding. And though their journey had begun with misunderstanding and uncertainty, it had blossomed into a friendship that transcended the stars. In the gentle glow of the garden, Taro and Nira found what they had been searching for all along, a place where they truly belonged, not defined by where they came from, but by the love and acceptance they shared. And so, under the watchful eyes of the universe, they knew they would never be alone again. And thus, the tale of Taro and Nira became a cherished story on Luminara, a reminder that true friendship knows no bounds, and that even the most unlikely companions can find harmony in the most unexpected of places. Once upon a time, in the serene and enchanting forest of Moonlit Hollow, there was a quaint little village named Whispering Pines. This village nestled gently among the towering trees, where the whisper of the wind through their leaves was as soft as a lullaby. The villagers lived in harmony with nature and the magical creatures that roamed the woods. In the heart of the village stood a small bakery, its windows glowing warmly in the early morning light. This bakery was known throughout Whispering Pines for its delectable pastries and the sweet scent of cinnamon and honey that wafted from its chimney. It was run by a kind-hearted baker named Finn, whose smile was as warm as the fresh bread he baked each day. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced gently to the ground, Finn was preparing his daily batch of cinnamon rolls when he noticed something peculiar. A small, shimmering footprint was etched into the flour dusting his work table. It was no bigger than a thimble, glistening as if sprinkled with stardust. Curious and a little bewildered, Finn wiped his hands on his apron and called out to a passing friend, a wise old squirrel named Hazel. Hazel had lived in the forest for many years and was known for her vast knowledge of the magical creatures that dwelled there. "Good morning, Hazel," Finn greeted, pointing to the mysterious footprint. "Have you ever seen anything like this before?" Hazel narrowed her tiny eyes, adjusting her spectacles made of 2 dewdrops strung together with spider silk. She scampered closer, her bushy tail twitching with interest. "Ah, Finn," she said in her gentle, crackling voice, "this looks like the footprint of a moonbeam sprite. They are rare visitors from the Silver Meadow, only appearing when there is a mystery to solve or a friend to help." Finn was intrigued. "A moonbeam sprite, you say? But why would one come to my bakery?" Hazel pondered for a moment, her whiskers twitching thoughtfully. "Perhaps they need your help, or perhaps there is something in your bakery they find fascinating." Determined to uncover the mystery, Finn decided to keep an eye out for any more unusual occurrences. The next day, as he rolled out dough for his famous honey cakes, he noticed something strange. His jar of golden honey was nearly empty, yet he hadn't used any since the previous day. He scratched his head, glancing around the cozy bakery, as if expecting answers to appear from the flour-dusted air. That evening, as the villagers gathered for the weekly storytelling circle around the fire, Finn shared his puzzling discoveries. The children listened wide-eyed, and the elder villagers nodded knowingly, some recalling tales of moonbeam sprites from their own youth. One villager, a gentle old woman named May, spoke up. "I remember when I was a girl, a sprite visited our home. They are drawn to kindness and warmth. Perhaps, Finn, they are attracted to the joy your bakery brings to the village." Encouraged by May's words, Finn decided to leave a small offering for the sprite. He placed a fresh cinnamon roll and a tiny cup of milk on a wooden plate by the window, hoping to catch a glimpse of his mysterious visitor. That night, a soft glow filled the bakery, and Finn awoke to the fluttering sound of delicate wings. He tiptoed quietly to the kitchen and peered in through the doorway. There, illuminated by the silvery moonlight streaming through the window, was a tiny sprite, no taller than a teacup, with wings that shimmered like 1,000 stars. The sprite moved gracefully, sipping the milk and nibbling on the cinnamon roll with delight. Not wanting to startle the creature, Finn simply watched, his heart filled with wonder. In the days that followed, the mysterious occurrences became a delightful routine. The sprite would visit each night, leaving behind trails of sparkling footprints and a sense of enchantment that lingered long after dawn. One morning, as Finn was sweeping the bakery floor, he stumbled upon a small, gleaming pebble tucked beneath the counter. It glowed softly with an inner light, pulsing gently like a heartbeat. Finn picked it up, feeling a warmth spread through his fingers. He showed the pebble to Hazel, who gasped in astonishment. "Finn, this is a heartstone, a gift from the moonbeam sprite. It is said to bring joy and prosperity to its keeper." Finn smiled, his heart swelling with gratitude. He placed the heartstone on the shelf above his work table, where it cast a gentle light across the room, infusing the bakery with a warmth that echoed the sprite's visits. With each passing day, the bakery flourished, its fame spreading beyond Whispering Pines. Villagers from neighboring towns came to taste Finn's pastries, drawn by the stories of the magical bakery blessed by a moonbeam sprite. As autumn gave way to winter, the sprite's visits became less frequent, until one night they stopped altogether. Though Finn missed the nightly glow and the sparkle of tiny footprints, he felt a deep sense of peace and fulfillment. The heartstone remained, a lasting reminder of the sprite's friendship and the magic that had touched his life. And so, Whispering Pines continued to thrive, its heart warmed by the kindness and mystery that had once graced its beloved bakery. And in the quiet moments of the evening, as the village settled into slumber, Finn would often gaze at the heartstone, feeling the gentle pulse of its light, a comforting reminder that magic and friendship were always just a heartbeat away. And so, with the fire crackling gently in the hearth, the villagers would drift into dreams, their hearts filled with warmth and wonder, knowing that sometimes the smallest mysteries hold the greatest magic of all. The end. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and dense forests, there existed a place where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of blooming jasmine, and the gentle rustle of leaves whispered age-old secrets. Here, in a cozy cottage with ivy-clad walls and a chimney that puffed lazy curls of smoke, lived a young girl named Lila. Her hair was the color of chestnuts, her eyes as bright as the morning sky, and her heart as warm as the sun-drenched meadows that surrounded her home. Lila shared her home with her grandmother, a wise woman whose stories were as captivating as the twinkling stars on a clear night. The village often said that grandmother's tales were laced with magic, and perhaps they were right. For every story she told seemed to come alive, painting pictures so vivid that they lingered in the minds of those who heard them long after the fire had died down to embers. One chilly evening, as the wind murmured through the trees and the fireplace crackled warmly, Lila sat beside her grandmother, her head resting against the old woman's shoulder. "Tell me a story, grandmother," she whispered, her voice soft and sleepy. Grandmother smiled gently, her eyes twinkling with mischief and a touch of something older, something ancient. "Very well, my dear," she said, her voice wrapping around Lila like a soft woolen blanket. "Tonight I shall tell you the tale of the enchanted compass." Lila settled deeper into her grandmother's embrace, the world outside fading to a mere shadow as the story began to unfold. "Long ago," grandmother began, "in a time when the world was young and brimming with undiscovered wonders, there was a humble toymaker named Finn. He lived at the edge of a bustling town, in a workshop filled with the scent of wood shavings and the sound of clockwork ticking. Finn was a gentle soul, his hands skilled in the art of creation, his heart rich with kindness. Among his many creations was a peculiar object, a compass that did not point north, nor in any direction known to man. Instead, it was said to guide the bearer to their heart's true desire. But it was no ordinary compass, for it could only be seen by those pure of heart and intent. As grandmother spoke, Lila imagined the toymaker's workshop, the flickering light of candles casting playful shadows on the walls, the air filled with the rich aroma of pine and cedar. She could almost hear the soft ticking of the clockwork, a gentle heartbeat in the silence. "One day," continued grandmother, "a traveler named Kai arrived at Finn's doorstep. He was a young man, weary from his journeys, but his eyes held a spark of determination, a yearning for something he could not name. Sensing the traveler's longing, Finn offered him the compass, its needle spinning in a dance known only to it. 'This,' Finn said, placing the compass in Kai's hands, 'will lead you to what you truly seek. But be warned, the path may not be what you expect.' With gratitude, Kai accepted the gift, and thus began his journey, a journey not just across lands unknown, but into the depths of his own heart. Lila could feel the pull of the compass, the weight of its promise, heavy with mystery and hope. She imagined Kai setting out at dawn, the world bathed in the soft hues of sunrise, each step carrying him further into the unknown. As Kai traveled, grandmother continued, he encountered many wonders, a forest where the trees sang with voices like wind chimes, a lake whose waters reflected not the sky, but the dreams of those who gazed into its depths. Yet the compass led him onward, its needle unwavering in its dance. Along the way, Kai met a curious creature, a small, mischievous fox with fur as white as snow and eyes as clever as a winter's night. The fox, sensing Kai's good heart, decided to accompany him, prancing by his side, offering companionship and laughter. Lila smiled at the thought of the fox, its playful antics bringing lightness to Kai's journey. She could almost hear its soft paws on the forest floor, a comforting presence amidst the vastness of the world. As the days turned to weeks, Grandmother continued, her voice soft and steady, Kai began to understand that the compass was leading him not just across the land, but through the landscape of his own soul. He faced challenges that tested his courage and his kindness, teaching him the value of patience and the strength found in friendship. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of gold and crimson, Kai found himself at the edge of a great forest, an ancient place where time seemed to stand still. The compass, for the first time, ceased its spinning, the needle pointing steadily into the heart of the woods. Lila held her breath, her imagination weaving the scene with threads of anticipation and wonder. She could feel the forest's presence, its ancient wisdom whispering through the rustling leaves, its shadows deep and inviting. Kai entered the forest, Grandmother said, her voice a gentle breeze in the quiet room, his heart steady, his mind open. The fox trotted beside him, its eyes reflecting the fading light, its spirit as bright as a star. As they ventured deeper, the forest began to change. The trees, tall and majestic, stood like silent sentinels, their bark etched with runes of a language long forgotten. The air shimmered with a gentle magic, a presence that wrapped around Kai like a familiar embrace. Lila imagined the forest alive with unseen wonders, its secrets woven into the very fabric of the earth. She could hear the soft rustle of leaves, the distant call of a nightingale, the world holding its breath in anticipation. At the heart of the forest, Grandmother whispered, her voice a lullaby in the night, Kai found what he had truly been seeking, a hidden grove where a spring bubbled with water clear as crystal, its surface reflecting the stars above. Here in this sacred place, Kai realized that his journey had not been about reaching a destination, but about discovering the strength and wisdom within himself. Lila felt a warmth spread through her chest, a gentle glow of understanding and peace. She imagined Kai standing by the spring, the fox at his side, the compass now still, its purpose fulfilled. With the fox's companionship and the forest's quiet grace, Grandmother concluded, Kai found his heart's desire, not a place or a treasure, but a deeper connection to the world around him and a profound understanding of his own spirit. And so, with a heart full of gratitude, Kai returned to Finn, the compass in his hand, his journey complete. The toy maker welcomed him with a smile, his eyes twinkling with the knowledge that the greatest journey is often within. As Grandmother's voice faded into the soft crackling of the fire, Lila sighed contentedly, her eyes drifting closed, the story weaving its magic into her dreams. She imagined the forest, eternal and wise, the compass a silent sentinel in her hand, guiding her to her own heart's desires. And as the night deepened, the cottage nestled in its blanket of stars, Lila slept, her dreams filled with the wonders of the world, the gentle laughter of a fox, and the quiet wisdom of a journey well taken. In a secluded corner of the world, nestled between the roots of towering oaks and the whispering winds of the ancient forest, lay the village of the Glen. This was no ordinary village. It existed in harmony with the forest's enchanting magic, where the boundaries between the real and the mystical were as thin as morning mist. The air in the village of the Glen was perpetually tinged with the earthy scent of pine needles and the sweet aroma of wild honeysuckle. Streams of sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, dappling the ground with golden patches that shifted with the breeze. The villagers, a gentle folk, shared their home with creatures of the forest, both ordinary and enchanted, living in a symphony of coexistence. Among them was a gentle-hearted woodcarver named Finn, known for his kind eyes and the warmth of his spirit. His hands, roughened by years of work, could transform simple pieces of wood into the most intricate carvings. Finn lived in a cozy cottage at the edge of the forest, where the whispering leaves and the song of the brook played a constant melody. One crisp morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Finn awoke to an unusual sight. A delicate creature perched on his windowsill, its wings shimmering like spun silver in the early light. It was a sylph, a rare and ethereal being of the forest, known to appear only when the balance of nature was in peril. "Finn," the sylph whispered, her voice as soft as a breeze through the reeds. "The harmony of our forest is threatened. The seasons have begun to falter, and the creatures are losing their song." Finn listened with a heart full of understanding. He knew the tales of old, passed down through generations, stories of the forest's magic, intertwined with the cycles of the moon and the dance of the seasons. He had heard of times when nature's balance was disturbed, and how it was always restored through wisdom and unity. "What must be done?" Finn asked, his voice steady with resolve. "You must seek the heart of the forest," the sylph replied, her eyes gleaming with ancient knowledge. "There, you will find the source of the imbalance and the guidance to restore it." Without hesitation, Finn prepared for his journey. He packed a small bundle with essentials, a loaf of fresh bread, a flask of cool spring water, and a woolen cloak to ward off the forest's chill. As he set off, the villagers gathered to wish him well, their voices mingling with the rustle of leaves in a chorus of support. The path to the heart of the forest was not marked on any map, for it was a journey of intuition and connection with the natural world. Finn walked beneath the arching boughs, his senses attuned to the subtle signs that would guide him. The air was alive with the chatter of squirrels and the distant hoot of an owl settling to sleep, their presence a comforting reminder of the forest's life. As Finn ventured deeper, the forest seemed to awaken around him. The air grew cooler, and the scent of moss thickened, mingling with the crisp scent of autumn leaves underfoot. He walked for hours, pausing only to listen to the stories the wind carried, a tale of shifting seasons and restless earth. Eventually, Finn arrived at a clearing bathed in a serene silver light. At its center stood an ancient oak, its branches reaching skyward in a timeless embrace. This was the heart of the forest, a place where the magic of nature converged, pulsing with life and wisdom. Finn approached the oak, his heart open to its silent teachings. As he rested his hand against the rough bark, a gentle warmth spread through him, and he felt the presence of countless generations whispering their secrets. In the stillness, the voice of the forest spoke to him, a soft hum that resonated deep within his soul. It was a melody of seasons, of rain and sunshine, of growth and rest. Finn understood then that the balance had shifted because the forest's natural rhythm had been disrupted. The winter had lingered too long, and the spring was hesitant to begin its dance. The solution was simple, yet profound. Finn needed to rekindle the dance of the seasons. With the guidance of the forest's wisdom, he crafted a small wooden flute, its surface adorned with carvings of leaves and spirals. As he played a tune, the notes wove through the air like tendrils of mist, carrying with them the promise of change. The forest responded. The air shimmered with anticipation, and the trees seemed to sway in rhythm with the melody. Gradually, the chill of winter lifted, replaced by the gentle warmth of spring. Buds unfurled on branches, and the symphony of birdsong resumed its joyful chorus. Finn returned to the village of the glen, where the villagers greeted him with open arms and grateful hearts. The sylph appeared once more, her smile as radiant as the spring sun. "You have restored the harmony," she said, her voice a caress of gratitude. The village celebrated with a feast, sharing tales and laughter beneath the starlit sky. Finn, seated by the crackling fire, felt the comforting weight of the sylph's gift, a small silver leaf that glimmered with magic. It was a reminder of the bond between humans and nature, a testament to the power of wisdom and friendship. And so the village of the glen continued to thrive, nestled in the embrace of the ancient forest. The seasons turned in their gentle cycle, each one a reminder of the delicate balance and the enduring magic that lay within the heart of the world. As the fires burned low and the village settled into peaceful slumber, the forest hummed its lullaby, a song of harmony and hope, carried on the wings of the night. In a corner of the galaxy where stardust painted the skies with hues of lavender and gold, there existed a quaint little planet named Luminara. This planet was home to the lumens, gentle beings who glowed softly in the dark, their light a beacon of warmth and kindness. They thrived in harmony, living amidst forests of shimmering crystal trees and lakes that reflected the swirling galaxies above. One evening, as the lumens prepared for their nightly glow gathering, a time when they would sing and share stories, a peculiar event disrupted the gentle rhythm of their lives. A streak of fiery light tore through the velvet sky, crashing into the heart of their tranquil forest. The lumens, curious and concerned, gathered around the smoking crater that had formed amidst the crystal trees. From the crater emerged a creature unlike any they had ever seen. It was a mechanical being, a construct of metal and wires, with eyes that flickered like tiny screens. It was Arzan, a species known across the cosmos for their technological prowess and analytical minds. Its name was Korr, and it had crash-landed on Luminara due to a navigation error in its spaceship. The lumens, despite their initial apprehension, approached Korr with gentle curiosity. Their leader, a wise elder named Solara, extended a glowing hand in greeting. "Welcome, traveler," she said, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "You are among friends here." Korr, though grateful for the hospitality, felt out of place. The Arzan were a solitary species, and the concept of friendship was as foreign to it as the lush, vibrant world it now found itself in. It communicated through a series of beeps and mechanical whirs, which the lumens found both fascinating and perplexing. Despite their differences, Solara invited Korr to stay and recover. The lumens, in their gentle way, offered their help in repairing its ship. Korr, though hesitant, accepted, knowing it had little choice but to rely on these strange, glowing beings. Days turned into weeks, and as the lumens worked to help Korr rebuild its spaceship, they also shared their world with it. They showed Korr the beauty of Luminara, the way the crystal leaves sang in the wind, the way the moonlight danced upon the lakes. In return, Korr shared its knowledge of the stars and the stories of its travels through the cosmos. Yet misunderstandings were inevitable. The lumens, who thrived on emotion and intuition, often found Korr's logical nature perplexing. One day, as they gathered by the lakeside, a young lumen named Lila expressed her sadness over a wilting crystal tree. Korr, in its analytical way, suggested cutting it down to make room for new growth. Lila was taken aback, interpreting Korr's suggestion as cold and unfeeling. Solara, sensing the tension, gently intervened. "Korr did not mean to hurt you, Lila," she soothed. "To the Arzan, logic is their language, just as light is ours. Let us listen with understanding, and we might learn something new." Korr, realizing its mistake, attempted to explain. "In my world, we seek efficiency and order. I did not understand the emotional bond you share with the trees. I am sorry if I caused you distress." Lila, with Solara's guidance, began to see beyond Korr's mechanical exterior. "Perhaps," she said softly, "we can learn from each other. You teach us about the stars, and we will teach you about the heart." As time passed, Korr began to understand the lumens in ways it never expected. It learned to appreciate the beauty of emotion, the strength and vulnerability. In turn, the lumens adopted some of Korr's logical insights, finding ways to strengthen their homes and improve their community. Their bond deepened when a sudden storm threatened Luminara. Dark clouds loomed, and fierce winds howled through the crystal trees. The lumens, unaccustomed to such violent weather, were frightened. Korr, with its knowledge of technology, suggested constructing a temporary shelter using materials from its spaceship. Together, lumens and Arzan worked side by side, their efforts a testament to their growing friendship. Korr's careful calculations ensured the shelter was strong, while the lumens infused it with their light, creating a space of warmth and safety. As the storm raged outside, they huddled together, sharing stories and laughter, their fears dissipating in the glow of their companionship. Korr, feeling a strange warmth in its circuits, realized it had found something it never knew it was missing, a sense of belonging. When the storm finally passed, leaving the air crisp and clean, Korr's ship was finally ready. The lumens gathered to bid farewell, their hearts heavy yet full of gratitude for the lessons learned and the bonds forged. Before departing, Korr addressed the lumens, its voice filled with newfound emotion. "I came to your planet as a stranger, and I leave as a friend. You have taught me the beauty of connection, the power of understanding. For that, I am eternally grateful." Solara smiled, her light brighter than ever. "And you have shown us the stars, Korr. May your journey be safe, and may you carry our light with you wherever you go." With that, Korr's ship ascended into the azure skies, its path marked by the shimmering luminescence of its newfound friends. The lumens watched until the ship was but a speck against the vast tapestry of the universe, their hearts aglow with the knowledge that true friendship transcends all boundaries, be they of stars, species, or worlds. And so, in the gentle embrace of Luminara's nights, the lumens continued their glow gatherings with stories of a mechanical being who taught them to see the stars and themselves anew. In a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a whispering silver stream, there existed a small, unassuming shop known to the villagers simply as the Curious Corner. This shop, with its ivy-clad walls and a wooden sign swaying gently in the breeze, was a treasure trove of trinkets and baubles that seemed to hold a timeless charm. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the golden sun began to dip beyond the horizon, casting a warm glow over the cobblestone paths, a young girl named Clara wandered into the Curious Corner. Clara was known for her inquisitive nature, a girl whose eyes sparkled with the fire of discovery, and whose heart was filled with dreams yet to be dreamt. As Clara meandered through the shop, her fingers lightly brushed against dusty tomes and polished stones, until she came upon a peculiar item that caught her eye. A small, seemingly ordinary teapot with a delicate floral pattern. It was nestled on a high shelf, partially hidden by a cascade of silk scarves. Intrigued, Clara reached up and carefully lifted the teapot down, feeling a strange warmth emanate from it. The shopkeeper, an elderly woman with kind eyes and a voice as soothing as a lullaby, noticed Clara's interest. "Ah, the teapot of whispers," she said with a gentle smile. "It is said to hold the secrets of the heart for those who choose to listen." With a nod of encouragement from the shopkeeper, Clara decided to take the teapot home, her curiosity piqued. That evening, as the moonlight bathed her room in a silvery glow, Clara sat by her window with the teapot cradled in her lap. She could hear the soft rustling of leaves outside, the world slowly settling into the tranquility of night. As she traced the teapot's intricate patterns, a soft voice began to whisper from within. "Tell me, young one, what is it that you seek?" the voice murmured, as gentle as the breeze. Startled yet enchanted, Clara whispered back, "I wish to understand the true magic in the world, to see beyond the ordinary." The teapot seemed to hum in response, and from its spout, a tendril of mist unfurled, forming the image of a winding path through an enchanted forest. "Then a journey you must take," the whisper continued, "and along the way you shall find what you seek." With a newfound sense of purpose, Clara embarked on her journey the very next day. She set out into the forest, where the air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth. The trees stood tall, their leaves rustling like a symphony composed by the wind. As Clara ventured deeper, she encountered her first helper, a wise old owl perched upon a gnarled branch. The owl's feathers were a soft blend of browns and whites, and its eyes gleamed with ancient wisdom. "To find magic," the owl hooted softly, "one must first find the magic within. Look not just with your eyes, but with your heart." Clara thanked the owl, its words resonating with her, and continued on her path. The forest soon opened into a meadow where wildflowers danced in the gentle breeze, their colors vivid under the sun's embrace. Here she met a playful squirrel with a bushy tail and a mischievous twinkle in its eye. The squirrel bounded over to Clara, offering her a nut as a gift. "Remember," it chattered, "sometimes the smallest acts of kindness can reveal the greatest magic." Clara accepted the gift with gratitude, her heart warmed by the squirrel's generosity. She pressed onward, her spirit buoyed by the encounters she'd had. As dusk began to settle once more, Clara reached the edge of a serene lake, its surface smooth as glass and reflecting the twinkling stars above. She paused to rest, her reflection gazing back at her with a soft serenity. In that moment of stillness, the teapot whispered again, its voice a gentle caress. "You have seen what is to be seen, and felt what is to be felt. Now, share your newfound understanding with the world." Clara realized that her journey had indeed uncovered the magic she sought, not in fantastical spells or grand spectacles, but in the wisdom of nature, the kindness of strangers, and the quiet strength within her own heart. With a heart full of gratitude and wonder, Clara returned to her village. She shared her experiences with the villagers, her words imbued with the gentle magic she had discovered. And though the teapot remained a silent companion on her shelf, it had given her the gift of seeing the world through a lens of enchantment and peace. And so, Clara's days were filled with quiet joy, her nights with dreams as soft as the whispering winds. The village thrived in the warmth of her kindness, and the curious corner continued to offer secrets to those who dared to seek them. In the end, the teapot had been right all along. The true magic lay in the journey, in the heart, and in the gentle acts that bind a community together. And as Clara nestled into her bed each night, she knew she was exactly where she was meant to be, at peace with the ordinary, which was, after all, extraordinary in its own right. In the heart of an ancient forest, where whispers of magic danced with the rustling leaves, there lived a community of creatures who cherished the delicate balance of their enchanted world. The forest, a verdant tapestry woven with towering oaks, delicate ferns, and fragrant wildflowers, was home to creatures both seen and unseen. This was a place where sunlight dappled through the canopy, painting the forest floor in patches of gold, and where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of pine and earth. Among these creatures was a gentle, wise old tortoise named Thistle. His shell, weathered and etched with the patterns of countless seasons, was a map of the time he had spent wandering the forest. Thistle had lived through many cycles of growth and decay, and his heart beat in rhythm with the seasons. His wisdom was sought by all, for he understood the forest's secrets and the language of the leaves. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest prepared for its slumber under winter's blanket, Thistle was approached by a curious young squirrel named Pippin. Pippin's fur was as red as the vibrant autumn leaves, and his eyes sparkled with the mischief and wonder of youth. He was known for his adventurous spirit and his unquenchable thirst for knowledge. "Thistle," Pippin chattered, his tiny paws clutching an acorn, "I've heard whispers of a magical phenomenon that happens when the first snow falls. Can you tell me about it?" Thistle smiled, his eyes crinkling with warmth. "Ah, the dance of the frost spirits," he said, his voice as soothing as a gentle breeze. "It is a wondrous sight, my young friend. As the first snowflakes descend, the air becomes alive with the spirits that weave winter's tapestry." Pippin's ears perked up with excitement. "What do they look like? What do they do?" "The frost spirits are as elusive as they are beautiful," Thistle continued. "They shimmer like morning dew in the light of dawn, and they dance silently among the trees, leaving intricate patterns on the leaves and branches. Their touch brings the stillness of winter, a time for the forest to rest and renew." The young squirrel's eyes widened with awe. "How can I see them?" Thistle leaned closer, his voice a gentle murmur. "To witness their dance, you must first understand the balance of nature. The forest thrives because each creature, from the smallest ant to the tallest tree, plays a part in maintaining harmony. Respect the cycles of life and death, and the spirits will reveal themselves to you." Pippin nodded, his heart swelling with a newfound appreciation for the world around him. Determined to witness the frost spirits, he set out to learn about the forest's delicate balance. As the days grew shorter and the nights longer, Pippin observed the industrious bees storing honey, the careful way the birds fluffed their feathers against the chill, and the way the trees shed their leaves to conserve energy. With each observation, Pippin saw the interconnectedness of life in the forest. He realized that even the smallest actions could ripple outward, affecting the whole. He understood that the forest was a symphony, each creature playing its part to keep the harmony. Finally, the day arrived when the first snowflakes began to fall. The forest was hushed, blanketed in a serene silence that amplified the soft crunch of snow underfoot. Pippin perched atop a sturdy branch, his eyes scanning the ethereal landscape. As the snow continued to fall, the air shimmered with a silvery light. Then, as if stepping from behind a veil, the frost spirits appeared. They moved gracefully among the trees, their presence painting the world in delicate frost. Their dance was a silent symphony, a celebration of the earth's slumber and the promise of spring's rebirth. Pippin watched in awe, his heart filled with gratitude and wonder. He understood now that the magic of the forest was not just in the extraordinary, but in the everyday beauty of life's cycles and the harmony that bound them all together. When the dance was over and the spirits had vanished into the winter's embrace, Pippin returned to Thistle, his mind alight with stories to share. "I saw them, Thistle. They were more beautiful than I ever imagined," he exclaimed, his voice a joyful whisper. Thistle chuckled softly, his eyes shining with pride. "You have learned well, Pippin. Remember this lesson and keep the forest's wisdom close to your heart, for it is in understanding and respecting the balance of nature that we find true magic." And so, in the heart of the ancient forest, under the watchful gaze of the wise old tortoise, Pippin grew into a guardian of the woodland, sharing the stories of the frost spirits and the harmony of nature with generations to come. As the seasons turned and the forest continued its eternal dance, the creatures of the wood lived in peace, bound by the wisdom of the past and the promise of tomorrow. And in the quiet moments, when the snow fell softly and the world was hushed, the dance of the frost spirits could still be seen, a testament to the enduring magic of nature's gentle touch.